Chapter 743. The Gu clan received news of Ling Xiao and sent an inner elder, Gu Ming, to Wind Cloud City to capture Ling Xiao. Of course, the Gu clan couldn't just send Gu Ming, a half-emperor, along with another half-emperor, Zhang Shi. He was a consecrated elder of the Gu clan, along with 20 mid-level and above heavenly venerables. The Gu clan felt that this was enough to capture or kill Ling Xiao. After a few twists and turns, they finally arrived at the neighboring city, Water Link City. This city was connected by 2 rivers, and there were many ships on the river. Many scholars and poets were reciting poems. It was as if they had left this murderous world, looking extremely elegant and tranquil. The 22 people from the Gu clan stopped at one of the ships to rest. They wanted to find out more about Ling Xiao before heading to Wind Cloud City. Originally, they wanted to immediately head to Wind Cloud City to kill Ling Xiao. However, when they first arrived at Waterlink City, they heard news about Ling Xiao. 10 days ago, Ling Xiao had single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies, shocking everyone in the world. They couldn't help but take this news seriously. If Ling Xiao really had this kind of ability, then wouldn't they be courting death if they went looking for trouble with Ling Xiao? Inside the ship, the Gu clan's people were sitting, and there were even 2 captured mercenaries. Gu Ming stared at the 2 mercenaries and said, "Speak quickly, are you telling the truth? If there's even half a word of falsehood, you'll immediately die in the belly of the fish." Gu Ming's half-emperor cultivation caused the 2 Earth Sovereign mercenaries to tremble in fear. One of them stuttered, My lord, we were all telling the truth. Our captain is a mystic emperor, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. He's too powerful. If we didn't run fast enough, we would have died at Ling Xiao's hands." Another mercenary also replied, Yes, my lord. That Ling Xiao is too scary. 10,000 of us were killed by him with a single thought. He is a murderous demon." As soon as the mercenary finished speaking, the ancient Ming raised his finger and pointed at the mercenary's forehead. Xiao. A sharp metal energy immediately pierced through the mercenary's head. Nonsense. Even if a mid-stage heavenly sovereign can suppress his generation, how could he kill so many enemies on his own? There were even several sovereigns present, shouted the ancient Ming. He felt that the person just now was talking nonsense. Even with his strength, it was impossible for him to kill 10,000 people with a single thought. The other mercenary was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. He kept kowtowing towards the ancient Ming and begged, "Spare me, my lord, please spare me." The ancient Ming asked again, "Say it again. If there is any falsehood, I will kill you." The mercenary once again recounted the whole story in a trembling voice. However, this time he couldn't say it like before. Instead, he said that the reason Ling Xiao was able to defeat 10,000 of them was because he had set up a killing formation that trapped most of them. That was why Ling Xiao was able to win by a fluke. The ancient Ming was very satisfied with this answer. Like I said, Ling Xiao is only a newly ascended heavenly sovereign. How could he have the strength to kill the mystic sovereign? He must have relied on this killing formation to defeat you fools. The mercenary cursed bitterly in his heart. It's still not certain who's the fool here. Elder Ming, now that Ling Xiao has set up a killing formation, if we rashly go in, I'm afraid. Zhang Shi worriedly spoke. The ancient Ming waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. Ling Xiao's killing formation cannot be prepared at all times. Moreover, the alliance of the 3 mercenaries is also an idiot. They actually dared to openly kill people and occupy the city. Aren't they giving the enemy a chance to prepare? We only need to enter the city as ordinary people, and not alert the enemy. As long as we enter the city, Ling Xiao won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. With this in mind, the ancient Ming casually killed the mercenary. Then he changed into an ordinary martial artist's martial attire, and took a pill that could hide his aura. Then he rushed towards Wind Cloud City. Just when they thought that this trip would be smooth sailing, they didn't know that a dead end was waiting for them. Outside of Wind Cloud City, Yang Xianfeng had been waiting for a long time with his 3,000 brothers. In addition to Yang Xianfeng being a half-step emperor, his sworn brother Wang Teng was also a newly ascended half-step emperor. There were close to 100 people at the Empyrean realm, more than 1,000 Earth sovereigns, and the rest were at the King realm. This kind of lineup was abnormally strong, comparable to the strength of a fifth-grade sect. Wang Teng whispered to Yang Xianfeng, "Big brother, is it worth it for us to openly become enemies with the Gu family?" Yang Xianfeng narrowed his eyes and said, "I made this decision when I chose to follow City Lord Ling. Since he dared to openly occupy a city and proclaim himself king, he should have a trump card to deal with the Gu family. Don't forget, he is the disciple of the legendary demonic emperor. At first, I thought that it was just a far-fetched rumor, but after that battle, I completely believed it. If he wasn't the disciple of the demonic emperor, how could he have such terrifying strength? But the Gu family is an old power. How can their foundation be compared to Ling? City Lord Ling?" Wang Teng voiced out his concerns. Although he was very optimistic about Ling Zhao's future prospects, he was still very worried about becoming enemies with the Gu family. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually give them such a task. If they didn't kill the people from the Gu family, then they wouldn't be able to obtain Ling Zhao's approval. But if they killed the people from the Gu family, they would have no way out. They could only follow by Ling Zhao's side. Yang Xianfeng was silent for a moment before he said, "So this is a bet. I see that City Lord Ling will definitely be able to contend against the Gu family, and I also see my life's path. If my sworn brother doesn't have the confidence, you can back out now. I definitely won't stop you." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, we are sworn brothers. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but to die on the same day, month and year. This little brother is willing to follow big brother through fire and water, no matter what." Yang Xianfeng patted Wang Teng's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "Don't worry, your big brother's choices are rarely wrong, and this time is no exception." At this time, a commoner-like person appeared in front of Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng and knelt on one knee, reporting, "Captain, Vice Captain, we have arrived." Yang Xianfeng lightly waved his hand, then glanced at Wang Teng and brandished his spear. "Brothers, follow me into battle. We must make sure that no one is left." 3,000 mercenaries rode all kinds of spirit beasts and moved out. The Gu Ming's group that had just approached Windy Cloud City felt this vast and powerful aura. The Gu Ming frowned. "What's going on? It seems like a large group of people is coming towards us." Zhang Shi spoke from the side. "They shouldn't be coming for us. Perhaps there's a battle going on." The Gu Ming nodded. "To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's let them pass first. Once we take down Ling Xiao, we'll see who dares to disrespect our Gu family." Just as the group was about to dodge, the several thousand people quickly surrounded them. The expressions of the Gu Ming's group slightly changed. They didn't understand why these mercenaries would suddenly find them. Could it be that these were the roving bandits? "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The Gu Ming frowned and asked faintly. The Gu Ming began to worry because he could clearly feel the ferocity of these people. The two leading them were even as strong as him. Yang Xianfeng stepped forward with his spear. "Are you from the Gu family?" The Gu Ming replied, "You're mistaken, we're just passers-by who want to go to Windy Cloud City to stretch our legs." The Gu Ming's group had already concealed their strength, and were only ordinary monarchs in the eyes of others. They didn't want to expose themselves and let Ling Xiao run away. Wang Teng sneered. "You want to enter Windy Cloud City? Sure, but leave behind your spatial rings and spirit beast wrist guards." The Gu Ming's group paled. They didn't understand what these people were planning. Zhang Shi was a half-emperor, as well as a sinecure elder of the Gu clan. So he had never suffered such humiliation before. The Gu Ming pulled him back and gave him a meaningful glance before taking out a lot of Xian crystals. "Everyone, we are just ordinary people doing business. Here are some Xian crystals. Can you please let us live?" Wang Teng stepped forward and put away the Xian crystals. He said disdainfully, "The people of the Gu family are really stingy. They actually want to send us away with 1,000,000 middle-grade Xian crystals. It really makes me speechless. Who the hell are you people?" The Gu Ming knew that the other party was toying with them and immediately shouted, displaying the aura of a half-step emperor. Yang Xianfeng laughed. "Who we are isn't important. The important thing is that you can't enter Windy Cloud City." Having said that, he waved his hand and his subordinates immediately cooperated with the spirit beasts to open fire. All kinds of attribute attacks fell from the sky. Although the aura wasn't as frightening as when Ling Xiao fought 10,000 by himself, it was still very frightening. The Gu Ming's group was startled. They didn't expect to be ambushed like this before even reaching Windy Cloud City, causing them to panic. The Gu Ming was indeed worthy of being a leader. He rushed towards Yang Xianfeng and shouted, "Who the hell are you people? You dare to oppose our Gu family? Do you not want to live anymore?" He also summoned his spirit beast protector in order to capture Yang Xianfeng as soon as possible and avoid the fate of being intercepted. However, Yang Xianfeng wasn't a soft sieve. He raised his spear and clashed with the Gu Ming while sneering, "Daring to offend City Lord Ling? You are truly courting death." The Gu Ming's heart sank. It turned out that these people were really sent by Ling Xiao to kill them. The Gu Ming wanted to escape and report back to the family, so that they could quickly send a Supreme Elder to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Yang Xianfeng's group had already accepted Ling Xiao's death order. They absolutely couldn't let anyone from the Gu family escape. The 3,000 mercenaries completely submerged the 22 people from the Gu family. This was a completely one-sided battle without any mishaps. Chapter 744. Inside the Gu family's main hall, the Gu family's patriarch, Guan, once again gathered all the members of the Elders Association. His current expression was incomparably unsightly, as if he had eaten a few flies, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. He sat on the main seat with a sorrowful expression and said, "Elder Gu Ming and the others, they are all dead." As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the seated elders became abnormally unsightly. At the same time, there was also a hint of surprise. They were very clear about the strength of the Gu Ming. There was another consecrator elder with them, a total of 22 people, all of whom were first-rate experts in their clan, but all of them had fallen. This made them feel incredulous and shocked at the same time. What the hell is going on? Isn't that Ling Xiao only at the middle stage of the Empyrean realm? Even if he's strong, it's impossible for him to make Elder Gu Ming and the others stay. That's right, is there something wrong? Even the real mystic Tharch would have to go through a lot of trouble to make them stay, let alone kill them all. This is impossible. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has 3 heads and 2 arms? If that's really the case, we might have to ask the Supreme Elder to come out of seclusion. I think it's better to send someone to find out the truth first before making any plans. That Ling Xiao is rebuilding Hell City. I don't think he will leave in a short period of time. The elders present were all talking at once, causing the main hall to become noisy. Guan frowned and shouted, "Enough, all of you, quiet down." Guan had spoken, and everyone quietened down once more. Guan continued, "The fall of Elder Gu Ming and the others is an indisputable fact. According to the time of departure, they should have been killed after arriving at Hell City, so, this time, we underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. What do you think we should do? If this gets out, our Gu family's face will be completely lost." Some of the elders were dissatisfied and thought, "You underestimated yourself, not us. I told you to ask the Supreme Elder to come out earlier. Now that something has happened, you can't drag us down with you." An elder stood up and said, "There must be something fishy about this matter. Why don't we send someone to investigate the situation first before making a decision?" Guan said unhappily, "Could it be that we're going to let that bastard continue acting arrogantly? What will others think of our Gu family?" Indeed, as one of the 18 great forces, the Gu clan had sent out the Gu kill order. Now that they were aware of Ling Xiao's movements, they would be laughed at if they did not do anything. For a moment, all the elders were at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. "You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll go and kill that brat and take back the golden dragon spear." As the voice faded, an old man entered the hall with a beautiful young lady. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize this old man. It was the Supreme Elder of the Gu clan, Gu Xing, whom he had met at the Enlightenment Pool. He was a true mystic Tharch, and the person beside him was Gu Xiaohe. Gu Xiaohe's figure was still as graceful as a snake, and her body was curvaceous. Any man who laid eyes on her couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, her originally beautiful face had become incomparably cold. and she gave off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. Her originally soft golden hair had actually turned silver white. It was a breathtaking coldness and a devilish coolness. Compared to when she was in the chaos abyss of war, she had changed a lot. After not seeing her for almost 2 years, her strength had actually exploded to the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. This speed was truly shocking. When the Gu clan's elder saw the newcomer, he immediately bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Elder Xing." Gu Xing's expression was filled with displeasure. "What's the point of discussing here? That brat is so free and unfettered outside. Can't you come up with any ideas? Our Gu clan isn't that easy to kill. Since we know where he is, we should have sent a large number of people to deal with him. Isn't sending a few pieces of trash a disgrace to our Gu clan?" Everyone lowered their heads at Gu Xing's words, not daring to utter a single word. Guan spoke up. "Fifth grandfather, that Ling Xiao is only a mid-level heavenly venerable, but he was able to kill Gu Ming and Zhang Shi. Could there be something fishy about this?" Gu Xing furrowed his brows. "Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic Tharch, so he must have some trump cards. Moreover, he has our Gu clan's golden dragon spear. It's not difficult for him to fight above his level. Moreover, that Dao En from the spiritual martial court might be supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to occupy a city so openly and let everyone in the central region know about it." Dao En from the spiritual martial court. Gu En's expression changed. The other Gu clan elders' expressions also changed. If the spiritual martial court got involved, then it would be difficult for the Gu clan. Gu Xing said, "Don't worry, Dao En is only repaying the demonic Thearch's kindness. He doesn't represent the spiritual martial court's will. There's no need for you to discuss this matter any further. I will personally take that brat's head to wash away the humiliation of our Gu clan." At this time, Gu Xiaohe said coldly, "His head is mine." At the same time, a strange aura bloomed, startling all the elders present. Their eyes flashed with astonishment as they thought to themselves, "Could it be that this girl has inherited our ancestors' legacy?" Yang Xianfeng and the others killed the Gu clan's ancient Ming and obtained Ling Zhao's approval. Yang Xianfeng and Wang Ting originally thought that it would be good enough if they could catch Ling Zhao's attention and enter the inner palace. However, when they received Ling Zhao's reward, they were so happy that they almost cried. Not only did Ling Xiao arrange for them to enter the inner palace as elders, but he also gave each of them a supreme-grade mystic Tharch elixir. This sudden bonus really made the two of them feel like they were about to faint from happiness. It was as if they had been pulled from hell to heaven in an instant. The two of them were extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. They finally knew that they had followed the right master. Reaching the emperor rank was actually so close at hand. If they had chosen to ally with Yao Kuang and the others, only death would have been waiting for them. If they had not come to seek shelter, they would not have had the chance to obtain the supreme-grade mystic Tharch elixir. They were really exclaiming in their hearts, "We're so lucky." Although Ling Xiao had incorporated the Gale mercenaries, he did not disperse them. Instead, he assigned the other 3 mercenary groups that had surrendered to Yang Xianfeng and Wang Tung, and they were divided into 2 teams. On one hand, it was to increase the city's defenses, and on the other hand, it was to continue hunting spirit beasts and searching for spirit herbs to enrich their wealth. A small number of people were also assigned to repair the city. In the short span of 2 months, Wind Cloud City had changed completely. It was no longer a dilapidated city. All the buildings had been renovated, and there were many more people on the streets than usual. Originally, only martial artists stayed here, but now, there were many more merchants and commoners. Many of them came from nearby cities and villages, and there were also many who came from faraway cities. A newly built city would definitely bring about huge business opportunities, and there would be many empty spaces for them to rest in. The reason why they dared to settle down here was because they relied on Ling Zhao's reputation and the series of preferential policies that he had implemented to manage the city. Moreover, the auction was the most important thing. Wind Cloud City's first auction would be held next month. At that time, there would be the Spring of Life liquid, half-tier sage artifacts, 7th-tier elixirs, and a series of other rare treasures. The Spring of Life liquid was a peerless elixir that could bring people back from the dead. It could improve one's physique and increase one's lifespan. Even 10,000 crystals would be hard to come by. Half-tier sage artifacts were also extremely precious. Normally, only the 18 major forces would have them, and to them, they were also clan-guarding sage artifacts. There was no need to mention the value of a 7th-tier elixir, and one could imagine how tempting the supreme-grade Mystic Emperor elixir was to many half-emperors. When these 3 items were publicized, it caused a frenzy in many places in the central region. Many people from various forces and powerful itinerant cultivators brought along huge sums of money and started to gather in Wind Cloud City. In an instant, Wind Cloud City's reputation spread to almost every corner of the central region, and the city lord, Ling Xiao, became a household name. Not only did his glory as the first martial emperor and Elixir Association's champion make him famous in the central region, but the ancient killing token also made him a well-known public figure. Furthermore, the battle outside Wind Cloud City had caused his name to spread far and wide. There were more and more rumors about Ling Xiao. Some said that he was the only disciple of the evil emperor, and that he would become a new legend. Some said that he was the reincarnation of the true dragon son of heaven because every time he fought, a golden dragon would appear. Some said that he was the disciple of an alchemist saint because he was already a 7th-tier alchemist. In short, there were different legends about him. His name could be considered to have caused a stir in the central region. Ji Beixin, who was in the Feng family, had already received news of everything that Ling Xiao had done in Wind Cloud City. She was proud of him, and she could not wait to rush to Ling Xiao's side and live with him forever. Feng Yaxin quietly appeared behind Ji Beixin and smiled. "Little sister Xian, are you thinking about that heartless man again?" The 2 women's beauty was unparalleled, and when they stood together, it was quite an eye-catching sight. Ji Beixin put away the zither that Ling Xiao had given her, and a charming smile appeared on her face as she said, "Sister Yaxin, you're speaking ill of him again. I don't think he's offended you, right?" Feng Yaxin chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you worried about him?" Ji Beixin pouted. "I am going to ignore you. Haha, I have good news for you today." Feng Yaxin stopped teasing Ji Beixin and changed the topic. "What good news? Did something thrilling happen to him?" Ji Beixin asked with a joyful expression. Feng Yaxin smiled. "You really want him to cause more trouble before you are satisfied?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "The family sent us to Wind Cloud City to participate in the auction. Now you can see your heartless man." Chapter 745. The Dongfang clan was an ancient clan. Among the many ancient clans, they had the longest history. Their strength and heritage were not something ordinary clans could compare to. The power they established was close to the East Sea. Its geographical location was excellent, and it produced many water-type spirit beasts and spirit herbs. The land under their jurisdiction was rich and healthy. People lived and worked in peace and contentment, and there were few conflicts. In a beautiful and exquisite courtyard of the Dongfang clan, this place was filled with fragrant spirit flowers and herbs. In a simple and elegant bamboo house, there was a beautiful woman brewing fragrant spirit tea. This woman's facial features were exquisite, as if they were carved. Every part of her was matched perfectly. Her tight suit accentuated her beautiful figure perfectly. Her towering breasts, slender waist, and perky buttocks all gave off a fatal temptation. The little princess of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Jing, had countless pursuers. Among them, there was no lack of young geniuses from various forces. Among them, Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, Shangguan Yin of the Shangguan clan, and Lei Hu of the Purple Thunder sect were the most outstanding. They were all outstanding young geniuses like Dongfang Jing, and they were also the focus of cultivation by various forces. Their strength was already the best in this generation, and they were comparable to the Dongfang clan. They were considered the most likely to win Dongfang Jing's heart. However, no matter how outstanding these people were, or how powerful their backgrounds were, Dongfang Jing was unmoved. Because there was already a person in her heart, a man she had long since thought highly of, a man who could suppress his peers, a person who surpassed his peers. But now that person was rapidly rising like a comet. Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes glanced at the swaying green bamboo outside the window, and a bewitching smile appeared on her face, revealing a row of white teeth, and she murmured, "The 10 years agreement is still too long, I'm afraid. I can't even hold on for 5 years." She and Ling Xiao had made a promise in the chaotic abyss of war, asking Ling Xiao to come to the Dongfang clan after 10 years to propose. Now only 2 years had passed, but she felt that it had been a long time. One reason was that Ling Xiao was getting more and more outstanding, and his understanding was also getting higher and higher. When he became an overlord, there would definitely be all kinds of women throwing themselves into his arms, which made her feel a sense of crisis. I, Dongfang Jing, have never lost anything that I, Dongfang Jing, have set my eyes on, and this time will not be an exception. Dongfang Jing released a confident radiance. She was like a proud and beautiful peacock, giving people a feeling of looking up to her. At this moment, a tower-like man stepped into the quiet and secluded courtyard. He walked to the front of the bamboo house, but didn't step in, because his sturdy and huge body would crush the bamboo house. He called from the door, "Little sister, I have 2 pieces of good news for you." His voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the villa. Dongfang Jing walked out with light and graceful steps. She rolled her eyes at her tall and mighty cousin, Dongfang Xiong, and said, "Big brother, every time you have good news, it is bad news for me. All right, are those fellows in the clan urging me to marry again?" Dongfang Jing was no longer young, and there were endless streams of people coming to propose marriage. She had already gotten used to it all these years. Those who proposed marriage were rejected by her one by one, but there were many people in the clan who were restless. Although the Dongfang family was the head of the many families, when it came to their generation, they were a little short of talent. They had to rely on marriage to maintain their family's strong position. This was also an unavoidable marriage for the disciples of any large family. Dongfang Jing had already seen through it, but as the little princess of the Dongfang family, she was deeply loved by the old lady of the Dongfang family. Not many people dared to force her to do anything. Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly. "Little sister, your guess this time is not completely correct." Dongfang Jing looked at Dongfang Xiong with some doubt, indicating for him to continue. Dongfang Xiong continued. "This time, the one who proposed marriage was Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Hall. Most of the people in the family are leaning towards him. I hope that you can make a decision as soon as possible. And there are also people who have gone to ask the old lady." "You guessed it right. There is another piece of news that I think you will be very interested in, and that is that my brother-in-law is holding an auction in Wind Cloud City, causing everyone in the central region to know about it, and many great powers have started to send people to bid." Dongfang Jing said with a look of joy and astonishment. "What kind of treasures does he have at the auction? To actually be able to make their people move upon hearing the news? They won't be interested in ordinary things." Dongfang Xiong laughed and said, "Little sister is indeed smart, you guessed it right away. Little sister does have some ability to actually have that kind of spring liquid of life that is rarely seen in 10,000 years, and is even willing to take out a half-step sacred artifact to auction." Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of a lotus flower, and she muttered, "Could it be that the family wants us to go and auction off the spring liquid of life?" Dongfang Xiong replied, "That's right, the old ancestor's body is getting worse by the day. Although our clan has many good things for her to enjoy, at her level, ordinary things are no longer of any use. That spring liquid of life can coincidentally make the old ancestor rejuvenate. Perhaps it can even help her advance a step further." "But," Dongfang Jing impatiently asked, "but what?" "It's just that you don't have a share in this trip. Those old men at home all want you to get engaged to that Kong Lan as soon as possible. And there are also people who support that guy Shangguan Yun. On the other hand, Lei Hu seems to have withdrawn from this game," Dongfang Xiong said. After Dongfang Jing heard this, she was silent for a long time before saying, "I understand. I must go on this trip to Wind Cloud City." The current gathering point of the central region, Wind Cloud City, was no longer the same as before. The originally lifeless city was bustling with noise and excitement, as if it had been reborn as the new year. There were only 5 days left until the auction, and there were already countless people crowding into the city. These people were all people from the various powers of the central region, as well as people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. All sorts of shops were quickly set up on both sides of the main roads of Wind Cloud City, selling all sorts of dazzling goods. There were also many cultivators who took out resources they didn't need and began to trade freely. It turned out that the wandering warriors in this area had a place to rest. The bandits in this area had long been driven away by Ling Xiao's guards of the city lord's mansion, creating a peaceful environment here. Even those fiends who hadn't left didn't dare to cause trouble. They had all seen Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, and if they were to provoke him, they would likely die without a place to be buried. Inside the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao listened to the reports from the people around him. His face was calm and composed, and no one could tell what he was thinking. In reality, he was already incomparably happy. Now that he had successfully taken the first step in his life, it was time to start reaping the harvest. How are the preparations for the auction going? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the charming Kai Xiaoyu. Previously, Kai Xiaoyu had the experience of rebuilding Gu City and preparing for the auction, so the matters of this auction were handed over to her. Kai Xiaoyu replied, "Everything is ready. It's just that the auctioneer hasn't found a suitable one yet." "Is it hard to find this auctioneer?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. There were so many people in the city now, so why couldn't he find a single auctioneer? Ling Xiao had also participated in many auctions, and he discovered that the auctioneer was just the person who spoke and set the price. It shouldn't be that hard to find, Kai Xiaoyu explained. This is our first time holding an auction. We must find someone with good eloquence and outstanding looks to take charge. We must not be careless. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before saying, "Yuer is right. Then let's look for it carefully. We will definitely find a suitable candidate. Everyone think about it and see if there is a suitable candidate." At this time, Xianyao opened his mouth and said, "Actually, this problem is very easy to solve. We have a suitable candidate here." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Xianyao looked at one side and said, "I think Miss Qingmin is very suitable for the role of auctioneer." This time, all the gazes shifted to Yao Qingmin. In terms of appearance, Yao Qingmin was already invincible. She claimed to be the #1 beauty in the central region, and her appearance was naturally not bragging. Her curvaceous figure was definitely something that anyone could think of. Coupled with her sweet voice, she did indeed have some of the qualifications of an auctioneer. Can I do it?" Yao Qingmin didn't expect Xianyao to talk about her. She immediately pointed at her nose and asked. Her heart was already blooming. She had always been a lively woman. She was imagining that it would be very fun to be an auctioneer. However, Ling Xiao looked at the silly girl suspiciously and said, "This god trickster, she's a bit thick-skinned, I'm afraid." Before he could finish speaking, Yao Qingmin immediately jumped out. Her beautiful eyes kept shooting at Ling Xiao, and she said with a coquettish tone, "Young master, how am I thick-skinned? I'm pure and beautiful, intelligent, and have first-rate eloquence. I'm definitely qualified to be an auctioneer." When Ling Xiao heard her coquettish voice in the hall, all his hair stood on end. He cursed in his heart. This silly girl really doesn't care about the occasion. This isn't a joke. If it's messed up, young master will lose a lot. Ling Xiao said to Yao Qingmin solemnly. Yao Qingmin seemed to be determined to get the position of auctioneer. She actually became serious and replied, "Young master, don't worry. I can definitely make the auction earn a lot of money. There won't be the slightest mistake. If anything goes wrong, I'll accept young master's punishment, okay?" Ling Xiao was speechless and didn't know what to say. Kai Xiaoyu said from the side, "Husband, let Qingmin try. In any case, she won't be able to cultivate quietly. When the time comes, I will watch her. If there's anything wrong, I will immediately replace her." Since Kai Xiaoyu had said so, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and let the silly girl do as she pleased. At this time, a guard reported, "City Lord, there's a young lady from the Feng clan outside requesting an audience." Ling Xiao instantly stood up and said happily, "Exiner is here." Chapter 746. Other than Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin, Feng Wuying also came with a few guards. The three of them were the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Feng clan. Now that they were on a mission, there would definitely be people protecting them at all times. Feng Wuying looked at the city lord's mansion and drank a mouthful of wine. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold. He actually succeeded in this ghost town. I can't help but admire him." He thought back to the time when he first met Ling Xiao. He was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor. In the blink of an eye, he not only became the first emperor but also a city lord. He also had the noble identity of a 7th-grade alchemist. He couldn't help but admire him. Ji Beixin smiled proudly. "Haha, he's always like this. He always gives people surprises. No matter where he goes, he's always restless." Ling Xiao was her man. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more proud she was. Feng Yaxin said with a bit of jealousy, "I know your man is the most outstanding man in the world." She already had some feelings for Ling Xiao, but she hated herself for knowing this man so late. With Ji Beixin around, she couldn't muster up the courage to pursue Ling Xiao. Moreover, there were so many people pursuing her. Why didn't this man pursue her? Feng Yaxin's thought meant that she and Ling Xiao were two different people. Although Ling Xiao had many women by his side, the only one he truly pursued was Yin Mingqi. The other women had all been pushed together by a freak combination of factors. Therefore, it was a bit unrealistic for Ling Xiao to pursue Feng Yaxin. Just when Ji Beixin wanted to say something, she felt a gust of wind sweeping towards her. Before she could see the figure clearly, her slender waist was embraced by a strong and powerful arm. Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin also felt that something was wrong. The two of them attacked the figure at the same time. However, before they could see the direction of the figure, Ji Beixin had already been taken to the side. Just when Ji Beixin wanted to struggle, she heard an excited and familiar voice. "Xian, it's me." Ji Beixin felt as if she had been electrocuted. She felt incomparably happy. The arms around her waist also felt comfortable and natural. At this time, Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin also saw the person clearly. Feng Wuying immediately smiled. "So it's Brother Ling. Oh, it should be City Lord Ling." Feng Yaxin glanced at the man who was becoming more and more charming. She looked at Ji Beixin in his arms and felt a little complicated. She wished that he was hugging her instead of her. She thought, if only I was the one he was hugging. Ling Xiao took a sip of Ji Beixin and looked at Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin. "Brother Feng, Sister Yaxin, it's great that you're all here for me. Let's go in, I'll welcome you back." At this time, the people from the City Lord Mansion came out one after another. When Ji Beixin saw Feng Xianyuan, Kai Sheyue and Bai Yushi, she immediately went up to greet them. "Sister Yun, Sister Yu." Ji Beixin was younger than Feng Xianyuan and Kai Sheyue, so she greeted the two of them with the etiquette of a younger sister. Feng Xianyuan pulled Ji Beixin's hand and said, "Let's go back. You can stay here from now on." Kai Sheyue echoed, "That's right, we sisters can gather together. After being separated for so long, he's always thinking about you." Ji Beixin felt the enthusiasm of her two sisters, and her delicate face became incomparably red. She also decided not to go back this time. She really hated the days of separation. The group returned to the City Lord's mansion. Ling Xiao did not expect Ji Beixin to come at this time. He originally wanted to wait until the auction was over before personally going to the Feng clan to pick her up. Now that she was here, he naturally would not let her leave. With his current strength, it was enough to protect the girls from any harm. Even if any power came, it would be difficult for him to take even half a step back. After entering the Great Hall, Ling Xiao introduced the Feng clan's Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin to the others. Everyone in the Great Hall exchanged pleasantries. However, before Ling Xiao could even catch up with Ji Beixin, the guard came to report again. Reporting to the city lord, "There are people from the Bu family outside requesting an audience." Bu family? Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment, then said, "Let them in." He didn't seem to have any conflicts with the Bu family, so why would someone come to look for him? Although he had some fame now, compared to the background of the 18 powers, it was still insufficient. It was not enough for them to come knocking on his door. Ling Xiao actually knew the person who walked in, but he wasn't very familiar with him. Bu Qing, the leader of the Bu family's new generation, had cooperated with Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. It was just that at that time, Bu Qing wanted to scheme against Ling Xiao. Bu Qing was also a top-notch beauty, and she had always been very confident. As long as she wanted to seduce any man, it would only be a matter of time. However, when she walked into the great hall, she felt a little dizzy. She discovered that the beauty that she was so proud of was not even worth a single blow. Her originally confident attitude had become incomparably dim. Her intention this time was to use her beauty to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. At the same time, she would think of a way to sell the Spring of Life and the half-grade saint artifact that Ling Xiao was going to auction to the Bu family first. But now, her wish was probably going to fail. Looking at the peerless beauties in the Great Hall, she didn't know what her advantage was. So it's young Lady Bu Qing. I didn't think that you would be able to grace the Han residence. You really make the Han residence shine. Ling Xiao walked down from his seat and cupped his hands towards Bu Qing. Ling Xiao admitted that he always had a good impression of beauties, but he wasn't the kind of man who would pounce on any woman he saw. Back then, Bu Qing was only willing to let him participate in the chaotic abyss of war, because she wanted to make use of him. Thus, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of appreciation for this woman. Bu Qing calmed herself down and replied with a smile. City Lord Ling is too polite. Isn't it too rude for Bu Qing to come and visit? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Young Lady Bu Qing is too polite. You can take a seat first. Someone come and serve the tea. Bu Qing nodded lightly. Then, she discovered that she was being stared at by a few beautiful women. This made her feel a little ashamed. It felt like she was here to look for a man, which made her feel very guilty. This time she didn't want to stay any longer. She immediately told Ling Xiao why she was here. After listening, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't even think about it before rejecting. Young Lady Bu Qing, I can feel your sincerity. It's just that my Spring of Life and half-grade saint artifacts are very limited. Moreover, I've already announced to my friends that if I were to sell them to your Bu clan, then wouldn't I, Ling Xiao, be a person who goes back on his words? Who would dare to come to our auction house in the future? A man cannot stand without trust. This was a principle that everyone understood very well. Bu Qing wasn't an exception. However, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao would take out all of his stock to auction. For peerless treasures like these, who wouldn't keep the best and take out a small portion or some inferior goods to auction? This was an unspoken rule of any power. Bu Qing's beautiful eyes blinked a few times as she said, City Lord Ling, if you're willing to sell some of these two things to our Bu clan will be City Lord Ling's friend in the future. I believe that City Lord Ling won't reject a friend. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Young Lady Bu Qing's words are too serious. Ling Xiao occupies this insignificant place. Having a friend like the Bu clan is naturally what I'm looking for. It's just that, if young Lady Bu Qing really wants those things, I think it's better to sell them in the auction house. Ling Xiao really doesn't have any extra stock. I hope that young Lady Bu Qing won't make things difficult for me. Ling Xiao had a lot of Spring of Life and half-grade saint artifacts. However, he definitely had to keep them as they would be useful in the future. If it wasn't for the sake of making Wind Cloud City famous, he wouldn't have been willing to take these things out to auction. If Bu Qing wanted them, then she could sell them in the auction house. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to other people who sold out to those big powers. Bu Qing could tell that Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't buy it, so she didn't want to stay any longer. Just as she was about to say her goodbyes, someone came to visit the City Lord's mansion. Reporting to City Lord, someone from the Dongfang family requests an audience. The guard knelt on one knee and reported, Dongfang family? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment as a beautiful figure flashed past his mind. This time, Ling Xiao once again personally came out to welcome them. Just as he arrived at the door, Ling Xiao saw Dongfang Jing's beautiful face and enchanting figure. Beside her were a few outstanding young talents and a group of guards. Ling Xiao recalled that he had inexplicably made an agreement with Dongfang Jing, and it made him feel a little guilty. He already had a lot of women by his side, and he didn't have any emotional foundation with Dongfang Jing. It was just that he was provoked by this woman's words, and his male chauvinism was aroused. He clapped his hands with this woman and made an oath, setting up a 10-year agreement. Now he had another debt of gratitude to her. I didn't expect you to come. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say, so he rubbed his nose and smiled. Before Dongfang Jing could say anything, Dongfang Xiong took 2 steps forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as if he was very familiar with him. Brother-in-law, long time no see, I didn't expect you to be doing so well. It's truly a cause for celebration. Ling Xiao's shoulder hurt from Dongfang Xiong's pat, and he secretly cursed. This big guy really has a lot of strength. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. I was just lucky, this little brother has nowhere to go. I can only find this kind of abandoned place to settle down. I will have to trouble brother Dongfang to take care of me in the future. Dongfang Jing looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes and said with incomparable gentleness, Aren't you going to let me in? Only then did Ling Xiao know that he had offended a beautiful woman, and immediately made a gesture of invitation. However, the young man with an extraordinary temperament beside Dongfang Jing let out a cold snort. At this time, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on that young man. He had always thought that this person was a genius from the Dongfang family, but it seemed like he had misunderstood. Chapter 747. Kong Lan, a direct disciple of the spiritual martial court. His status was second only to his junior Wu Bufan. He obtained the title of Imperial Killer in the Abyss of War. It was evident that his strength and tenbins were extraordinary. After the trip to the Enlightenment Pool, he also leaped to the realm of a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. This ability was something that only a few people could achieve. After another 2 years of cultivation, he was now a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. In a few years, it would not be difficult for him to reach the peak of the mid-level, or even the high-level Heavenly Venerable. He had a high status in the spiritual martial court. His master was also a mid-level mystic Emperor Elder. He also had a lot of power in the court. After he saw Dongfang Jing in the Abyss of War, he was attracted by her beauty. Moreover, the Dongfang clan's background was worthy of his identity as a direct disciple of the spiritual martial court. Therefore, after the Imperial List tournament ended, he returned to the court and gave some instructions. Then he went to the Dongfang clan to pursue Dongfang Jing. He thought that with his status, it would be a piece of cake for him to marry Dongfang Jing. However, he overestimated his own charm and underestimated Dongfang Jing's charm. Apart from him pursuing Dongfang Jing, there were many other young talents who were eyeing Dongfang Jing. In the end, he won the approval of many elders in the Dongfang clan. Recently, he asked his master to personally go to the Dongfang clan to propose marriage. However, the Shangguan clan seemed to be unwilling to let go and also sent someone to propose marriage to the Dongfang clan. In the end, they were in a deadlock. Old Madame Dongfang said that Dongfang Jing could choose for herself. The Dongfang clan did not dare to go against her wishes for the time being, and could only delay it. Now that Dongfang Jing requested to come to Wind Cloud City to auction the Spring of Life for old Madame Dongfang, Kong Lan requested to accompany her. He thought that if he could auction the Spring of Life and give it to old Madame Dongfang, perhaps this matter would be settled. However, he did not expect Dongfang Jing to come to Wind Cloud City for a man. This made it extremely difficult for him to accept. He had pursued her for 2 years, but in the end, he did not know that she already had someone in her heart. This was like a punch to his chest, making him feel sullen and uncomfortable. However, he was not someone who would give up easily. He knew about Ling Xiao. Back then, Ling Xiao had suppressed his junior brother and obtained a large number of imperial elixirs as the #1 martial emperor. He had also been fortunate enough to witness the final battle between Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian. At that moment, he knew that Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat powerful. However, he didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao, especially after breaking through to the mid-level Heavenly Venerate. His confidence was surging. At this moment, in front of the woman he admired, he absolutely could not show weakness. As long as he suppressed Ling Xiao, wouldn't Dongfang Jing obediently obey him? So, it's the first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao. I was wondering who it was. Kong Lan crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a proud look on her face as she indifferently said. Ling Xiao looked at Kong Lan from the side, then looked at Dongfang Jing and asked, "This is?" Ling Xiao felt that this person looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember. Before Dongfang Jing could say anything, Dongfang Xiong had already rushed to say, "This is my future brother-in-law, Kong Lan from the Spiritual Martial Hall. He was also one of the top 10 killing emperors in the imperial ranking competition 2 years ago. I just don't know who my sister will end up with in the end, hee." Dongfang Xiong looked simple and honest, but his words had undoubtedly provoked hostility between the two men. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wouldn't lower himself to Kong Lan's level. He felt that he was already someone with status, so there was no need for him to lower himself to the level of an ordinary person. So what if he was from the Spiritual Martial Hall? At most, he was just a successor disciple. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "So it's Brother Kong from the first pavilion. It's my honor to be able to come to the Han residence. Let's have a seat inside." Kong Lan saw that Ling Xiao had lowered his stance, and thought that he was afraid of the name of their Spiritual Martial Hall. He immediately said conceitedly, "I have already proposed marriage to the Dongfang family. Jingjing will be my woman in the future, so be smart." Kong Lan's words were filled with warning, which made Ling Xiao very unhappy. However, Ling Xiao still did not flare up. He immediately nodded and replied, "This is your matter, I don't want to get involved." As soon as he said this, Dongfang Xiong immediately revealed a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, could it be that this Ling Xiao is afraid? Kong Lan was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude, and immediately said to Dongfang Jing, "Jingjing, let's go in and sit together." Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled expression, but she didn't say anything else. She followed Ling Xiao into the city lord's mansion. When the group of people entered the main hall, Kong Lan, Dongfang Xiong, and the young man who came with them saw a few beautiful women, and their gazes couldn't move away. The women in the hall were all gorgeous. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each had their own flavor, and their temperament was something that ordinary women could not compare to. They were like 100 flowers blooming here, competing with each other for beauty, causing the men here to be ignored. Dongfang Jing was also a little shocked. She never thought that Ling Xiao would have so many outstanding women here, and all of them were not inferior to her in terms of beauty. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with their expressions. Almost all of them were his women. He waved at the girls, indicating for them to come over. Feng Xianyuan Kai Sheyue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi Bingruoshui, Yao Qingmin, 6 different beauties, but they were all equally outstanding women. Women who could make many men stare blankly at them. Women who could also make most women feel inferior. They naturally crowded towards Ling Xiao. Following that, Ling Xiao introduced them to Dongfang Jing. "They are all my women. This is Dongfang Jing, the little princess of the Dongfang family. You guys should get to know each other." Ling Xiao did not want to show off. He only wanted Dongfang Jing to know that he already had so many women, and if he wanted to join his harem, he had to face this reality. In any case, he had already told her that he had a woman when he was in the chaotic abyss of war. If he couldn't accept this reality, then their agreement could be nullified. Dongfang Jing had already made preparations in her heart, but when she saw these women who were not inferior to her, her heart was still completely shaken. Back then, in the chaotic abyss of war, she had made a bold statement that she would make Ling Xiao fall in love with her, and she didn't mind Ling Xiao having 3 or 4 wives and concubines. She felt that with her looks, it would be easy to capture Ling Xiao's heart. At this moment, her confidence was shaken, and for the first time, she was not confident in her own looks. With Feng Xianyan in the lead, the few women introduced themselves one by one. They did not care about their age, nor did they care about their status. They all said that they were Ling Xiao's women, while Bai Yushi and Yao Qingmin consciously considered themselves to be maids. Dongfang Xiong could not help but exclaim softly, I say, brother-in-law, you have so many wives, can you manage them?" Dongfang Xiong was so envious. It was normal for a man to have 3 or 4 wives and concubines, but for someone like Ling Xiao, who was so beautiful, it was truly enviable and jealous. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and said, "It's all right." He thought to himself, even if there are a few more, this young master can take care of them. Kong Lan was also very jealous in his heart. He could not understand how Ling Xiao could be liked by so many beautiful women. He could not help but say, "Ling Xiao, your luck is not bad, to actually be able to trick so many beauties into liking you." Kong Lan's attitude was a little condescending, and his attitude was also especially arrogant, as if he wanted to show off his superior status. The people in the hall immediately looked at Kong Lan angrily. Yi Yunfeng could not help but shout, "Who are you? How dare you call my boss by his name?" Kong Lan looked at Yi Yunfeng with contempt and said proudly, "I am Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, one of the Imperial Slaughtering Emperors. So you are a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, but you are just relying on your strong background. No wonder your eyes grow on top of your head." Yi Yunfeng said to Kong Lan with the same arrogance. He dared to disrespect his boss. Even if it was the emperor, he would not buy it. "What did you say? Even your boss does not dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are?" Kong Lan heard Yi Yunfeng's words and immediately became angry. "I'm not a thing. I'm a human. Unlike a certain someone who has eyes on the top of his head. He doesn't look like a human or a ghost. You're not welcome here. Please leave." Yi Yunfeng glared at Kong Lan. He thought to himself, "I am not afraid of the Gu family, the medicine sect, or the black demon sect. Although the Spirit Martial Pavilion is the #1 pavilion, you are not the only one who has the final say, so why should I be afraid of you?" Yi Yunfeng followed Ling Xiao, and had more or less been influenced by Ling Xiao's arrogant personality. He did not understand why his boss had allowed such a person to enter the palace, but as the master, it was not appropriate for him to do so. As a little brother, he could not watch his boss being despised. Kong Lan's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. As an outstanding disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, he had never been looked down upon by others. Wherever he went, he was treated like the moon surrounded by stars. Now that he had come to this newly built city, there was someone who did not give him face. Before he could get angry, the other young people beside him began to curse angrily. "Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect Brother Kong Lan? Believe it or not, I will kill you. That's right, don't think that you can be arrogant in your territory. Quickly apologize to Brother Kong Lan, or else this place will soon be razed to the ground." "How can you apologize? At least cover your own mouth 100 times before you speak." "That's right, cover your own mouth first. If Brother Kong Lan is not satisfied, then I will take your little life." These young people were all from the Dongfeng family, and they all knew that Kong Lan's status in the Spirit Martial Pavilion was not low. They had long been told by their family elders to treat Kong Lan well, and build a good relationship with him. Perhaps he would be the future son-in-law, so they had tried to please Kong Lan when they were in the family. Now that they had come together and saw Kong Lan being bullied, they naturally took the opportunity to speak up for Kong Lan. Kong Lan was flattered, and he was very proud of himself. He looked at Yi Yunfeng with even more disdain. "Where did these dogs come from? Why are they barking in my place? Throw them all out." A very casual voice sounded faintly. Chapter 748. Where did these dogs come from? Why are they barking in my place? Throw them all out. Ling Xiao didn't want to open his mouth, but these people didn't seem to know that this was his territory. Perhaps they didn't even put him in their eyes, so he had no choice but to open his mouth. As his voice fell, a strong aura came from an unknown corner. A strong binding force descended on the Dongfeng family disciples. The Dongfeng family elder's eyelids twitched. He wanted to shake off the aura, but he found that he was forced back by the aura. The real mystic Tharch. The Dongfeng elder exclaimed as he retreated. In the next moment, the young men who spoke rudely were thrown out of the hall as if they were being torn apart by an invisible hand. The young men didn't even have the chance to resist. They fell heavily outside and screamed in pain. Kong Lan looked at Ling Xiao with an ashen face and said, "Ling Xiao, is this how you treat your guests?" Although the people who were thrown out were not from the spiritual martial court, they were thrown out because they spoke up for him. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face, making him feel embarrassed. Dongfeng Xiong also opened his mouth and said, "Brother-in-law, isn't this too much? To people, I know how to use people. To dogs, I know how to beat them." Ling Xiao frowned and said faintly. His eyes stared at Kong Lan, and a frightening aura burst forth. Kong Lan felt as if an incomparably strong dragon was suddenly roaring at him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. You. He pointed at Ling Xiao and wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Suddenly, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Don't use your superior status to show off in front of me. Get out. Ling Xiao looked at Kong Lan with disdain and shouted coldly. Just because I gave him some color, he opened a dye house. This person really didn't know how to behave. Dongfang Jing and Dongfang Xiong were both stunned. They had long heard that Ling Xiao's strength was no longer the same as before, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. He actually injured Kong Lan with just a glance. This was too heaven-defying. Feng Wuying, Feng Yaxin, Buqing, and Dongfang Xiong were all outstanding talents who had participated in the Imperial Ranking Tournament. Seeing this scene, their confidence was greatly affected. They secretly sighed in their hearts. He deserves to be called the first Emperor-level expert. His strength isn't just for show. Meanwhile, the Dongfang clan elder glared angrily at Ling Xiao and said, "What the hell do you want? Do you want to start a war with our Dongfang clan and the spiritual martial pavilion? Elder Tai, this is none of your business. You can leave first." Dongfang Jing lightly opened her red lips and said, "Princess Jing, he is really going too far." The elder looked at Dongfang Jing and said, "There's no need to say anything, I know what happened. They are going too far." Dongfang Jing waved her hand and said. She then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Jingjing, apologize to you on their behalf." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's none of your business, it's their business." He then turned to Bai Yushi and said, "Yushi, prepare a banquet. I want to invite my friends." At this time, Kong Lan came back to his senses and glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, you are going too far." After shouting, he actually wanted to attack Ling Xiao. An old man beside him grabbed his shoulder and said, "Lan, don't be impulsive." This old man was also at the half-emperor level. He was one of Kong Lan's guard elders, and was fully responsible for Kong Lan's safety. Of course, Jiang Yi could sense that the real mystic Tharch had made a move here. If Kong Lan had made a move here, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he would not be able to stop her. "You want to make a move? My boss doesn't need to do anything. I can completely crush you." Yi Yinfeng jumped out again and shouted, "Yinfeng, say less, lest you say that we are bullying our guests." Ling Xiao advised. When the people at the side heard Ling Xiao's words, they almost fainted. This was not bullying the guests, he had already thrown them out, and even caused them to vomit blood. How could this be considered bullying? Could it be that he would only be satisfied after killing them? Kong Lan's face was ashen as he looked at Ling Xiao and Yi Yinfeng. A ball of fire was burning in his heart. He glared at them fiercely and said, "You guys are good. Very good. I will remember today's humiliation." Kong Lan flicked his sleeves and turned to leave, but his steps were a little too fast. Coincidentally, a guard also rushed in from outside the door. The two of them collided. Kong Lan was not prepared at all, and actually took 2 steps back, almost falling. He was furious. This is too much. As soon as he finished shouting, he blasted towards the guard. He had used all his strength in this palm, as if he wanted to kill the guard with his palm. "Lan, don't be impulsive. A little impatience will lead to big trouble." The martial spirit court's half-emperor instantly grabbed Kong Lan's arm and said. Ling Xiao ignored Kong Lan and asked the guard, "Why are you in such a hurry? You almost hurt someone. Do you know that if someone is hurt, this young master will have to pay for the medical expenses?" When this was said, Kong Lan almost vomited blood again. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer and thought to himself, "Ling Xiao, you can be proud. Wait for me to go to the pavilion and gather people. I will make sure that all of you die here." He could not remember how many years it had been since he was ridiculed like this. Today he was humiliated in front of the woman he liked. He would remember this hatred. At this time, the guard looked at Ling Xiao with a panicked expression and said, I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to. It's the martial spirit court's lord, so I came in a hurry to report." The guard feared Ling Xiao like a tiger. It was not easy to get this job, and he did not want to lose it like this. The martial spirit court's lord? Ling Xiao was stunned. The people in the main hall were also stunned. Wasn't Kong Lan from the martial spirit court? Could it be that the people from the martial spirit court received the news so quickly and came to help Kong Lan vent his anger? This was simply too amazing. This time, Kong Lan laughed proudly. Haha, I did not expect that someone from my pavilion would come here. Ling Xiao, your arrogance has reached its limit. Ling Xiao slightly frowned and did not say anything. He decided to personally go out and greet the people from the martial spirit court. He was not afraid, but he did not understand what was going on. Why did so many people from the big powers come looking for him today? Could it be that his character was too good that these people from the big powers came to greet him? It had to be said that Ling Xiao's imagination was too strong. Ling Xiao went out, and everyone behind him followed. The martial spirit court was the #1 pavilion in the central region. It was the holy land that all martial artists yearned for. The Feng clan, Bu clan, and Dongfang clan naturally did not think that they were on equal footing with them. There were a total of 3 people from the martial spirit court, but all 3 of them were extraordinary. They were all emperors, and one of them was even someone that Ling Xiao knew. At this time, Ling Xiao finally understood why people from the martial spirit court came. Before Ling Xiao could go forward to greet them, Kong Lan and the elder guard rushed forward and said respectfully, Kong Lan Luqing greets the 3 elders of the previous generation. Kong Lan was extremely excited. Their pavilion actually had 3 elders from the previous generation here, and each of them was a genuine mystic tier martial artist. With this level of strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy Ling Xiao's people. Thinking of this, Kong Lan was extremely happy. However, the next action of the 3 emperors shattered his beautiful fantasy. So it's Junior Han's disciple. You guys have also come to Wine Cloud City. One of the Emperor Xian looked at Kong Lan and said, It's Kong Lan. Martial Uncle N, I have something that I need you to do for me. Kong Lan nodded and was just about to tell her pain. The Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, We'll talk about your matter later. Then, the Mystic Tharch led the other 2 Mystic Thearchs to avoid them and walked quickly in one direction. Young Master Ling, Daoin congratulates you. One of the Emperor Xian took the lead and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. This Emperor Xian was Daoin, who met Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. He was the one who had received a favor from the evil emperor. At this time, the 2 elders beside Daoin also politely congratulated Ling Xiao. Kong Lan's face instantly turned pale. Only then did he remember the scene of Daoin kneeling to Ling Xiao outside the chaotic abyss of war. He finally understood why Daoin and the others appeared in Wind Cloud City. They were here to support Ling Xiao's baseball field. The half-emperor expert at the side was also confused and didn't know what to do. He thought to himself, Luckily, I didn't act rashly just now. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Uncle Daoin, I didn't expect you to come. Please come in. Ling Xiao held Daoin's hand and said warmly. Daoin said, Don't be anxious. Let me introduce you. These 2 are my good friends, Old Zhou and Old Tian. I brought them to your baseball field. They are both rich. Ling Xiao said politely to the 2 Emperor Xian. Greetings, Elder Zhou, Elder Tian. It is my honor to have you 2 here. The 2 Emperor Xian were very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. They must have been invited by Daoin. They heard that he was the successor of the evil emperor, which was why they gave Ling Xiao some face. They were very arrogant in their hearts. Now that Ling Xiao was so polite, they felt much better in their hearts. After a few more polite words, Ling Xiao once again invited them in to rest. At this time Daoin said, Don't be anxious. Let me hear what happened to my martial nephew. No matter what, he is my Junior Han's true disciple. Then he looked at Kong Lan and said, If there's anything, quickly say it. Your 2 martial uncles and I will make the decision for you. If there's nothing important, then we can talk when we have time. He didn't have a deep relationship with his junior brother, but his junior brother's disciple had achieved good results in the Imperial Ranking Tournament and received the pavilion's commendation. Thus, he still had to take care of him. This time, Kong Lan didn't know what to say. Looking at Daoin's attitude towards Ling Xiao, He didn't think that Daowen would make a move against Ling Xiao because of him. He felt very aggrieved. Chapter 749. Just when Kong Lan didn't know what to say, Ling Xiao said, "Uncle Daowen, there was a misunderstanding just now, but I didn't know he was your martial nephew. How about? Forget it, I apologize to Brother Kong here." Although Daowen didn't know what had happened, he could roughly guess what had happened after hearing Ling Xiao's words. The disciples of the spiritual martial pavilion had all developed an arrogant attitude towards others. It was probably because they had offended Ling Xiao and were taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. They wanted to ask him for help. Daowen frowned and said, "It's inevitable for young people to be competitive. Young Master Ling, give Uncle Daowen some face and let it go." On the surface, Daowen was speaking up for Kong Lan, but in reality, he was protecting Ling Xiao's face. What he meant was, for my sake, don't make things difficult for Kong Lan. If it was someone else who bullied the people of the spiritual martial pavilion, it would be strange if Daowen was so kind. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple of his benefactor, the evil emperor. Daowen was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness, so he naturally stood on Ling Xiao's side. "Uncle Daowen, you're too serious. I don't have any grudges with Brother Kong, so of course there's nothing. Let's go inside. I've already ordered people to prepare a banquet. If there's anything, let's talk inside." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Thus, the group once again returned to the main hall. Kong Lan naturally wouldn't be so thick-skinned to enter again. He and his guard elder could only leave with incomparable resentment. However, not long after they left, someone immediately found them. "Are the two of you from the spiritual martial pavilion?" A middle-aged man bowed slightly in front of Kong Lan and the half-step emperor. This middle-aged man looked ordinary, but he had the strength of a high-level Empyrean. The half-step emperor blocked in front of Kong Lan and asked, "Who are you? You know we're from the spiritual martial pavilion, but you still dare to block our way. Please move, my lord has something to discuss with you too." The middle-aged man took out a token and whispered. The quasi-emperor glanced at the token and instantly understood who it was. He immediately turned around and whispered something to Kong Lan. There was some hesitation in Kong Lan's eyes, but she finally nodded and followed the middle-aged man to the newly built inn in the city. In one of the guest rooms of the inn, there were already two people waiting for Kong Lan. One of them was an old man, and the other was a young woman. The old man's aura was restrained, and his eyes were deep. The woman's face was gorgeous, and her white hair was especially eye-catching. They were none other than Gu Xing and Gu Xiaohe from the Gu family. They had already snuck into the city for a few days. Gu Xing originally wanted to kill his way into the city lord's mansion, but he calmed down after recalling the deaths of the ancient Ming and the others. He had sent people to gather information on Ling Xiao after he arrived at Wind Cloud City, and he was shocked. It turned out that Ling Xiao's strength was no longer at the earthly sovereign realm, but a high-level heavenly venerate. Not long ago, he fought against 10,000 people alone and killed a true mystic emperor, for half-sovereigns, and many heavenly venerates and earthly sovereigns. That battle had been confirmed by many people, and Gu Xing had no choice but to believe it. He also felt that the ancient Ming and the others had fallen to Ling Xiao's evil hands. It was only now that he had truly taken Ling Xiao's existence seriously. It turned out that a nobody that he could crush with one hand was now a threat to him. He deeply regretted that he didn't crush Ling Xiao himself all those years ago. Now he had become a nuisance. In addition to Ling Xiao's formidable strength, there seemed to be two emperor-ranked powerhouses in the group, as well as a large number of mercenaries. Therefore, Gu Xing could only bide his time and think of the best solution. Now that Ling Xiao had matured, unless he returned to the family and summoned more mystic emperors, there was nothing he could do to him. But then, where would he put his old face? He had already boasted in front of his juniors that he would bring back Ling Xiao's head. He had contacted the Assassins organization, but there had been no response. This made him even more anxious. The Gu family kept an eye on the city lord's residence every day. He wanted to know how many experts there were in Ling Xiao's residence, and what kind of people came and went. Therefore he paid attention to Kong Lan today. At the Enlightenment Pond, he remembered that she was a disciple of the martial spirit court. When Ling Xiao and the others invited everyone in except Kong Lan and a few others, he realized that he had an ally he could rope in. It had to be said that Gu Xing was a wily old fox. Kong Lan once again returned to her identity as a disciple of the martial spirit court. She looked at Gu Xing and Gu Xiaohe with cold arrogance. "Speak, what business do you have with us?" Gu Xing smiled. "If I remember correctly, you should be Brother Han Qian's disciple." Kong Lan did not expect Gu Xing to know his master. Her attitude softened. "That's right, Han Qian is my master. I wonder what old Master Gu wants." From the moment he saw the token, Kong Lan knew that this was a member of the Gu family. He also remembered seeing Gu Xing at the Enlightenment Pond, but he did not have a deep impression of him. Gu Xing smiled faintly. "Your master and I can be considered old friends, so I'll call you Martial Nephew." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Did you suffer a loss in the City Lord's mansion?" Kong Lan's expression immediately turned ugly. "Old Master Gu, what do you mean?" Gu Xing pressed his hand down. "Don't be angry. I'm just asking if you want to get back at them." This time, Kong Lan and his half-emperor guards understood Gu Xing's meaning. They all thought of the 3 words, ancient killing token. "Old Master Gu, forgive me for not being able to help you," Kong Lan said, then turned around to leave with his men. Gu Xing laughed. "I thought that senior brother Han Qian's disciple would be a bit angry, but I didn't expect him to be a coward. Let's just pretend that we never met today." Kong Lan instantly stopped in his tracks. The guard elder beside him pulled on his sleeve and said, "Let's go." Gu Xing's words were obviously meant to provoke him. However, this move was effective against Kong Lan. As one of the best true disciples of the spiritual martial pavilion, Kong Lan naturally had a proud character. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the Sky Sovereign realm at the age of a few decades. If he left with his tail between his legs, then the humiliation that Ling Xiao had given him would become a demon in his heart, hindering his future advancement. "Old Master Gu, what are you going to do? There is an emperor in Ling Xiao's mansion, and my senior uncle Daoan seems to have a good relationship with him. The few of us can't deal with him." Kong Lan turned around and said bluntly. He hated Ling Xiao to the core, hated the humiliation that Ling Xiao had given him today, and he had to wash away his humiliation. The only way was to make Ling Xiao disappear from this world. Gu Xing revealed a triumphant smile. "Of course we can't deal with him, but we can't fight him with force, but we can outsmart him." "Old Master Gu, what brilliant plan do you have?" Kong Lan revealed a look of eagerness, his eyes showing that his plan had succeeded. As time passed, the day of the auction drew closer and closer. Bu Qing, who had come to the City Lord's mansion a few days ago, had already left. She had wanted to seduce Ling Xiao into selling the Spring of Life and the half-step sacred artifact to her in advance, but as soon as she arrived at the City Lord's mansion, she was defeated. In the end, she could only resign herself to fate and go to the auction to see if she could get it. As for Dongfang Jing, she could not accept that Ling Xiao had so many beautiful women, so she did not stay in the City Lord's mansion and brought her family to stay outside. She had to think about it calmly, whether she, the little princess of the Dongfang family, was willing to be someone's concubine. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more she wanted to conquer such a man. However, in this situation she had to change her strategy. She had to think about what she really wanted. Was it for the interests of the family, or for her future? These days, Daoan and his 2 friends stayed in the City Lord's mansion. As the host, Ling Xiao naturally accompanied them. At the same time, he thought about the situation of his 2 brothers, Hua Xiaogui and Tangguida. The 2 of them had long been arranged by Xian Yao to go to the Spirit Martial City. After all these years, they had not had any contact and were rather worried about them. It was just that Daoan and the other 2 large stage martial experts had never heard of their names. Back then, Xian Yao had said that Hua Xiaogui and Tangguida's opportunities were in the Spirit Martial City. After all these years, they should have made some progress. Why didn't they attract any attention? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, Daoan was also a good friend. He promised Ling Xiao that when he returned to the Spirit Martial City, he would help him keep an eye on the 2 of them. Once there was any news, he would send someone to inform him. Only then did Ling Xiao feel slightly relieved. For Daowen's promise, Ling Xiao took out 3 drops of Spring of Life and wanted to give them to Daowen and the other 2 mystic thearchs. The 3 of them did not expect Ling Xiao to be so generous. This Spring of Life could be considered a rare encounter in 10,000 years. It was abnormally precious to them. The 3 of them did not decline. However, they were also embarrassed to take Ling Xiao's money for free. They took out many good things to trade with Ling Xiao. At the same time, they also said some polite words. For example, they said that they would definitely treat Ling Xiao well when he visited the Spirit Martial Pavilion. Ling Xiao was purely trying to make friends with a few experts to avoid future conflicts with the Spirit Martial Pavilion. The number 1 pavilion in the central region had existed for tens of thousands of years. There would definitely be experts like Elder Han in there. It was best not to offend them if possible. What he needed now was a stable opportunity to develop himself. One day, when he became a saint, he would truly have nothing to worry about. The day of the auction had finally arrived. Forces from all over the central region rushed over, and Wind Cloud City became extremely lively for a time. The auction had yet to begin, but Wind Cloud City had already become a famous city in the central region. This was the first auction in Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao and the others would naturally be there to watch this grand event. As it was her first time acting as an auctioneer, Yao Qingmin was extremely excited. However, she also knew the importance of this auction. Naturally, she would give 120% to face this challenge. She did not know that because of this auction, she would become the chief auctioneer of Wind Cloud City. She would also become the most popular auctioneer in the central region. Chapter 750. On the day of the auction, the sky was clear and blue. It was a sunny day that made people feel that it was incomparably cheerful. The auction house was built in the center of Wind Cloud City, occupying the square on the ground. It was built in an extremely beautiful and grand manner, like a castle. The auction had not yet begun, but many warriors had already gathered in the open space at the entrance. These martial artists were all discussing this grand event in low voices. I didn't expect that Hell City would reopen one day, and that so many people would gather here. It's not inferior to the auction held by the 18 major forces. That's right. It seems that City Lord Ling Xiao really intends to take root here. I wonder if the Black Demon sect will sit back and watch it develop. That's hard to say. If the Black Demon sect really wants to take over Wind Cloud City, then everything City Lord Ling Xiao has done will go down the drain. Who said it wasn't? However, I heard from the City Lord's mansion that a few days ago, a lord from the Spirit Martial Pavilion stayed in the City Lord's mansion. Does this mean that City Lord Ling Xiao has some kind of relationship with the Spirit Martial Pavilion? Let's not talk about this. I heard that there are many rare and precious things in this auction. That's why so many people have come. If there's a chance, we must go in and take a look. The entrance fee is so expensive. Each person needs at least 500 mid-grade Xian crystals, and the private rooms need to be at least 10,000 mid-grade Xian crystals. Moreover, only people with status can book them. As time passed, the auction finally began. Ling Xiao and the others were already in a private room, watching everything that was happening. Looking at the noisy scene, Ling Xiao felt very proud. He finally had his own territory and income. He was filled with lofty sentiments, and he was determined to properly protect this foundation that he had obtained with great difficulty. It would definitely exist in the central territory for a long time. Ling Xiao turned to Xian Yao and asked, "Fraud, you recommended that girl Qingmin to be the auctioneer. Will there be any trouble?" Yao Qingmin's careless personality was already deeply ingrained in Ling Xiao's mind, and he was always a little worried. Xian Yao lightly waved his white paper fan and said with a faint smile, "Although Miss Qingmin's personality is a little strange, she is lively and bold, and does not lack humor. No one is more suitable for this position than her." Hearing Xian Yao's certainty, Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Now that the auction has been built, with the start of this auction, it must be held once a month in the future. I can't bring so many good things to auction every month." Most of the items in this auction were Ling Xiao's treasures over the years. Although it was only a small portion, it was enough to make him feel heartache. If he continued to provide for them in the long run, he would become a pauper sooner or later. This was not the result that Ling Xiao wanted. Xian Yao faintly smiled and said, "Now that Vanguard and the others have joined, are you afraid that there won't be anything to auction? Furthermore, we have made a name for ourselves this time, and there will be many mercenaries who will take out their things for us to auction. These are not problems, and the scale of the auction doesn't need to be so big. It's already very good to have such a grand event once or twice a year." Ling Xiao said, "That's for the best, but we are a little lacking in pills and spirit artifacts. Although this young master can refine a lot of pills to auction, this young master also needs to cultivate, so I don't have that much time to do this. Furthermore, I don't know anything about artifact forging, so what should I do?" At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua. If they had succeeded in their studies, they would have been able to help him with these things. As for Han Kai, although he was a saint alchemist, it would be a bit beneath his status to let him take action. In the end, Ling Xiao still felt that he lacked good helpers by his side. There's no need to worry about that. With young master's current reputation, there will definitely be some capable people who will come to join us. When the time comes, everything will be resolved. Let's take a look at the auction first, Xian Yao said calmly. At this time, the auction had truly begun. Hidden auras could be sensed from nearly 30 private rooms. According to the information Ling Xiao had received, there were 7 or 8 major forces in these private rooms. Nearly half of the major forces had already arrived here. This lineup was not to be feared. Moreover, the forces and strength of the people in the other private rooms were not ordinary. Ordinary warriors could not afford to provoke them. In the hall that could accommodate thousands of people, all the cultivators sitting were powerful cultivators. Those who didn't have any profound crystals would be too embarrassed to enter. As the auctioneer, Yao Qingmin appeared. She was wearing a cyan satin dress that outlined her voluptuous figure vividly and vividly. Coupled with her pretty and delicate face, it gave people a soul-stirring and wonderful visual impact. Her beautiful eyes exuded a pure and unpretentious charm. As she walked gracefully, her posture was as graceful as a snake. The dual charm of purity and charm was displayed on her body, causing her to become the focus of the entire audience. She claimed to be the #1 beauty of the central region, and it was not without reason. All the male cultivators present were staring at her in shock. From this, it could be seen that his reputation was not undeserved. But just as everyone was looking at Yao Qingmin in a daze, her footsteps suddenly staggered, and her body was actually about to fall to the side. Everyone could not help bursting into an uproar. Many people wanted to fly out from their seats and catch this peerlessly beautiful stunner. In the private room, Ling Xiao's heart was already leaping to his throat. "Crap, I'm going to make a fool of myself," Ling Xiao could not help exclaiming. But the next instant, Yao Qingmin made an astonishing performance. Only to see that when her body was about to fall to the side, her body was like a light breeze floating, and also as agile as a beautiful butterfly dancing lightly. She spun her body lightly, her tender arms lightly dancing, her movements extremely strangely elegant and flirtatious, as if there was a gentle breeze blowing over. It was so enchanting and dazzling, so astonishing. No idea who was the first to exclaim, "So beautiful, so beautiful." Is she the auctioneer? Why is she so beautiful? It would be great if she could be my wife. Go, how can you touch such a beauty? Look at the animals around you. Which one of them isn't more thirsty than you? You don't even need to think about it. I really didn't expect this Ling Xiao to have some ability, to actually be able to use such a beauty as an auctioneer. What a waste of a heavenly gift. If it was me, I would definitely keep her in my private room and pamper her every night. Do you think everyone is as impatient as you? After Yao Qingmin danced a few times, she lightly stroked her chest and turned her head to look at the martial artists participating in the auction. She revealed a lovely smile and said in a voice that was like an oriole's, "Hee, seeing all of you so powerful people here, my legs have gone soft from fear. I'm really sorry." The moment she said this, everyone present immediately burst into laughter. They looked at this beautiful and somewhat pure and cute woman, and could not bear to be angry. Little beauty, don't be afraid. We're not hungry wolves. We won't eat people. That's right, don't be afraid. We all think highly of you. When the auction is over, this young master will give you a few sets of exquisite clothes. All right, let's start quickly. We can't wait any longer. Let's see what good stuff there is. Yao Qingmin thought to herself. I almost smelled it big. I can't let young master down. I can't let them look down on me. Yao Qingmin calmed down and revealed a charming smile. I am the auctioneer of this auction. Everyone can call me Yao Yao. First of all, on behalf of everyone in Wind Cloud City, I would like to welcome all of you to take time out of your busy schedule to participate in this auction. Yao Yao hopes that all of you can return with a full load. Next, we will auction the first spirit item of this auction. After Yao Qingmin regained her confidence, her personality of adjusting the atmosphere also returned. Her beautiful voice and cute and beautiful appearance caused everyone present to focus their attention on her. Many martial artists, in order to show off their wealth, began to compete fiercely. From time to time, Yao Qingmin would make a few coquettish sounds at someone who had shouted a high price. This lord is so bold. Her words simply took the lives of many male martial artists. Which man didn't want to be praised and paid attention to by a beauty? They became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As the auction progressed, the climax came one after another. The price of the auction was also much better than expected. This was all thanks to Yao Qingmin's outstanding performance. Ling Xiao, who was in the private room, also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. This silly girl really makes people worry. Xian Yao chuckled and said, this profession is the most suitable for her. However, young master, your troubles might also follow. The more charming and moving Yao Qingmin was, the easier it was to attract the attention of those animals. Therefore, it could be foreseen that in the future, there would definitely be many young talents coming to pursue Yao Qingmin. This matter also made Ling Xiao feel a little angry. He almost didn't want Yao Qingmin to be the auctioneer anymore. The auction was getting closer and closer to the end. The treasures kept coming one after another, causing everyone present to feel that this trip was not in vain. They all sighed to themselves. If I had known earlier, I would have brought more Xian crystals out from the sect. There are too many treasures in this auction. If it starts again next month, I must come and bid again. In the end, when the top-grade Emperor Xiandan appeared, the auction reached its climax. In the end, it was auctioned off by a certain great power for 100 million high-grade Xian crystals. These mystic crystals were worth it compared to having a real mystic tharch. As for the Spring of Life and a half-rank sacred artifact, they were the last items to appear. The prices they were auctioned off were even more shocking. In the end, the Spring of Life was auctioned off by the Dongfang family, and the half-rank sacred artifact was taken by the Bu family. The auction ended in the most perfect manner, causing the Wind Cloud City's auction to become a hit. This also caused every auction in the future to be extremely popular, causing Ling Xiao's wealth to accumulate rapidly. After a day of intense bidding, the auction came to an end, and a new round of conspiracies aimed at capturing and killing Ling Xiao also followed. Chapter 751. Wind Cloud City was not far from the Death Mountain Range. Ordinary martial artists only needed 2 days to get there. Powerful martial artists only needed half a day to fly there. This was the reason why there were so many martial artists staying in Wind Cloud City all these years. After all, there were many rare treasures in the Death Mountain Range. There were even rumors of people digging out crystal mines there. Unfortunately, they were mercilessly taken over by the Black Demon sect. This also caused many martial artists to think that they were lucky and wander around the periphery of the Death Mountain Range. They all thought that one day, they would be lucky enough to obtain some high-grade rare herbs or crystal mines. Then they would be rich. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Martial artists who were not strong enough would become the stomachs of the spirit beasts if they trespassed. Because there were many spirit beasts in the Death Mountain Range, unless one was strong or not a strong mercenary team, no one dared to enter. The snake-mouthed black crows had the most number of spirit beasts in the Death Mountain Range. They were all 5th-tier upper-tier spirit beasts. To martial artists, they were only equivalent to upper-tier earth sovereigns. They weren't too scary, but what was scary was their numbers. Ordinary snake-mouthed black crows had thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Once they were provoked, even a mystic Varch could only run for his life. Because their collective attack power was extremely terrifying, and their speed was extremely fast, ordinary martial artists would avoid them. They lived in a place called Black Mountain Ridge in the Death Mountain Range. This was a place where black iron trees grew. Black iron trees were an important material for refining weapons. They were the favorite habitat of the snake-mouthed black crows. In this pitch-black area, the cries of black crows could be heard. It was so ear-piercing that it made people feel strange and terrified. Snake-beaked black crows, each of them was about the size of a human. Their beaks were as strong as a snake's, flat like a triangle, unlike the pointed beaks of ordinary crows, which looked very strange. Other than that, they were no different from ordinary crows, with pitch-black feathers, sharp eyes, and fierce claws. This place was rarely visited by humans, but now someone appeared here. This person was wrapped in a set of black armor, and layers of black mist constantly lingered around him. He also wore a mask on his face, revealing only his corn-like eyes and a high-curved nose. This person was dressed strangely, but from the attribute aura he exuded, one could tell that he was a dark attribute martial artist. His aura was very similar to the snake-beaked black crow's dark attribute aura. When he stepped in, the snake-beaked black crows on the black iron trees didn't immediately attack. However, as he walked deeper into the forest, a strange crow cry rang out. This sound was like a bugle call, and the snake-beaked crows on the black iron tree began to flap their wings, letting out ear-piercing and hoarse cries, as if they were preparing to attack the masked man en masse. However, at this moment, the masked man also spoke in a strange voice. Croak croak. This sound was similar to that of a crow with a snake's mouth. There was no difference, and it seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. Most of the snake-beaked crows stopped crying and moving. So. A few larger snake-beaked black crows swooped out from a few corners and stopped in front of the masked man. The largest one had already reached the high grade of the 6th order, which was 2 or 3 times stronger than ordinary snake-beaked black crows. Its eyes were also filled with a strong bloodlust. It seemed to be the king of the snake-beaked black crows here, and it looked down at the masked man with an incomparably cold and arrogant attitude as it let out a hoarse cry. The masked man was only a high-grade heavenly venerable, and he didn't fear these snake-beaked black crows at the same level as him. His chicken eyes emitted a strange divine light that seemed to contain a bit of depth and confusion, making people feel extremely strange. At the same time, he let out a snake-beaked black crow's cry, as if he was communicating with the snake-beaked black crows. The man and the crow kept using their strange cries to transmit some kind of message, and the expression of the masked man's chicken eyes became more and more strange. In the end, it bloomed with obscure black rays of light that shot into the snake-beaked black crow's eyes. After a while, the masked man let out an ear-piercing and unpleasant voice. "My darling, come here. Bring your children and follow me. I'll take you to eat meat." After the masked man finished speaking, he walked towards the snake-beaked black crow king. The few snake-beaked black crows beside the snake-beaked black crow revealed deep hostility as they screeched nonstop. However, without the orders of their king, they did not act on their own. The masked man arrived in front of the snake-beaked black crow king, and gently stroked its lower jaw. Then he flipped over and landed on the snake-beaked black crow king's back. "Bring your children and come with me," the masked man shouted in an incomparably proud voice. The snake-beaked black crow king seemed to have been subdued by the masked man as it flew up with him. A series of hoarse voices soared into the sky, and the surrounding snake-beaked black crows began to cry out as well. For a moment, the Black Mountain Ridge area was in an uproar. A large black mass of snake-beaked black crows flew up, forming a black curtain as they moved in one direction. In Wind Cloud City, Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and Kong Lan were still gathered together. Besides the 3 of them, there were 2 other people that Gu Xing had not seen before, an old man and a young man. The old man was at the mystic Tharch realm like Gu Xing, but his aura was slightly strange. His eyes were like those of a venomous snake, and one look from them was enough to make one feel uncomfortable. The other ordinary-looking young man had an extremely arrogant expression on his face. His gaze swept over Gu Xiaohe, and his intentions were rather obvious. However, Gu Xiaohe's cold demeanor made others feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from him. That head of white hair made him look extremely cold and elegant. On the other hand, Kong Lan's attitude was cold, as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. Gu Xing frowned and asked the other old man, Sha Tian only sent a gold killer and a silver killer. Do they really think that they can kill that little bastard? These two men were from Sha Tian's organization. They were divided into jade, gold, silver, copper, and iron ranks of assassins. They were divided according to their abilities and killing methods. The old man and the young man in front of them had a small golden sword and a small silver sword respectively on their chests. This proved that one of them was a gold killer, and the other was a silver killer. Sha Tian's abilities were not inferior to the 18 great factions. Their only goal was to kill people and earn a lot of money. Ordinary people did not know where their headquarters were. As long as someone wanted Sha Tian to kill someone, as long as they left a specific method of communication at a specific place, Sha Tian's men would automatically come to them. Gu Xing did not want his mystic crystals to leak out. However, with the strength he had brought with him, it was difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. Hence, he could only team up with Sha Tian to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and take back the golden dragon spear, Gu Xing would not hesitate to pay any price. But now, Sha Tian had only sent these two people over. This inevitably made Gu Xing feel displeased. The gold killer Mystic Tharch pouted and said, You don't have to worry about this. Since we have accepted your mission, we will do our best to complete it. There aren't many assassination missions that Sha Tian can't complete. Gu Xing was a little annoyed and said, As far as I know, there are several mystic thearchs in Ling Zhao's residence. Even if we join forces, it will be difficult to deal with them. Do you think we have a chance? Or are you planning to assassinate him? All of Sha Tian's people knew how to hide their auras, and had extremely superior assassination methods. Even if it was a weak assassin, they could still assassinate someone stronger than them. This was also the terrifying part of Sha Tian's assassins. Jin Sha shook his head and said, According to our understanding, that Ling Xiao has a strong defensive method, and ordinary assassinations are useless against him. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of our silver killer back then in the medicine capital. He paused for a moment before continuing. Our silver killer has already lost 10 people to Ling Xiao, and he has been in the limelight recently. Even an ordinary emperor stage expert would not be able to do anything to him, and ordinary methods would be useless against him. However, this time we have sent out a top-notch gold killer, so Ling Zhao's life is definitely going to be taken. Just prepare the reward. Gu Xing couldn't help but have some suspicions when he heard how confident Jin Sha was. Kong Lan, who was at the side, said disdainfully, I hope you don't ruin your reputation. He was a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, so he had always been rather arrogant. However, the two people in front of him were clearly even more arrogant than him, which made him feel very unhappy. The golden-haired old man ignored him. Instead, it was Silver Killer who licked his lips and said coldly, If killing a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion can make our Sha Tian's reputation even more famous, I don't mind killing you right now. Kong Lan suddenly stood up and shouted, If you have the ability, come and try. That Silver Killer's calm eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light, and his palms were already trembling. Gu Xing had no choice but to stand up and say, Stop arguing, we all have a common enemy, so we should unite against them. He then looked at Kong Lan and said, Martial nephew Kong, go and coax your 3 martial uncles away first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to take action. When they leave, you will hear the news of Ling Zhao's death. Gu Xing had used Kong Lan for this purpose. After luring Dwayne and the other 2 Emperor stage experts away, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the future. Kong Lan clenched her fists and stared at the young Silver Killer for a while. Then, she snorted coldly and turned to leave the house. At this time, the old man narrowed his eyes and said, Aren't you afraid that he will reveal our information? Gu Xing waved his hand and said, This old man still has some eyesight. This kid is arrogant and can't take even the slightest bit of humiliation. He was taught a lesson by that brat Ling Xiao, so he definitely won't help that brat. Moreover, he still has some use for now. The young silver killer suddenly pointed at Gu Xiaohe and said, "If I can kill that Ling Xiao, how about marrying her to me?" Gu Xiaohe's killing intent surged as he said coldly, "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish right now." Chapter 752. The auction ended perfectly. Ling Xiao and the rest held a banquet in the city lord's mansion to celebrate the success of the auction. It could also be considered as a celebration of the completion of Wind Cloud City. The entire city lord's mansion was filled with a festive atmosphere. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to keep the three of them for a little longer, but Kong Lan suddenly came to visit. He didn't know what she had said to them, but the three of them had no choice but to bid farewell to Ling Xiao and hurriedly return to the spiritual martial hall. Before he left, he couldn't help but politely chat with Ling Xiao for a bit more. As for Dongfang Jing, it was unknown if she hadn't considered whether or not to share Ling Xiao with other women. The day after the auction ended, she left with her people. However, before she left, she still solemnly said to Ling Xiao, "The 10-year agreement has not passed yet. I hope that one day you will come to our Dongfang family." After saying that, he didn't wait for Ling Xiao's reply and left with his people. On the Feng clan side, Ji Beixin was definitely going to stay, and Feng Yaxin and Feng Wuying had nothing to do for the time being, so they decided to stay in Wind Cloud City for a while. After everything was settled, the city lord's mansion returned to peace. Ling Xiao originally wanted to have a good time with Ji Beixin. After not being able to be together for a few years, he especially missed the wonderful feeling of exploring the true meaning of life with her, and strengthening their strength together. However, just as he was about to walk out of the room to look for Ji Beixin, a sweet fragrance assaulted his nostrils. A delicate body wrapped around his strong body, and a coquettish voice sounded in his ears. "Young master, I've successfully auctioned all kinds of spiritual items for you at a higher price. How are you going to reward me?" With this deadly voice, Ling Xiao almost thought that it was Yu Laiyan, who he hadn't seen for many years. After all, not every woman could produce such a charming and seductive voice. Ling Xiao lowered his head to look at Yao Qingmin, who was in his arms. He gently caressed her soft hair and kissed her forehead. He smiled faintly and said, "What reward do you want? Young master will give it all to you, okay?" Yao Qingmin's delicate face was flushed red as she gently caressed Ling Xiao's sturdy chest and said angrily, "Young master, you really don't have any sincerity." When Ling Xiao heard her alluring voice that could take one's life, his anger flared up. He laughed and hugged Yao Qingmin by the waist. His thick lips immediately pressed against her tender lips and sucked on them with all his might. The sweet nectar flowed into their mouths, causing their hearts to tremble. After a battle of words, the two of them were entangled together like octopuses. The two of them kept probing each other, like dry firewood igniting a raging fire. Woo-woo. Yao Qingmin's jade lips were suffocated by Ling Xiao, and she repeatedly let out soft cries. She pushed Ling Xiao away with all her might, and shouted with a flushed face, "Young master, can you close the door first? If the madams find out, what will this servant do?" Her delicate voice was always so captivating, and her attitude of wanting to reject and welcome made one's desire surge, causing one's blood to surge endlessly. Ling Xiao emptied his hand, and with a light wave he heavily closed the door. He couldn't wait to properly reward the beauty in his arms, and let her experience the true power of his golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao rudely threw Yao Qingmin onto the jade bed, and said with a smile, "You silly girl, this young master will give you your reward right now, enjoy it well." On the bed, Yao Qingmin assumed a seductive posture. Her jade-like legs lightly hooked, her jade-like tongue lightly licked, her jade-like fingers lightly lifted, her jade-like shoulders half exposed, her beautiful eyes filled with affection, and her voice coquettishly called out, "Come, this servant is already ready." This was truly unbearable. Ling Xiao's lust was already on the verge of erupting. Just as he was about to shake off the clothes on his body, a hurried voice came from afar. An anxious voice sounded, "Young master, are you there? The military advisor has an urgent matter to discuss with you." This was Bai Yuxi's voice. Before she arrived, her voice had already been heard. It could be seen how urgent the matter was. Ling Xiao instantly calmed down, and the anger on his body also decreased by a lot. On the other hand, Yao Qingmin, who was on the bed, felt as if she had been splashed with cold water, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. For the past 2 days, she had been in a state of happiness because she discovered that she liked the profession of auctioneer very much, and she had also successfully completed the role of an auctioneer for the first time. She really wanted to have a good talk with Ling Xiao, and also wanted to share it with Ling Xiao, who told her to have fallen hopelessly in love with this most outstanding man. Unfortunately, the strong interest that she had just stirred up was disturbed. This really made her feel shy and unwilling. She desperately jumped out of the bed and wrapped her body around Ling Xiao, saying, "I don't care, I want you." After saying that, she kissed Ling Xiao once again, and her jade-like hands were about to tear off Ling Xiao's clothes. Ling Xiao stopped her and patted her on the buttocks a few times. "Silly girl, look at how anxious you are. The young master is all yours tonight. The counselor wouldn't be in such a hurry to find me if there wasn't something important. I can't let it go to waste." This time, Yao Qingmin was completely out of the mood. She also knew that there were priorities, and she couldn't delay a man's important matter because of a woman's feelings. She could only droop her face and lightly nod, saying, "Then this servant will help young master bathe and change his clothes tonight." Ling Xiao kissed her again, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the room. Bai Yushi hurriedly said, "Young master, the military advisor is looking for you." When she said this, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Yao Qingmin, who was in Ling Xiao's room. It was unknown what she thought of, but a few traces of red appeared on her pure white face, making her look incomparably charming. "And then I'll go take a look now," Ling Xiao replied softly, and immediately walked towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, Xian Yao, Yi Yinfeng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Ling Xiao were all waiting. Looking at everyone's anxious expressions, Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Xian Yao immediately said, "I don't know why, but a large number of snake-beak black crows suddenly flew towards the city. I've already had people activate the defensive formation, but the number of snake-beak black crows is too large. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the formation is broken. At that time, they will all enter the city. If that's the case, the residents who have just migrated and the newly built houses will probably..." Once a large number of snake-beak black crows entered the city, Wind Cloud City would definitely suffer a tragic impact. Those weak warriors and commoners would have nowhere to run. If that was the case, then everything that had just been built would be destroyed in a single day. "Snake-beak black crows?" Ling Xiao exclaimed softly as information about them flashed through his mind. Then he said, "What the hell is going on? Don't they rarely leave their habitat?" Xian Yao shook his head lightly and said, "I'm not sure yet. I feel that things might not be that simple, I'm afraid. What if this is man-made?" Yi Yinfeng, who was at the side, exclaimed, "Who has the ability to summon so many snake-beak black crows? This is impossible." The Savage Leopard opened his mouth and said, "Nothing is impossible in this world. Don't forget that advanced beast tamers have this kind of ability. There are also some special people who can establish a friendly relationship with certain spirit beasts and control them." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Quickly go out and take a look. A mere group of snake-beak black crows is not a problem for us. If it is man-made, I will let them know the consequences of offending this young master." When Ling Xiao said this, his eyes revealed a strong killing intent. He thought to himself, "It seems that this young master's reputation is not enough. There is actually a clown who dares to cause trouble. He really doesn't know what's good for him." Ling Xiao gathered 5,000 men and horses in the city and rushed towards the entrance to the north of the city. Along the way, he saw that the people in the city seemed to be in a panic. It seemed that they all knew that something bad was going to happen. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and paused for a moment before saying to Xian Yao, "Fraud, bring your men over first. I'll appease them." Xian Yao did not waste any time, and quickly led his men out of the city. Ling Xiao looked down from above, and gradually emitted the aura of an emperor. He said to the people below in a clear voice, "Everyone, do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me Ling Xiao here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. Everyone do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me Ling Xiao here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. Everyone do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me Ling Xiao here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. This voice reverberated throughout the city, and everyone in the city heard it. This voice carried an incomparably sonorous and resolute will, giving off an incomparably trustworthy and dependable feeling. At this moment, the panicking people all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the figure that was like a true dragon and son of heaven. Their eyes revealed incomparable respect. Before this, the matter of Ling Xiao dispelling the mystery of death in the city and fighting against 10,000 people alone had already been deeply engraved in their minds. It was already widely known. They had a deep sense of trust in Ling Xiao's words, as if as long as Ling Xiao was there, all the dangers would be easily solved. Yes. Everyone, do not panic. It's just a mere group of snake-mouthed black crows. With City Lord Ling here, they won't be able to enter the city. Let's all stay here. That's right. If we don't die this time, I will take root here and listen to City Lord Ling's management. We believe in City Lord Ling. You will definitely be able to destroy those snake-mouthed black crows. We believe in City Lord Ling. Cries of alarm rang out one after another. The weaker warriors and commoners all became incomparably determined. Hearing their voices, the blood in Ling Xiao's body began to boil. In the future, you will all be my citizens. I will definitely not let you down. Ling Xiao vowed in his heart as he quickly rushed out of the city. Chapter 753. Outside Wind Cloud City, the sky was filled with snake-mouthed black crows that screeched and screeched non-stop. A series of strange, unpleasant, and horrifying sounds echoed in the surroundings, causing people's scalps to go numb. That dense and dark mass seemed to cover the sky outside the city. It was completely pitch black as if demons had descended, and it was hard to see any color in the sky. The sky full of snake-mouthed black crows constantly launched dark attribute attacks, attacking the defensive array that enveloped the city walls. It was also fortunate that this was a Tier 7 defensive array. Otherwise, it would have been broken by the numerous snake-mouthed black crows long ago. Even so, this defensive array was not impregnable. Once the energy was exhausted, these tens of thousands of snake-mouthed black crows would have attacked, and it would be a devastating disaster inside the city. Right now, the person guarding the city entrance was General Wang Tung, Yang Xianfeng's sworn brother. He had received a supreme-grade mystic Tharch elixir from Ling Xiao, and had also advanced to become a low-tier mystic Tharch. Beside him were several high-level heavenly venerables. They were all former battle generals of the Storm Mercenaries. They were all valiant generals who were used to seeing life and death situations, but when facing so many snake-mouthed black crows, they still felt that it was very troublesome, and they all felt fear in their hearts. Deputy Commander, what should we do? At this rate, these beasts will definitely attack. A heavenly venerable looked at Wang Tung, and said worriedly. Wang Tung's expression was rather doubtful as he said, "Don't be anxious first. Young Master and military advisor have already received the news. I believe that there will be people coming to deal with everything very soon. It's just some Tier 5 feathered beasts, there's nothing to be afraid of." But this number is simply too shocking. That heavenly venerable said anxiously. So what? We've seen all sorts of situations before. With me, Wang Tung, around, these beasts can forget about flying half a step into the city. Wang Tung shook the large saber in his hand and shouted confidently. Becoming a true Tharch, he had enough confidence to face all dangers. Rumble. After a series of frenzied bombardments, the defensive light screen shook non-stop. One could even faintly see traces of cracks appearing on it. Presumably, it could not hold out much longer, and this array was definitely going to be destroyed. Wang Tung's body shook as he shouted, "Everyone, summon your spiritual beasts and prepare to kill these feathered beasts." With that, a Class 6 heavenly armor wolf appeared majestically by his side, a wolf howl soaring into the sky. The guards nearby all took out their weapons and summoned their spirit beasts, ready to fight to the death. The defensive barrier still hadn't broken. Wang Ting raised an eyebrow, and a look of joy appeared on his face. A large group of people is coming to support us. Everyone, let's cheer and kill all these feathered beasts. At this moment, it was Xian Yao who had rushed over with thousands of troops. Their forces had been completely formed, and they were no longer as weak as before in the face of these snake-beaked black crows that filled the sky. The city guard shouted, "Kill all these feathered beasts! Kill these feathered beasts! Kill these feathered beasts!" An imposing aura soared into the sky, and for a moment, all the cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. Xian Yao saw the cracks in the defensive formation from afar, and he immediately said to the heavenly venerables beside him, "Quickly stabilize the eye of the formation. We must not let them break it." The heavenly venerables received the order, bowed, and immediately flew in different directions. Wang Tung brought his men to Xian Yao and said respectfully, "Greetings, military advisor." "Wang Tung, no need to be so polite. What's going on with these snake-beaked black crows? Do you know the reason?" Xian Yao waved his hand and cut to the chase. Wang Ting shook his head and said, "They suddenly appeared 2 hours ago and gave me a huge fright. Fortunately, I saw the opportunity and activated the defensive formation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Xian Yao nodded lightly, then looked at Mad Tooth and said, "Mad Tooth, sense and see if there's someone controlling from the front." Mad Tooth was the strongest person here, and with his strength, it wasn't difficult to find the person controlling from behind the scenes through the defensive formation. Without needing Xian Yao's order, Mad Tooth had already closed his old eyes, and his divine sense passed through layers of obstacles and swept through everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the weak aura of the largest snake-beaked black crow hidden at the back. Mad Tooth revealed a slight sneer and said, "As expected, there's someone controlling from behind the scenes. Should I immediately capture and kill him?" Xian Yao was just about to give the order when the sound of wind being torn apart resounded behind him. Ling Xiao stopped moving and said indifferently, "It's fine as long as we know it's done by someone. They just happen to be testing the loyalty of our city guards. Disperse the defensive formation. Mad Tooth, you can't expose your strength for now in case they have something up their sleeves." Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. They didn't understand why Ling Xiao wanted to do this. After all, there were tens of thousands of snake-beaked black crows here. Could they really resist them? Savage Leopard, Lu Kun Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Tung had a total of 4 true emperors. Ling Xiao himself could even kill emperors. In addition, the number of celestial venerables had reached nearly 400, and the number of earthly emperors was also nearly 1,500. In terms of numbers, Ling Xiao's group was lacking, but in terms of strength, they could withstand these snake-beaked black crows. After all, the snake-beaked black crows were only at the advanced 5th order. With a few emperors and hundreds of celestial venerables, it was enough to contend against them. Xian Yao pondered for a moment and said, "Young master, isn't this too risky?" Ling Xiao replied, "I'm sure they won't just use this trick. The best part is yet to come. We must not let them down." After a pause, he continued, "Cruel Leopard, Uncle Lu, Xianfeng, Wang Tung, and all those above the celestial master level, listen to my order. Once the defensive formation is withdrawn, you must immediately kill them. Don't let a single snake-mouth black crow break through the line of defense. Those below the celestial master level, all help in the rear. Once the line of defense is broken, immediately surround and kill them. Understood?" Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and shouted out orders. His expression was extremely dignified, and there was no doubt that he was an overlord. "Understood." Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were extremely loud and powerful. "Good, follow me to kill all these feathered beasts. We must not let them damage a single blade of grass or tree in our wind cloud city." Ling Xiao roared and summoned Xiao Jin. Together, they flew into the sky. Ling Xiao truly wanted to settle down in Wind Cloud City. This was the first time he had the feeling of protection. Other than protecting the people he loved, he also wanted to protect everything that had been hard to come by. He absolutely would not allow anyone to trample on and destroy it. Xian Yao also shouted, disperse the formation and kill the enemy." As his voice fell, the martial artists in the various formation corps immediately dispersed the formation corps, and the defensive light screen in midair immediately disappeared. Caw-caw. Those snake-beak black crows seemed to have been freed in an instant, and they continuously screeched. A large number of snake-beak black crows were like arrows, rapidly flying towards the city. Countless dark attribute attacks continuously bombarded down. In an instant, a large expanse of black light covered the city. It was as if the heavens had fallen, causing people to feel incomparable panic and fear. The citizens who were watching from afar all cried out in alarm. Too many snake-beak black crows, too terrifying. This is simply a disaster. I wonder if City Lord Ling and the others can withstand it. Why are there so many snake-beak black crows attacking for no reason? Could it be that the curse of death has not been completely broken? We must believe in City Lord Ling. A mere snake-beak black crow is nothing. With an Emperor stage powerhouse here, no matter how many come, it will be futile. I hope so. As long as City Lord Ling and the others can withstand this disaster, I have decided to stay here for a long time. Come, all of you, die for me. Ling Zhao's battle intent surged, and his fighting spirit soared as he brandished the golden dragon spear in his hand. The terrifying golden dragon descended from the sky and charged towards the snake-beak black crows. In a single move, hundreds of snake-beak black crows were blasted into a bloody mist. At the same time, Ling Zhao's world force was released, and his battle prowess was raised to the peak, blocking the attack of a snake-beak black crow. Savage Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, Wang Teng, and many other Empyreans released their world force at the same time, and the boundless power instantly formed a terrifying killing power. In just an instant, a large number of snake-beak black crows were blasted into smithereens, and fresh blood splattered across the sky. The merciless slaughter and merciless destruction shook the outside of the city, as if doomsday had arrived, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The snake-beak black crow's attacks were not completely one-sided. Many weaker Empyreans were also injured, and a few were even directly devoured. Fortunately, a large number of Earth Emperors immediately rushed over to fill the gap, preventing them from rushing in. Ling Xiao and the 4 Emperor stage powerhouses used all their strength to kill, and a large number of snake-beak black crows died. But these snake-beak black crows were like a suicide squad, still charging forward without stopping. And the strength of the snake-beak black crows that appeared at the back was also getting stronger and stronger, and some actually had the strength of rank 6 and above. Their impact force was even more terrifying, and their destructive power was even more formidable. Many Empyreans seemed to find it even more strenuous to deal with them. Kill with all your strength, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao also became more and more valiant the more he killed, and his battle prowess reached the peak. Countless golden dragons were blasted out by him to strangle those snake-beak black crows. Not far away from him, Little Gold also had formidable battle prowess. Every time the third eye on its forehead opened, a swarm of snake-beak black crows would be blasted down. This third eye of his grew stronger, and not only could it freeze anything, it could even unleash terrifying killing moves. The few Emperor stage powerhouses and the spirit beasts that they summoned also reduced their horsepower, blasting down countless snake-beak black crows. The number of snake-beak black crows also dropped rapidly. Everyone put in more effort. They are about to be wiped out. Xian Yao, who was overseeing from the back, cheered for them. However, when everyone's attention was on the sky, a few figures blended into the crowd, and they quietly approached Ling Xiao. Chapter 754. Outside Wind Cloud City, the martial artists of the City Lord residence were killing the snake-beak black crows. A large number of snake-beak black crows were killed, and a large amount of fresh blood filled the air, dyeing the sky red. It was a disgusting sight. In this battle, apart from Ling Xiao and the 4 mystic emperors who killed the most snake-beak black crows, there were 2 other people who killed the snake-beak black crows in a shocking number. Both of them were women. They were Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin, who had reached the mid-level heavenly venerate level. In terms of surface strength, The two of them were far inferior to many people. However, the strength they displayed was far beyond the reach of most people. Feng Xianyan had a heaven gu body. Even if she did not pay much attention to cultivation, the speed of her advancement was still extremely fast. Her current strength had reached the peak of the mid-level heavenly venerate, and the world power she displayed was the Gu Insect Emperor's world. Its lethality was astonishing. The number of Gu insects that covered the sky did not seem to be inferior to the number of snake-beak black crows. They completely swarmed up and devoured the snake-beak black crows. At the same time, she held a pair of mother and child swords in her hands. When the two swords joined together, the power of her sword technique was equally astonishing. When the two swords danced at the same time, it was as though two people were attacking at the same time, killing the snake-beak black crows continuously. As for Ji Beixin, the combat power she displayed made people look at her in a different light. In the past, she was very afraid to attack, and was even more afraid of killing people and spirit beasts. Now, not only was she decisive, but her killing speed was also extremely shocking. She did not even need to get close to the snake-beak black crows. She just sat in the air and a simple and elegant guqin appeared in front of her abdomen. Her slender jade-like fingers rested on the profound guqin, and beautiful and pleasing musical notes constantly leaped from her fingertips. This beautiful musical note did not sound threatening at all. However, when the musical notes came into contact with the snake-beak black crows, the snake-beak black crows seemed to be drunk and became extremely sluggish. One by one, they lost their combat power, and even showed signs of falling. However, all of this was not surprising at all. The strangest thing was that the profound zither seemed to extend infinitely from the profound zither. These profound zither extended towards the black evil snake mouths. The zither strings seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped around the drunken snake-mouthed black crows, trying to bind them firmly. However, when the zither profound art wrapped around it, the snake-beak black crow rapidly shriveled up and finally turned into nothingness. Not even a single feather was left. This scene was simply too unimaginable. The others didn't understand what kind of world power this was, but Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin, who hadn't made a move, understood. This was evolved from the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. Coupled with Ji Beixin's comprehension, the gray zither was actually the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. It had a strong corrosive effect, and it corroded the black crows one by one. Ji Beixin inherited the power of an ancestor of the Feng clan. As her power continued to be unsealed, her speed of advancement was not inferior to anyone else. At the same time, she also inherited the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. Later on, she accidentally interacted with Ling Xiao, which gave her the terrifying corrosive power of the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. Coupled with the Feng clan's auntie's wholehearted training in the past few years, she had such extraordinary combat power. In addition, Yi Yunfeng's five-fold combat power was also extraordinary. However, his world power was only at the low-grade spirit level, which was far from the two extraordinary world powers. As large swathes of the snake-beak black crows were killed, the outcome was very clear. However, Ling Xiao was still in the middle of a killing spree. These snake-beak black crows couldn't stop him at all. He looked in the direction of the dozens of stronger snake-beak black crows in the distance, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. "How dare you invade my wind cloud city? I will teach you a good lesson." However, just as he was rushing forward, he felt someone approaching from the side. Ling Xiao didn't pay too much attention to it. He felt that it was probably a comrade on his side, and continued to rush forward. Suddenly, the wind at the back of his head felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. A strong sense of danger made his hair stand on end. This feeling was completely determined by his many years of experience. If he couldn't dodge this attack, then he might die here. However, just as he was about to escape, he discovered that two powerful auras had completely locked him in place. He was unable to move at all. Oh no, it was premeditated. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. His entire body instantly broke out in cold sweat. Just as the attack at the back of his head was about to pierce through Ling Xiao's head, the pressure on his body suddenly relaxed. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. His body rapidly sank down. Whoosh! Just at that moment, a sharp spirit weapon pierced over. In the blink of an eye, the sword still managed to cut off a few strands of Ling Xiao's hair. It didn't really take Ling Xiao's life. There was indeed an ambush. Wait for me to destroy these clowns. Mad Tooth, who was on the city wall, murmured. His eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Just as he was about to attack, Xian Yao said, "Since young master is out of danger, leave it to him. You and Elder Han are the trump cards of Wind Cloud City. Unless the city is in danger, you definitely can't reveal them." Mad Tooth hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't make a move. He wasn't sure if there were more people lying in ambush. If there were, wouldn't he scare away all the small fries if he attacked? Ling Xiao dodged the attack, but in the next moment, he was attacked by several auras at the same time. Countless sword tips wrapped around him, and the power to stab and kill seemed to be poured into this one move. Two similar forces superimposed together, and there were two different types of metal energy mixed in on the outside, stirring up the wind and clouds. It seemed like they wanted to blast Ling Xiao into pieces with this combined move. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 4 different forces drowned Ling Xiao, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. Many people saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. The savage leopard was even angrier. He roared, "Damn scoundrels, how dare you sneak attack young master? Go to hell." The savage leopard and the demon-armored leopard rushed towards Ling Xiao's side to rescue him. The dark attribute that they emitted covered this part of the world. The sticky blood-colored demonic world made people's hair stand on end. However, before he reached there, a familiar dragon's roar soared into the sky. Roar. A golden dragon soared into the sky, roaring for thousands of miles, and its aura shook the sky. The powerful sound wave and aura shocked the 4 people who surrounded Ling Xiao, and made them retreat quickly. There was a little blood at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, and his clothes were a little torn, but other than that he was fine. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand, and his whole body was surrounded by thick glazed dragon scale armor. He looked incomparably mighty and extraordinary, like a real dragon descending to the world, making people have an impulse to worship him. Ling Xiao's ancient emperor divine art had reached the peak of the blood-refining realm, but he didn't have time to cultivate the 6th transformation of the sense-refining realm. His body was already comparable to an ordinary divine tool, and even a full blow from the 4 people couldn't kill him. When Ling Xiao was about to kill the 4 people, he raised his eyes and looked at them in surprise. "So it's you guys." Ling Xiao recognized Gu Xing and Gu Xiaohe at a glance, but he was surprised that Gu Xiaohe's hair had turned this color. He was sure that the other 2 were Sha Tian's men. After all, he had absorbed the soul memories of the Sha Tian Silver Killers, so he had a certain understanding of Sha Tian's organization. He could tell at a glance that these 2 people were Gold Killer and Silver Killer respectively. He didn't expect the Gu family to join forces with Sha Tian's men to deal with him. He couldn't help but suspect that the flock of snake-beak crows had something to do with them. At this time, the snake-beak crows on the other side were almost completely wiped out. Many experts surrounded Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and the 2 Sha Tian's men. The 2 Sha Tian's men knew that they had lost, and they decisively fled in one direction. Quick run. Gu Xing also grabbed Gu Xiaohe's hand, and cried out in alarm as he fled as well. How could Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Teng let them escape so easily? They quickly surrounded them with their spirit beasts. However, at this moment, another group of black shadows flew over from a short distance away, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Many of the cultivators who had just finished killing the snake-beak crows were in chaos again. "Oh my god, that's a flock of bloodthirsty bats. What the hell is going on?" Bloodthirsty bats are even more terrifying than the snake-beak crows. Fortunately, there are fewer of them. Cut the crap. Hurry up and kill them. Don't let them bite you, as they're extremely poisonous. Kill them all, kill them all. Ling Xiao shouted at the 4 emperor rank experts. "All of you stay here. I'll deal with them by myself." "Right. Go kill that fellow who's trying to escape." With that, Ling Xiao turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. "Young master, let us help you." Yang Xianfeng was eager to show his loyalty. He cried out in alarm and wanted to follow. Cruel Leopard blocked in front of him and said, "Don't worry, young master knows what he's doing. Let's take care of these guys first. I'll take care of the one behind." With that, he chased after the masked man who was slowly retreating. The masked man was only a high-level Empyrean, but he had been controlling the two groups of spirit beasts to attack from the back. Now that he saw that the situation was bad, he naturally had to start running. However, although his speed was fast, he couldn't be faster than the Mystic Emperor stage Cruel Leopard. "Even a clown dares to jump around. Go to hell," Savage Leopard said coldly, his world force enveloping the masked man and the rank 6 snake-beaked black crows. "Hee hee, you can't take my life." The masked man stared coldly at Cruel Leopard, and a black light burst out from his eyes. Cruel Leopard was caught off guard by that gaze, and his figure instantly became sluggish. "Consider yourself lucky. Next time, you won't be so lucky." The masked man glanced at the demon armor leopard that was pouncing towards him. He did not attack the Cruel Leopard and immediately fled. Chapter 755. The armored devil leopard stopped beside the savage leopard and did not continue to chase after the masked man. The savage leopard came back to his senses, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He murmured to himself, "It's the devil's eye, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. No wonder he can control these feathered beasts. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a disaster." The devil's eye was a different kind of eye. It was an innate eye with a strong demonic nature. Any person or spirit beast with the dark attribute who was stared at by the demonic light would be confused and be controlled by the person with the devil's eye. Of course, it could only be used against those who were weaker than him or those whose minds were not firm. The savage leopard was caught off guard just now. He was much stronger than the masked man, so he naturally would not be controlled by him. However, the temporary confusion was very fatal. If the armored devil leopard hadn't arrived in time, his life would have been hanging by a thread. The savage leopard couldn't deal with the masked man, so he had to go back and kill the last of the bloodthirsty bats. He thought to himself, "I must tell the young master about this. Once this person grows up, he will be quite terrifying." In another direction, Ling Xiao chased after Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and Tu Sha Tian's men. Originally, the four of them wanted to escape separately, but when they saw Ling Xiao chasing them alone, they did not do so. They all knew that united they were strong, and divided they were weak. Since Ling Xiao dared to chase them alone, it was just the right time to draw the snake out of its hole and take the opportunity to kill them. Could it be that Ling Xiao could deal with 2 emperors and 2 great heavenly venerables? Even if he really had the strength, when the time came, they wouldn't be able to stop him, right? Ling Xiao fell a kilometer behind them unhurriedly. He could have quickly caught up to them, but he didn't want to do so. He wanted them to die at the moment they were most pleased with themselves. That would be even more satisfying. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's mind was quite ruthless. It was really a far cry from his usual honest self. In fact, he had another idea, and that was to constantly increase his combat experience. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or in the future, he felt that using battle to nurture battle power would always be the fastest way for him to increase his battle power. Now that there were 2 true mystic Thear-cranked martial artists in front of him, he could fight with all his might. Although his current strength was only that of a high-level heavenly venerate, his combat prowess far surpassed those of the same level. Only by finding opponents stronger than him could he better hone himself. He wasn't blind enough to think that he was invincible. If it weren't for the many powerful helpers by his side, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step. He knew that it was safer and more reliable to be stronger than relying on external forces. The group of people chased each other and entered the Death Mountain range. Gu Xing sent a sound transmission to Jin Sha. "No one is chasing after us, let's kill this brat here." This was an opportunity that Gu Xing could not ask for more. His strength was already at the peak stage of a low-tier mystic Tharch. He was already halfway to becoming a mid-tier mystic Tharch. With Jin Sha by his side, there was no reason for him to be afraid of Ling Xiao. Jin Sha nodded lightly. "All right, since he dares to come here alone, let's send him on his way." The four of them paused at the same time and turned around, waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival. Have you finally confirmed it? I thought that you two mystic thearchs were afraid of a mere heavenly venerate like me. If word of this gets out, it won't look good on your old faces. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks, and said with a look of disdain. Little B** starred, you are really arrogant. However, this is the last time you will be so arrogant. Gu Xing's face was ashen as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Beside him, Gu Xiaohe revealed a look of intense hatred and said softly, I am going to kill you. A cold voice, fluttering snow-white hair, intense hatred, and a powerful aura. Why did Gu Xiaohe become like this? It was all because of the misunderstanding between her and Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. Ling Xiao had saved her several times, and Ling Xiao had even risked his life to let the two of them escape. She had thought that Ling Xiao had risked his life to save them because he liked her. Ling Xiao had secretly pried open a crack in her heart. However, after Ling Xiao had escaped, he had forcefully taken the Gu family's golden dragon spear. Her big brother had wanted to ask for it back, but Ling Xiao had refused. This had caused a rift between them. In the end, after the enlightenment pool had ended, her big brother had gone to find trouble with Ling Xiao and never returned. It was obvious that her big brother had already died in Ling Xiao's hands. Gu Xing guessed that Ling Xiao must have approached her for the sake of the Gu family's golden dragon spear. This time, Gu Xiaohe thought that she had been deceived by Ling Xiao, which was why her love had turned into hatred and turned into her current state. However, it was a completely different story for her to become a high-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao naturally did not understand why Gu Xiaohe would have such intense hatred and killing intent. He only felt that Gu Xiaohe was the same as her big brother. Their conscience had been eaten by dogs. He cursed inwardly. I did save your life, but you're repaying kindness with enmity. Really, good people don't get good karma. The reason why he had taken possession of the golden dragon spear was because he had obtained Zhan Wang's soul memories and drank the Zhan Wang's blood essence when he was still alive. The golden dragon spear had recognized him as its master. Man and spear worked well together. Even if he returned the golden dragon spear to the Gu family, they would not be able to unleash its full power. That was why he had taken it for himself. It was a pity that Gu Yufei's actions had disappointed Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have explained things to them and given them some other compensation. Ling Xiao did not have much time to think. Gu Xiaohe had already summoned her spirit beast, the golden Jiao dragon. Holding a golden spear in her hand, she charged towards Ling Xiao like a female knight. The golden Jiao dragon's strength had risen from the peak of the 5th order to the mid-level of the 6th order. This speed of advancement was just too fast. He really did not know how the Gu family managed to do it. The other silver kill young man grinned and quietly moved to the side, blocking Ling Xiao's back to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. Ling Xiao frowned. He opened his mouth and let out a dragon's roar. A powerful dragon-shaped battle intent filled the air. Roar. The golden Jiao dragon was startled by the roar. It was as if it could feel the might of the dragons, causing it to freeze for a moment. Ling Xiao dashed forward and grabbed Gu Xiaohe's neck with his golden claw. Gu Xiaohe quickly regained her senses, and a golden dragon shadow appeared behind her. However, this dragon shadow was not in the shape of a real dragon, but a Jiao dragon. Its aura was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. A golden dragon-shaped armor appeared on her delicate body. The golden spear in her hand rippled with countless spear shadows. At the same time, her world energy began to deduce. In the world of gold, several Jiao dragons roared and golden spears rained down from the sky. This was a mid-grade spirit realm world force, and its attack power was indeed incomparably sharp. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He ignored the world energy and continued to step forward. No matter how the Jiao dragons in golden rain attacked him, they could not hurt him at all. Let's stop here. Ling Xiao sensed Gu Xiaohe's killing intent. He had no intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex, so he threw a powerful punch at her. He crushed a Jiao dragon and destroyed the rain of spears with a single punch. His aura was magnificent and terrifying. Gu Xiaohe hadn't expected that she would not be able to block a single attack from Ling Xiao even though her strength had improved so much. Her heart sank to rock bottom. Gu Xing swiftly arrived in front of her and blocked Ling Xiao's punch. However, when he received the punch, he only felt a powerful force rushing into his body. Gu Xing's expression changed. Hidden energy. Not bad, kid. As expected of a veteran emperor rank expert, Gu Xing immediately sensed the abnormality in Ling Xiao's punch. He even forced Ling Xiao's hidden energy out of his body. At the same time, the Golden Slayer and Silver Slayer instantly concealed their auras and attacked Ling Xiao from two different directions. Sly Strike, Stealth Dismemberment. Both of them cultivated the Tao of assassination. Once they attacked, they positioned themselves in an unknown direction. The positions of their sneak attacks were also rather tricky and difficult to guard against. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was freakishly strong. No matter how well they concealed themselves, they were still unable to escape Ling Xiao's senses. Since both of you are in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao licked his thick lips as he started to brandish his golden dragon spear. Tyrant Dragon Spear Mantra's third technique, Coiling Dragon Rises. A peerless true dragon burst out of the ground and roared in all directions, shocking the surroundings. Both the Golden Slayer and Silver Slayer were startled, and they retreated decisively. However, the Golden Dragon was incomparably domineering. It flipped its body and whipped its tail wildly. Insha, who was only a celestial master, was ruthlessly whipped by Long Zhan. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was blasted into a bloody mist and dissipated in the air. Gold Slayer, on the other hand, was very strong. He stabbed repeatedly and finally destroyed the dragon's body. However, the webbing between his thumb and index finger, which was holding onto his sword, was already covered in blood. It was obvious how much effort it took for him to block this attack. Let's not waste any more time. Let's join forces and kill him. Gold Slayer was shocked. He now believed that Ling Xiao had the strength to kill mystic Thearch-ranked martial artists. He immediately shouted at Gu Xing. At the same time, he summoned his spirit beast protector. It was a rat-type spirit beast, and it was already at the low level of a grade 7 martial artist. Gu Xing also left Gu Xiao far behind and shouted, "Hurry back to the clan, and tell the clan leader to be prepared. This little B** starred has already grown up." With that, he also summoned his spirit beast protector. It was a grade 7 lion-type spirit beast. The two mystic Thearch-ranked martial artists and the two grade 7 spirit beasts surrounded Ling Xiao. Their auras soared into the sky, causing the surrounding air to ripple and turn into a vacuum. Countless gusts of wind howled and blew wildly. Faced with such a siege, Ling Xiao revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. He murmured, "Come on, let me fight to my heart's content." If other mystic Thearch-ranked martial artists heard Ling Xiao's words, they would probably smash their heads against a block of tofu and kill themselves. Any ordinary mystic Thearch would have run for their lives. But Gu Xing, a high-level heavenly venerable, was facing two mystic Thearch-ranked martial artists and two grade 7 spirit beasts. Not only did he not run, but he was actually so excited. He was a freak. Chapter 756. As the supreme elder of the 18 great factions, Gu Xing had fought countless battles in his life. His strength was not something that ordinary low-level mystic Thearchs could compare to. His boundless world power had also reached the strength of a low-grade spirit grade. Countless golden mountains moved like the stars, smashing towards Ling Xiao. Ordinary half-Thearchs would probably find it hard to block even one of the golden mountains. His protective spiritual beast was extremely powerful as well. With its majestic and robust physique, it was definitely a king among lions. Its lion roar shook the heavens and the earth as it stared fiercely at the prey it was about to besiege. From time to time, it would spit out powerful golden lights. These golden lights were powerful enough to destroy several mountain ridges. Its might was extremely terrifying. As for Jin Sha's boundless world power, it was a world of swords. Countless swords formed a storm that swept in all directions. Every sword chi could cut jade and split gold. His rat-type spirit beast looked around with its sinister eyes. Its body kept moving, its sharp fangs waiting for the final opportunity to bite its opponent and deal a fatal blow. 2 emperors surrounded him. 2 seventh-grade spirit beasts glared at him. Such a situation was enough to make any low-level mystic Tharch tremble in fear. However, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was high. The golden dragon image roared continuously above his head. His power increased by 20 times, and his aura kept rising. 5-colored glazed dragon scale armor covered his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war and an emperor. A desolate world gradually spread out. The tree vines, the ice thorns, the baleful death aura, the heavenly fire, the divine beasts formed a desolate world. It directly enveloped the 2 men and 2 beasts. Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerate. However, the boundless world power that he released was not any weaker than the 2 emperors' boundless world power. In fact, it was even stronger. The power that he released was even more terrifying. The 3 boundless world power clashed with each other, emitting earth-shattering sounds. Rumble. Countless elemental energies fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain peaks below the mountain range, instantly razing them to the ground. Countless trees were destroyed and many spirit beasts fled in all directions in fright. As the 3 powerful forces clashed, the 3 of them were shocked. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that the combined strength of the 2 mystic thearchs was enough to make him feel strained. What's more, the 2 in front of him were much stronger than Yao Kuang, whom he had killed previously. They were definitely not on the same level. On the other hand, Gu Xing and Jin Sha were shocked by Ling Xiao's world energy. They hadn't expected that Ling Xiao's world energy would be so miraculous and powerful, that it could resist 2 emperor-rank great worlds. This was simply inconceivable. But what shocked them was yet to come. This was because their large world energy was unable to suppress the small world energy of the other party, and they were constantly suffering from the backlash. First, Gu Xing's golden mountain world was burned by the terrifying power of heavenly fire that was spewing out from the volcanoes. Before it could even get close to Ling Xiao, it was completely destroyed. At the same time, the purple flames formed a terrifying Qilin mythological beast and raged towards him. As for Jin Sha's world of sword shadows, it was completely blocked by a powerful ice mountain. Countless icicles counterattacked, freezing the sword shadows so that they had nowhere to hide. At the same time, countless chilly winds and death chi flew towards him fiercely, corroding the sword worlds into pieces of scrap metal. As for the lion spirit beast and the rat spirit beast, they were not much better off. In front of the powerful golden dragon mythological beast, they seemed so vulnerable. Moreover, there were several 3-eyed wolf king and countless snake-like tree vines assisting them from the side. The 2 powerful mythological beasts found it extremely difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, those were illusory attacks condensed by Ling Xiao, and not real mythological beasts. They were still able to rely on their strong bodies to support themselves, so they did not suffer much damage for the time being. It was just that there were many wounds on their bodies. Ling Xiao, who was maintaining the world energy, did not have it easy either. If not for his powerful mental energy and the extraordinary power of his world energy, he would not have been able to block the attacks of the 2 emperors. Even so, it was extremely strenuous for him to fight 1 against 4, and the consumption was enormous. These 2 emperors and 2 seventh-order spiritual beasts were not people that Yao Kuang and the others could compare to. To be able to restrain them with pure strength, Ling Xiao could already be proud. I have to get rid of 1 first. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and his gaze fell on Jin Sha. Ling Xiao did not immediately kill him, because he still had some value. He had already mastered the high-level mental curse, and it was the best time to use it. After all, to deduce the world energy, one needed the spiritual world as a bridge in order to maintain the battle for a long period of time, and to display even more power. If he were to catch Jin Sha off guard and cast an advanced mental curse on him, it would definitely be effective. Ling Xiao also did as he thought of it. He split his attention, maintaining the world energy to continue emitting powerful might, and at the same time, mysterious mental runes quickly overflowed from his sea of consciousness. Jin Sha was using all his strength to block the endless Yin wind and baleful qi. He only felt that his powerful aura was constantly being corroded, and it even made him feel an instinctive fear. It was a threat of death. As an assassin for many years, he was very clear about this kind of intuition. What kind of power is this? It's so strange. Jin Shah's eyelids twitched, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He had the thought of escaping, because he felt that if he were to be touched by even the slightest bit of this strange energy, only death awaited him. However, just as he was about to summon his spirit beast to retreat, something seemed to have barged into his spiritual world, causing him to fall into great danger. In his two-layered spiritual world, the top was the scene of his world energy, and the bottom was naturally the sea of consciousness. However, compared to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, his sea of consciousness paled in comparison, and was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao's advanced mental curse carried an extremely complicated method as it continuously suppressed Jin Shah's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Jin Shah's image appeared in his sea of consciousness. He cried out in fear. What's going on? Why are there these runes here? Although Jin Shah was panicking, he immediately took action to disperse the runes. However, these runes seemed to have a mind of their own. They could actually dodge his attacks and entangle his soul. Just as Jin Shah was about to disperse these runes with all his might, his body was invaded by a strange power, causing his soul power to decrease greatly. His mind became extremely panic-stricken. The mental runes that had been forced into his body formed a heavenly net that suppressed his weakened soul power. Arg! Jin Shah let out a blood-curdling scream as he clutched his head and rolled around. His world energy had completely disappeared, and his power was completely withdrawn at this moment. All he could do was scream in pain. On the other side, Gu Xing was shocked by Jin Shah's screams. Although he did not know what was happening to Jin Shah, he could already imagine that Jin Shah was definitely going to die. He compressed his world energy and smashed dozens of golden mountains towards the Qilin divine beast. At the same time, he raised his long sword and flew in front of his protective spirit beast. His long sword slashed at the tree vines that were entangling his spirit beast, and he hurriedly shouted, "Let's go!" The lion spirit beast did not hesitate when it heard the call, and was ready to escape with Gu Xing. However, the situation suddenly changed. The rat spirit beast that belonged to Jin Shah actually pounced towards Gu Xing's lion spirit beast. The lion spirit beast was caught off guard and a large piece of flesh was bitten off its neck. Blood dripped down wildly, and it was truly a frightening sight. Roar! The lion spirit beast let out a cry of pain, and at the same time, it swung its two huge front claws at the rat spirit beast. The rat spirit beast was much smaller than the lion spirit beast, and its reaction speed was extremely fast. It dodged the attack in an instant, and was about to bite the lion spirit beast in other places. How could the lion spirit beast be willing to be bullied by a mere rat? It immediately turned around, and began to fight the rat spirit beast. Gu Xing was dumbfounded for a moment. Had the rat spirit beast contracted some kind of plague? It had actually attacked his protective spirit beast. Damn it, old friend, let me help you. Gu Xing could not bear to abandon his spirit beast, so he shouted and charged towards the rat spirit beast with his sword. Just as his long sword was about to hit the rat spirit beast, a strange sword chi stabbed towards him from the side. Gu Xing's reaction was also extremely fast. He quickly spun his body and luckily dodged the sword. He retreated 100 meters away and stared at the person who had launched a sneak attack with disbelief in his old eyes. You! What's going on with you? Gu Xing shouted at Jin Shah, who had launched a sneak attack on him. He had thought that Ling Xiao had sent someone else to ambush him, but it turned out to be Jin Shah, who had joined forces with him to kill Ling Xiao. How could he not panic? Jin Shah did not speak. The long sword in his hand rippled with endless sword chi, which wrapped around Gu Xing. The strong killing intent was real. Gu Xing could not figure out what was going on no matter how hard he racked his brain. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao was calmly watching the show with his arms crossed, he knew that this matter had something to do with Ling Xiao. How did this little B***star do it? Gu Xing exclaimed in his heart. He did not continue to get entangled with Jin Shah. Instead, he forced Jin Shah's sword chi aside and summoned his protective spirit beast once again to flee with all his might. Unfortunately, Before he could escape more than 1,000 kilometers away, a figure blocked his way. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and smiled calmly. Old thing, didn't you want to kill me and take back your Gu family's golden dragon spear? Why are you running away now? This is a disgrace to your Gu family's reputation. Little B** starred. Don't get too full of yourself. You won't be able to keep me here. Gu Xing snorted coldly. A few pills appeared in his hand, and he threw them into his mouth. Chapter 757. Ling Xiao didn't know what elixir Gu Xing had consumed, but his aura instantly soared. His frail body seemed to have swelled up, and blue veins appeared on his forehead and arms. He actually broke through to the mid-stage mystic Tharch cultivation. Not bad. It should be the Chaos Tharch elixir, but this old man can forget about advancing in the future. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He squinted and watched Gu Xing increase his strength. At this time, Jin Sha also retreated to Ling Xiao's side and said very respectfully, "Feng Chen greets master." Feng Chen was the name of this Jin Sha. He was controlled by Ling Xiao's high-grade spiritual incantation. Ling Xiao's spiritual will had already occupied the deepest part of his soul. All his will and thoughts were under Ling Xiao's control. There was a big difference between the high-grade spiritual incantation and the mid-grade spiritual incantation. The person who was cursed still had their own independent thoughts and could continue to cultivate and advance. It was just that the dominant part of the consciousness was already completely loyal to Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao was his second parent. He absolutely obeyed Ling Xiao's words. This was the most magical essence of the spirit-controlling art. Think about it, if Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to control many experts, who in the central region could be a match for him? And follow me from now on, Ling Xiao said very indifferently. For this enemy who once wanted to assassinate him, it was already a great blessing for him to stay. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't treat him as well as Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun and the others. Master, his strength is increasing. If we don't make a move now, it will be too late. Feng Chen reminded. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Just call me young master in the future. I want to wait for him to become stronger. Otherwise it won't be fun." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Xing's medicinal power had completely exploded. Gu Xing's strength had already reached the mid-stage mystic Thearchus cultivation. Moreover, he seemed to be unable to control that power. His old eyes had become scarlet. "Little bastard, to be able to force me to this point, you can die proud." After Gu Xing said coldly, his body trembled slightly, and the clothes on his upper body were shaken off, revealing his full body soul. His world force once again began to deduce, and the golden mountains became even more magnificent. The number was also much denser than before. "Die!" Gu Xing shouted and pushed the golden mountains towards Ling Xiao. His speed and strength were much faster than before. Ling Xiao raised his golden dragon spear and plunged into the ancient golden mountain world. Several golden dragons rushed out, their roars spreading for thousands of miles. Their tails swept across, shattering the golden mountains one after another. However, these golden mountains seemed to be endless. They continued to smash towards Ling Xiao. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for Ling Xiao to block them. The web between his thumb and forefinger was so shaken that it was bleeding. The power of a mid-stage mystic Tharch is indeed terrifying. However, this is not enough to kill me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he roared and used his world force once again to deduce. Two different world force once again smashed into each other, creating a deafening explosion. At this time, Ling Xiao's ancient desolate world force could not gain any advantage at all. This was because the ancient golden mountain world force was too terrifying. It was not something that a low-stage mystic Tharch could compare to. His tree vines, ice thorns, sinister winds, death aura, heavenly fire, and divine beasts, all kinds of energy were smashed into pieces by the powerful golden mountains. Although most of the golden mountains were also destroyed, in comparison, Ling Xiao was in a much worse state. Ling Xiao had no choice but to raise his golden dragon spear, and use the tyrant dragon spear art to attack together with his world force. He didn't know how many times he had been smashed by the golden mountains. If it wasn't for his body that was comparable to a saint artifact, he would have already died at this moment. Ling Xiao was like a small boat in a storm. He was being ruthlessly ravaged, as if the boat could be destroyed at any time. Gu Xing looked at the suppressed Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. He shouted, "Haha, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? Watch this old man smash you into a meat patty." Gu Xing laughed complacently as he continued to control the golden mountains to smash towards Ling Xiao. The concentrated and violent attacks completely destroyed Ling Xiao's ancient desolate world. The mountains, trees, and flowers beneath them had all been destroyed by the energy that splashed down, leaving behind only bottomless pits. Ling Xiao's rainbow glass dragon scale armor also gradually cracked. Golden blood was already flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had already suffered significant internal injuries. However, his face still had the excited expression of being oppressed. He didn't feel afraid or depressed because he was being suppressed. If anyone else saw him like this, they would definitely curse him in their hearts. What a masochist! Old man, your strength is still too weak. Put in more effort. If you continue like this, I will never die. Ling Xiao shouted as he raised his golden dragon spear and continued to deal with the golden mountain's energy. Gu Xing was furious. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such ability. Not only did he not let Feng Chen attack, he still had the strength to resist the world force that was blocking him. Since you want to die a little faster, I'll grant your wish. Gu Xing's expression darkened. The long sword in his hand slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head, leaving a streak of golden light in its wake. Hee, perfect timing. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly, feeling quite pleased with himself. He had purposely provoked Gu Xing to come and kill him. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to destroy the power of this world before he could reach Gu Xing. Furthermore, he didn't want to use his spiritual power to kill a powerful opponent like Gu Xing, which was why he was taking such a risk. He naturally had his own considerations for doing this. His other arm, which had remained motionless this entire time, stretched out in the direction Gu Xing was coming from. His finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it carried with it an indescribable aura that was enough to stun anyone who saw it. For some reason, Gu Xing was struck by a sense of stage fright when he looked at this ordinary finger. No matter what, you're still going to die. His golden sword slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head. Just as the sword slashed down on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao's finger suddenly emitted a ray of light. This ray of light was the same color as his lapis lazuli battle armor. It was particularly dazzling. This ray of light was a ray of light, a powerful 5-colored ray of light that could split jade and gold and destroy heaven and earth. This was the source of all the spiritual power in Ling Xiao's body. He had also absorbed all the spiritual energy in his surroundings and concentrated it on his finger. 3-split divine finger. Jade-splitting golden finger. Swoosh. The ray of light instantly expanded, and an ear-piercing sound that seemed to tear the heavens and the earth rang out. Gu Xing's sword slashed down like a profound artifact colliding with a spiritual artifact, instantly shattering into pieces. However, the ray of light was still hurtling toward Gu Xing at an extremely fast speed. Gu Xing's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape immediately, but unfortunately, he found that he was too close to the other party, and the speed of the finger was so fast that he didn't even have time to blink before it was already right in front of him. No! Gu Xing roared in indignation, but unfortunately, he still couldn't change his fate of being hit. Bang! Gu Xing's body was directly smashed into pieces by the terrifying ray of light, and a puddle of blood splattered on the spot. The ray of light continued to fly far into the sky like a rainbow, and only completely dissipated after a long time. What a terrifying finger, a finger that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao had rarely used this jade-splitting golden finger, because every time he used it, it would drain his spiritual power completely. Fortunately, his strength had greatly increased. Now that he had used the jade-splitting golden finger, he didn't have as much spiritual power left. In his current state, he could use it 2 or 3 more times. Once Gu Xing died, the Golden Mountain world would definitely disappear with him. The pressure on Ling Xiao lessened, and his aura instantly dissipated by more than half. He revealed a bitter smile. The 3 divine finger is really powerful. With my strength, I should be able to use the 2nd finger, 3 divine finger. But if I do that, my spiritual power will be drained again. I should wait until I reach the emperor stage before practicing it. Then Ling Xiao's figure flew in the direction where Gu Xing had been killed. He grabbed with his bare hand, and a golden bead appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, the emperor pill hasn't been destroyed. That's right. The bead in Ling Xiao's hand was the emperor pill that Gu Xing had condensed when he was alive. Although the emperor pill couldn't be absorbed directly, it was the only material to refine a supreme-grade mystic emperor pill. Although Ling Xiao had gained a lot in the chaotic abyss of war, he would never complain about having too many good things like this. Feng Chen came to Ling Xiao's side and asked with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Ling Xiao shook his head, "I'm fine." Then he glanced at Feng Chen and said, "Tell me everything you know about Sha Tian." Feng Chen didn't hesitate and immediately told Ling Xiao everything he knew. Feng Chen was a gold assassin, and he knew much more than silver assassin. It turned out that the true headquarters of Sha Tian's organization was located in an extremely secluded place in the central region, a place that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Their organization was actually very powerful, so much so that Ling Xiao found it hard to believe. He had always thought that Sha Tian's organization was at most as strong as a 4th-grade sect, and that was already heaven-defying. However, after listening to Feng Chen's explanation, he realized that Sha Tian's organization wasn't much weaker than the 18 major forces. In fact, it was even stronger than the weaker forces. Jade, gold, silver, copper, and iron assassins had different numbers. They were scattered all over the place to take on missions, and rarely gathered together. If they were to gather together, then they would be a very terrifying force. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a strong interest in Sha Tian's organization. If he could make this power his own, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps he could directly challenge the Black Demon sect at that time. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an idealist. He didn't think that it would be easy to deal with Sha Tian's organization. Everything would have to wait for the future. Chapter 758. After killing Gu Xing, Ling Xiao had a new understanding of his own strength. He could defeat low-tier mystic thearchs, but there was still a huge gap between him and a mid-tier mystic thearch. One had to know that Gu Xing was only a pseudo-mid-tier mystic thearch. He had relied on elixirs to break through. If he was a real mid-tier mystic thearch, Ling Xiao might not be able to handle him without using his spiritual energy. I have to wait until I'm stronger before I challenge a mid-tier mystic thearch. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Previously, he had used the Khanate Yin Wind Pearl to absorb a huge amount of death aura. He thought that his strength would increase a little, but in the end, only a little bit of energy was returned. Ling Xiao was not complaining. After all, the Khanate Yin Wind Pearl had used up too much energy to deal with the Golden Split Dark Pearl. The death aura was only used to help it recover and improve. It was normal that there was no extra energy returned. As for Gu Xiaohe, who had escaped, Ling Xiao did not chase after him. Sooner or later, he would have to fight with the Gu clan. There would be a day when they would face each other again. When that time came, he would settle this once and for all. Gu Xing was dead. Naturally, his protective spirit beast had to die as well. The master-servant contract was just that unfair. Ling Xiao took out the lion spirit beast's beast core and fed it to the Golden Wolf King. It was time for it to enter the ranks of the 7th tier. If it wanted to reach this critical bottleneck, it would need more beast cores. What's more, the Golden Wolf King was a dual attribute spirit beast. It needed 2 times more beast cores than ordinary spirit beasts. After doing all this, Ling Xiao brought Feng Chen back to Wind Cloud City. Outside Wind Cloud City, the ground was littered with the corpses of black crows and bloodthirsty bats. Blood was still trickling down the ground, and the stench of blood was extremely unpleasant, causing people to have the urge to vomit. Among the corpses of these 2 kinds of spirit beasts, there were also many human corpses and limbs. Obviously, there were many casualties in the previous battle. Xian Yao ordered people to take out all the beast cores of the spirit beasts and split up the materials that could still be used. This was not a small amount of wealth. Young master hasn't been back for a long time. Should I go and have a look? Mad Tooth frowned and said to Xian Yao. After the trip to the basement, Mad Tooth thoroughly admired and revered Ling Xiao. His loyalty to Ling Xiao had also skyrocketed. The promise of 10 years had long been thrown to the back of his mind, and he was determined to follow Ling Xiao and do great things. Xian Yao shook his head. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the young master. Mad Tooth hesitated for a moment, and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin, who were standing on the city wall, were shocked by the massacre just now. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to reach this step. I'm afraid in less than 100 years, he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Feng clan. Feng Wuying couldn't help but sigh. How old was Ling Xiao now? 2 or 3 years ago, he was only a middle-level earthly sovereign. Now, not only was he a high-level heavenly venerable, but he also had a group of capable people under him. He had even occupied a city and become the king. This made Feng Wuying sigh in his heart, and he had a faint sense of respect for Ling Xiao. Feng Yaxin also nodded. I have a feeling that what we have seen now is not Ling Xiao's full strength. Maybe he has more things that we can't think of. I can only say that the Gu clan's ancient kill order will be invalid from now on. Perhaps this is also the biggest mistake they have made. Haha. It may be that our so-called 18 great powers have been at ease for too long. Our Feng clan has always been ranked at the bottom. If it wasn't for Ant, I'm afraid we would have been eliminated. Originally, the clan placed their hopes on Cousin, but she didn't grow up in our Feng clan. Yaxin, the Feng clan's future still depends on you and me. Feng Wuying drank a mouthful of wine, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. These years he had been indulging himself too much. Perhaps it was time for him to regain his confidence and work hard again. Feng Yaxin glanced at Ji Beixin's figure not far away and murmured, perhaps the rise of our Feng clan is just as Ant said. Sister Xian might be our Feng clan's lucky star. There was an inexplicable complex expression in her beautiful eyes, as if there was envy and confusion. Whoosh whoosh. 2 whooshing sounds could be heard from afar. Everyone saw Feng Chen, who was following behind Ling Xiao, and their expressions changed slightly. Savage Leopard rode his demon armor leopard and raised the blood-devouring devil blade. Young master, step aside, let me kill him. Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Tung also surrounded Feng Chen from several directions to prevent him from escaping. Ling Xiao stopped them. Don't be impulsive, Feng Chen is one of us. The faces of the emperor rank experts stiffened. They couldn't wrap their heads around this and didn't understand what he meant. Savage Leopard anxiously said, Young master, Sha Tian's people didn't betray us. If they failed their mission and were captured, they would usually choose to commit suicide. He must be faking. Before he could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted him. I know what you are worried about. Feng Chen has been moved by my words. He is sincerely surrendering to us. You don't need to say anything about this matter. I know what I am doing. Feng Chen was already under a high-level curse. In Feng Chen's eyes, Ling Xiao was closer to him than his own parents. How could he betray him? Unless Ling Xiao died one day, Feng Chen would be able to escape from Ling Xiao's control. Savage Leopard hesitated for a moment. He seemed to understand something from Ling Xiao's resolute eyes. He immediately bowed to Ling Xiao and didn't say anything else. Since Savage Leopard had expressed his stance, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Ting naturally didn't say anything else. However, in their hearts, they found it strange. How did their young master subdue this gold assassin? They didn't believe that a glib tongue could make a mystic Tharch willingly follow him. As soon as Ling Xiao landed on the city wall, Xian Yao glanced at Feng Chen with a bit of surprise in his eyes. However, he wasn't as worried as Savage Leopard and the others. Instead, he happily said, Congratulations, young master, you got another capable assistant. Ling Xiao lightly raised his eyes and smiled. A fraud is a fraud. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. He paused for a moment, then asked, How were the casualties just now? 56 celestial venerables and more than 400 earthly emperors died. The others more or less suffered some injuries. Xian Yao replied. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and said indifferently, And I got it. It's enough to be proud to stop those tens of thousands of spirit beasts at such a small price. Go back and make a list of the names, then we'll go back and reward them. In fact, if Ling Xiao had let Mad Tooth take action at the beginning, there probably wouldn't have been these casualties. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to reveal his trump card too early, and let others know that there was a saint in Wind Cloud City. At the same time, he also wanted to know if the people he recruited had the consciousness to work for him. If they couldn't even stop these small dangers, then how could they guard the city for him forever and work for him loyally in the future? A general's success was made into ashes. The road to becoming a king or emperor was destined to bleed and die. Those without strength would naturally be eliminated. Ling Xiao didn't intend to guard one side by himself forever. Only after experiencing the baptism of battle would everyone maintain a high sense of crisis. Whoever didn't want to die would constantly strive to improve themselves. Only the stronger one was, the longer they could live. After this battle, everyone in the city realized that the strength of the city lord's mansion was quite formidable. Many warriors, merchants and commoners also felt that nothing would go wrong if they stayed in Wind Cloud City. Hence, many people started to settle down in Wind Cloud City. At the same time, many people started to move over from other places. Wind Cloud City started to move towards a stable stage of development. Various types of shops started to increase, and the number of citizens increased. Free trade also became more common, and there was an endless stream of warriors coming and going. After all, Wind Cloud City was north of the Death Mountain Range. It was a place where many warriors liked to search for treasures. Wind Cloud City became the closest place for them to settle down, and naturally, it would develop very quickly. Businesses such as restaurants and brothels also began to flourish. The Chancellor's residence didn't directly interfere with the participation of foreign merchants. They only cared about collecting a certain amount of income every month. At the same time, they sent people to manage the largest businesses. Apart from these, the Chancellor's residence's biggest source of income was the high Xian crystals collected from the transmission formation, the fees for entering the city, and the income from the monthly auctions. These were the main sources of income for every city. Once everything was on track, Ling Xiao rarely managed the affairs of the city. As for the defense and management of the fortifications, he handed over full authority to Xian Yao. Xian Yao's authority was second only to Ling Xiao. A few mystic thearchs also had to be respectful to him. Xian Yao first set up a level 7 large array formation around the city to prevent further enemy attacks. He also set up various array formations within the Chancellor's residence. At the same time, he selected a group of heavenly venerables to be the elder of the Chancellor's residence to manage the operations of the city. Every important position was carefully selected by Ling Xiao and the rest. Only those who could pass the test of loyalty would be hired. Not only that, Xian Yao also selected a group of talented warriors and started to let them practice the combination formation. Once these offensive formations were successfully practiced, they could work together to stop martial artists who were of a higher level than them. Xian Yao did this for Wei Yu's sake, to prepare for future challenges. As Ling Zhao's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Kai Xieyue, Bai Yuxi, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin, who were slower in advancing, didn't dare to be negligent anymore. They entered a closed state one after another, striving not to be left too far behind by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, one day, they would lose the chance to follow Ling Xiao. At that time, they could only be eliminated. Ling Xiao was never stingy with his women. He provided them with many good cultivation resources, so that they could quickly increase their strength. It was a smooth period without too many shocking waves. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose seclusion to cultivate, someone suddenly came to visit. Chapter 759. The person who came made Ling Xiao a little surprised. It was the 7th grade alchemist Wu Fu, who had some grudges with the Gu clan. His current mental state was already much better than before. After all, being betrayed by his only disciple was a very painful thing. Back then, Ling Xiao used the quick knot flower to save him. He had hoped to take in this 7th grade alchemist, but at that time, Wu Fu's state of mind seemed to be dead, and he did not have the slightest sincerity to follow him. Ling Xiao did not wish for a walking corpse to follow him, so he only wanted half of his treasures, and did not request for him to follow him. Unexpectedly, he actually came knocking on his door now. I didn't expect Master Wu to visit my small place. I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Ling Xiao was still very polite as he cupped his hands towards Wu Fu and said. In the next moment, Wu Fu did something that surprised Ling Xiao. He knelt down on one knee and said to Ling Xiao. Wu Fu had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I didn't expect City Lord Ling to already be a genuine 7th grade alchemist. Master Ling, please accept me, Wu Fu. Wu Fu is willing to follow City Lord Ling, even if I have to die 10,000 times. It had been 2 years since the elixir meeting competition. Wu Fu had long received the news that Ling Xiao had taken first place in the elixir meeting competition. He had actually refined a 7th grade elixir in one go. And he had even refined 2 supreme grade Mystic Emperor elixir in one go. This alchemy method had thoroughly shocked many people. When Wu Fu was in the Gu clan, when Ling Xiao was in seclusion, strange phenomena would often appear. At that time, he and Gu Qin felt that Ling Xiao was a 7th grade alchemist, but at that time, he was still at the lowest point of his life and did not care about all of this. After that, Wu Fu left the Gu clan with a disheartened heart. After a period of deep contemplation, he gradually walked out of his grief. It was also at this time that he heard the news from the medicine capital. Ling Xiao had suppressed many alchemy geniuses and won first place in the elixir meeting competition. This news shocked Wu Fu, and he gradually felt some regret in his heart. After all, with Ling Xiao's potential, being able to reach the realm of a 7th grade alchemist at such a young age, it would not be difficult for him to reach the next level in the future. If he followed him, his level of alchemy might be able to reach the next level in the future. Later on, he heard that Ling Xiao had been issued an ancient killing order by the Gu family, and he had even disappeared from the medicine capital. Wu Fu thought that something bad had happened to Ling Xiao and felt sorry for Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, recently, news of Ling Xiao's shocking deeds in Wind Cloud City had spread. First, he solved the death mysteries of Wind Cloud City. Then he fought against 10,000 people and killed the Mercenary Alliance army. Not long after, he led his men to kill tens of thousands of spirit beasts, and even killed the mystic Tharch, who had joined forces with the Gu clan and Sha Tian. For a time, Ling Xiao's might was boundless, and it shook every single corner of the central territory. Wu Fu was also deeply shocked. Finally, after a serious discussion, he still came to Wind Cloud City. Now that Ling Xiao had just established his faction, he was definitely in need of manpower. If he joined him, it would be like sending charcoal in the snow. He believed that Ling Xiao would not reject him. It was precisely because of this that Wu Fu was kneeling in front of Ling Xiao. This time he came with full sincerity. Otherwise, with his status as a 7th grade alchemist, there was no need for him to kneel in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the current Wu Fu and felt that his state of mind was indeed different. Seeing his sincerity, his heart was moved. Master Wu, you don't have to do this. You are making this kid look bad. Ling Xiao politely helped Wu Fu up. Wu Fu insisted on kneeling and said, I request City Lord Ling, Wu Fu to follow me. Ling Xiao said, Master Wu, an outstanding alchemist like you will be treated as a distinguished guest no matter which faction you join. Why do you want to join this kid? Indeed, with Wu Fu's status, no matter which sect or clan he went to, he would be worshipped. He did not understand why Wu Fu had changed his mind. Wu Fu said in a serious manner, There are 2 reasons why I am willing to follow City Lord Ling. Firstly, City Lord Ling has saved my life. I, Wu Fu, am extremely grateful. Secondly, City Lord Ling is already a 7th grade alchemist at such a young age. With City Lord Ling's talent, becoming an alchemist saint in the future will not be a problem. Therefore, Wu Fu only wishes to bask in City Lord Ling's good fortune and see if I can improve my alchemy skills. Ling Xiao said, Get up first, let me think about it. This time Wu Fu did not insist. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. He had always been obsessed with alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to refine 7th grade pills with his half-step emperor cultivation. Alchemy was a part of his life. Naturally, he hoped that one day he could become an unparalleled alchemist saint. He did not have any background, nor did he have any alchemy recipes or alchemy techniques above the 8th grade. Becoming an alchemist saint was just wishful thinking. Unless he could join a faction with an alchemist saint, he might be able to interact with them and improve. However, it was impossible to get an alchemist saint to teach him everything. Therefore, he could only place his future on Ling Xiao's shoulders. From Ling Xiao's performance in alchemy and Tenbin, he was sure that there was an expert guiding him from behind. Otherwise, he would not believe that Ling Xiao could reach his current realm at such a young age. Now that he had sincerely come to join, he believed that Ling Xiao would not treat him unfairly. It had to be said that Wu Fu's schemes were very experienced. He also saw that Ling Xiao was a person who would do great things, and would definitely not be stingy with his subordinates. Since Wu Fu had already stated his reasons, Ling Xiao had no reason to reject him. Moreover, he was currently in need of talents. With Wu Fu joining, there would be someone who would help him solve the problem of the alchemy at the auction. He could also stay behind the scenes, and be the lord of the city. Master Wu, since you have sincerely come to join us, then this will be your home from now on. You will be our Wind Cloud City's inner palace elder. I hope that we can work hard together and carve out a place for ourselves. Ling Xiao said happily. When Wu Fu heard that Ling Xiao was willing to let him follow him, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, City Lord Ling." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Everyone calls me young master, so you can call me that too. Otherwise, you can just call me Ling Xiao." Alchemists were not easy to find, so Ling Xiao naturally would not use his status to pressure Wu Fu. His way of handling matters had also shortened the distance between him and his subordinates. This was also one of the reasons why his subordinates were willing to give up on him. "Yes, young master." Wu Fu was also a shrewd old fox. He immediately entered his role, and said respectfully. At this time, Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to go into seclusion. Previously, he had been thinking about where to find 1 or 2 high-level alchemists and blacksmiths. Now that Wu Fu had delivered himself to his doorstep, he had already taken care of 1 alchemist. If he could find another high-level alchemist, then that would be even more perfect. "Elder Wu, do you know of any high-level blacksmiths?" Ling Xiao asked. "Young master, you want to find a high-level blacksmith to join us?" Wu Fu asked. "Yes. Currently there are many things to be done in the city. We urgently lack all kinds of talents." Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Although Ling Xiao had already sent Xian Yao to recruit talents, the number of people who came were too few or their standards were limited. This really made him feel vexed. It was impossible to establish a force without an alchemist and an armament master holding down the fort. Wu Fu was silent for a moment before saying, "There are many blacksmiths everywhere. However, those who have reached the 7th tier are also rare. Most of them are recruited by sects or families. It is not easy to find people in this aspect." "That's right, this young master is sick of it." Ling Xiao sighed. Wu Fu furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps there is someone who fulfills young master's requirements, but..." Ling Xiao was a little impatient as he asked, "But what?" "It's just that this person's temperament is extremely eccentric. He has always hidden his name, and very few people know of his existence. It was only by chance that I found out that he is a high-level spiritual blacksmith. If not for that matter, perhaps his standards would not be so low," Wu Fu said with a regretful expression. Ling Xiao did not interrupt Wu Fu. He knew that there was more to it. Wu Fu continued, "That person offended a powerful enemy in his early years, and he fled with his wife and child. Unfortunately, in the process of escaping, his wife's head was injured by the enemy in order to save him, causing his wife's knowledge to be damaged and her mental state to become abnormal. He deeply loved his wife, and so he searched everywhere for a way to treat her. But unfortunately, no one was able to help his wife recover her knowledge. He became disheartened and hid his identity, wholeheartedly taking care of his wife. Back then he also came to me to ask for help to refine a pill to cure his wife, but I did not have the ability to help him." Hearing Wu Fu's words, Ling Xiao revealed a look of joy and said, "You mean to say that if he has the ability to cure his wife, he might be able to leave the mountain and join us?" Wu Fu said, "Perhaps there is such a possibility. His wife is the person he loves the most. I think that if anyone has the ability to cure his wife, he would be willing to work for them. Haha, that's good. That's good. Quickly take me to see this person. Maybe I have a way to treat his wife. Ling Xiao laughed and said. Wu Fu continued. Young master, listen to me first. That person's wife's strength is not ordinary. She has already reached the emperor stage, and the injury to her spiritual world is difficult to repair. She has visited many alchemists from large powers, but none of them were able to repair this kind of injury. Young master, you should think it through. That's even better. It seems that he is a hidden super expert. If I can treat his wife, then both of them will join our city. Our city's strength will increase greatly. Ling Xiao said even more excitedly. Wu Fu looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment and said, Does young master really have a way to solve this problem? Cut the crap. If I say there is a way, then there must be a way. Quickly take me to see this person. Ling Xiao did not have time to explain to Wu Fu. He could not wait to find the high-grade spirit tool master. Young master, this trip is not a short one. Don't you need to make some preparations? Wu Fu reminded. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, All right, I'll go inform the others so that they won't worry. Ling Xiao went back and gave some instructions to Xian Yao and the others. Then he quickly left with Wu Fu to find a high-grade weapon refiner. Chapter 760. It was a village that couldn't be any more ordinary, and there were numerous simple and crude cottages that were next to each other. Smoke curled up from the wind, and occasionally, the sound of children playing could be heard. It was like a tranquil and peaceful Pure Land. This place was far away from Hot City, far away from all the killing, and far away from all the worldly disputes. In a relatively large courtyard, a rather charming middle-aged woman was sitting on a bench, fiddling with something with her head down. After a while, she raised her head and revealed a charming smile. She called out to the house, Daddy, come out quickly. See if Xiaohua's bonnet is pretty. A middle-aged woman spoke with the tone of a 14 or 15-year-old child, making people feel that it was very strange. A deep voice came from the house, Little flower, I'm coming. It wasn't an old man who walked out of the house, but a burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had sharp features, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high-nose bridge. There was a hideous knife scar on the left side of his face, giving off a resolute and unyielding aura. The muscles all over his body bulged, giving people the feeling that they were filled with incomparable explosive power. On his two steel-like arms, green veins stretched out like snakes, giving people the same feeling of strength. His rough palms were covered with calluses, obviously caused by holding heavy objects for a long time. The two of them were clearly middle-aged, but the woman called the man Daddy. This contrast was a little confusing. The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him tenderly, mixed with a bit of sadness. It didn't look like a father looking at his daughter, but more like a husband looking at his wife. Xiaohua's bonnet is so beautiful. The middle-aged man took the simple grass-like thing from the middle-aged woman's hands and praised. I knew I was good. I'll make some more later. It'll be nice to have them dance in the courtyard, the middle-aged woman said with a look of intoxication. The middle-aged man's expression was a little sad, but he still forced a smile and nodded. As long as you like it, you can make as many as you want. Actually, the middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman weren't father and daughter. After all, they were a real couple. All of this was due to fate making a fool out of them, allowing them to continue living like this. The middle-aged man was called Du Tai, and the middle-aged woman was called Song Minghua. Looking at their temperament, no one would think that they were ordinary commoners. They had lived here in seclusion for 100 years. Daddy, you're so good to your daughter, the middle-aged woman said happily. The middle-aged man said bitterly, Xiaohua, can you not call me Daddy? Why? You're clearly my daddy. Daddy, do you dislike your daughter for being naughty? As the middle-aged woman spoke, her eyes became a little teary, making people feel pity for her. The middle-aged man said with a pained expression, No. Whatever. Dad, are you unhappy about something? Why do you keep saying things like that? If that's the case, I'll be very sad. The middle-aged woman pulled on her husband's sleeve coquettishly. Just as the middle-aged man was about to say something, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He said in a deep voice, Xiaohua, quickly go into the house. Don't leave the house before I come back. As he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared and he immediately flew towards a direction at high speed. Outside the village, he shouted in a deep voice, Since you're here, come out. Why hide your head and show your tail? Hee hee, I didn't expect your scrap iron hand to have some ability. You can actually detect our arrival. A cold voice sounded, and then many figures flew out from a hidden direction. There were a total of 15 people, including 2 mystic thearchs and 13 heavenly venerables. They were all wearing the same clothes, and it seemed that they belonged to the same faction. You're really haunting us. We've been hiding for so many years. Are you really going to kill us? Du Tai said with a wooden face. The person who spoke just now stood up and stared at Du Tai. It's really hard to find you guys hiding in such a remote place. However, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Suddenly, Du Tai laughed wildly. How hateful. Come, back then your brother couldn't kill me and was killed by me. I wonder what you can do to me today. After saying that, a red giant axe appeared in his hand. This giant axe was extremely overbearing, and the image of a ferocious beast roared out, its aura shocking all directions. Shockingly, this was a weapon that had reached the half-saint level. In addition, a huge fire tiger appeared beside Du Tai. Its aura was incomparably majestic and frightening. The tiger's roar caused hundreds of birds to fly away in all directions, and the villagers were panicking. Seeing this weapon, the expressions of the 2 mystic thearchs became greedy. These 2 mystic thearchs were called Rongsu and Shibingguang. They were both low-level mystic thearchs, and the one who had been talking to Du Tai was Rongsu. The group of people also took out their weapons and summoned their spirit beasts, surrounding Du Tai. Come, I'll kill to my heart's content today. Du Tai seemed to have become ferocious. His eyes were red with anger as he roared. He raised the giant axe in his hand and chopped towards Rongsu. Rays of axe light brought with them an incomparably strong flame, giving people an incomparably oppressive feeling. His fire tiger did not mind it either. Following Du Tai's attack, it also pounced forward to deal with the spirit beasts brought by the other party. Rongsu and Shibingguang also exploded with a strong aura as they went towards Du Tai. For a moment, there was an earth-shaking rumbling sound in the vicinity. The trees and flowers were all affected and turned into fine powder. In a village not far away, the villagers seemed to have sensed the disaster and screamed. They abandoned their homes and fled far away, hoping that they would not be affected by this disaster. Song Minghua, who was in the house, also felt the strong fluctuations, and her heart was inexplicably in a mess. Could it be something happened to Daddy? Although Song Minghua's mind was in a mess, she still had emotions. She hesitated for a moment, but still decided to walk out of the house and flew out of the village. Don't look at her weak appearance, she actually has extraordinary strength. She saw Du Tai being surrounded from afar and shouted angrily, You bad people, why are you attacking my daddy? I'll fight it out with you. After Song Minghua said that, she actually raised her pink fist and smashed it towards one of the celestial venerables. She actually did not know how to use the strength that she displayed, nor did she have any moves to speak of. At best, it was just like some flowery but impractical moves. When Du Tai heard Song Minghua's voice, he somewhat lost control of his mind. He shouted without turning his head, Little Hua, quickly run, quickly run. Rongsu obviously knew Song Minghua and immediately shouted, Catch that woman for me. Du Tai was very concerned about Song Minghua. He roared and deduced a large amount of world power. His fist fire axe forced Rongsu and Shibingguang away, and he wanted to fly towards Song Minghua and take her away. However, how could Rongsu and Shibingguang allow him to escape so easily? The two of them used all their strength to smash Du Tai's world power, restraining his movements. Du Tai actually disregarded everything and risked his own injuries to go and rescue Song Minghua. Du Tai was attacked from both sides, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood from the powerful attribute attacks. He had already suffered internal injuries, but he finally broke through the attack of the two of them. However, he was still a step too late. Song Minghua's neck had already been grabbed by one of the celestial venerables, and he threatened him. "Don't come over, or I'll kill her." Du Tai forcibly stopped and shouted at the celestial venerables, "If you dare to hurt her in the slightest, I'll destroy your family." Unfortunately, as soon as he said that, two powerful auras enveloped him at the same time. Boom! Du Tai was smashed into the ground by the two powerful attribute attacks, leaving only a bottomless pit. Haha, now I can finally avenge my brother. Rongsu looked down at the deep pit and laughed. Shi Bingguang said, "He shouldn't die so easily." Rongsu said, "I know he's not dead yet, but with this bitch here, are you afraid that he won't give in?" At the same time he flew in front of Song Minghua, who was caught, and grabbed Song Minghua's hair. He said ferociously, "Damn bitch, if it wasn't for you my brother wouldn't have died." Whoosh! Below the deep pit, a figure quickly flew out. It was Du Tai, who had been blasted to the ground just now. He was in a sorry state now, and there were many cracks on the high-level armor on his body. There were many bloodstains all over his body, and it was obvious that he was already injured. "Let go of her, you can do whatever you want to me," Du Tai said with a determined look. Even if he died, he didn't want to see Song Minghua get hurt at all. "Father, are you okay? You bad guys, let go." Song Minghua looked at the injured Du Tai and cried out with tears streaming down her face. Slap! Before she could finish her words, Rongsu slapped her face hard, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. "Haha, you bitch, your injuries from back then haven't healed yet. He's not your father, he's your man." Rongsu laughed very straightforwardly. Du Tai clenched his fists, and his eyes were red with anger. He shouted, "Damn it, don't hit her. If you want to hit her, come at me." Hee, don't worry, I won't kill her. I'll let you see your good daughter get gang raped," Rongsu said with a lewd look, and then said to the celestial master he brought, "This woman is for you to play with, do whatever you want. You bastard, I'll kill you." Du Tai roared with a flushed face, and raised his giant axe to chop at Rongsu. However, Rongsu was one step ahead and grabbed Song Minghua in his hand, facing Du Tai's attack. "Chop her if you have the ability." Du Tai was forced to stop once again, and Shi Bingguang suddenly attacked from the side, slashing fiercely at Du Tai's back. Shi Bingguang didn't intend to let it go just like that, and his sword moves became more and more fierce, as if he would only be satisfied after cutting Du Tai into pieces. It was also at this time that a disdainful voice sounded. "Bullying the few with numbers, and bullying a woman, you really aren't men." Chapter 761. Shi Bingguang was not going to let Du Tai off easily. His world energy smashed down on Du Tai, and countless sword chi slashed towards Du Tai. Du Tai's mind was already in a mess, and Shi Bingguang's sneak attack had succeeded. Du Tai's situation was extremely dangerous. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the sword chi, a ghost-like figure rushed over and dragged Du Tai to the side. The figure muttered disdainfully, "Bullying a woman with numbers? You guys are not men at all." Shi Bingguang did not expect that someone would be able to rescue Du Tai from right under his nose. He was both shocked and angry. Rongsu also did not expect such a thing to happen. He looked at the newcomer and frowned. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Ghost Abyss sect? Are you tired of living?" The person who came was very young, looking to be in his 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, and his demeanor carried a bit of the aura of an emperor. His somewhat demonic smile was enough to kill any woman. The person who saved Du Tai was actually Ling Xiao, who had rushed over from Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao released Du Tai and looked at Rongsu as he said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you release that sister. Otherwise, even if you are from the Ghost Abyss sect, this young master will still have to ask for some advice from you. Who do you think you are? You'd better scram now, or you'll die together with this scrap iron hand," Rong Shuyo said coldly, and then winked at the celestial master companion she brought. Those heavenly venerables understood, and prepared to cooperate with Shi Bingguang to deal with Du Ju and Ling Xiao. Little brother, many thanks for your help, but this is my Du Tai's matter. There's no need for you to get involved in it. Du Ju swallowed 2 pills and glanced at Ling Xiao. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind could be heard from afar. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang were slightly nervous. They did not need to guess to know that this person was not from the Ghost Abyss sect. Master Du, long time no see. The figure stopped in front of everyone and cupped his hands. This person was Wu Fu, who had accompanied Ling Xiao here. Just now Ling Xiao sensed that something was happening here, so he sped up and rushed over first. So it's Grandmaster Wu. Du Tai was stunned for a moment before replying. Then he said, Grandmaster Wu, you should leave first. This lowly one has some matters that must be resolved. Du Tai did not have the time to care about Wu Fu. His eyes were fixed on Rong Su, his face full of worry as he looked at Song Minghua in his hands. He was really afraid that if Rong Su used a little more strength, Song Mingzhu would immediately perish. Scrap Iron Hand, I thought you didn't want this B***TCH anymore. Do you want her to wait for you at the Yellow Springs Road? Rong Su tightened his grip on Song Mingzhu. Song Minghua's face flushed red. Her expression was indescribably uncomfortable, and her beautiful eyes were filled with pity. Don't hurt her. I'll do anything you want me to, I beg you. Du Tai looked at Song Minghua with a pained expression and pleaded with Rong Su. This was the woman he loved the most in his life. He was absolutely not willing to let her die before him. Rong Su revealed a happy expression and said, You go kill the 2 of them first and I'll let her go. How about it? Ling Xiao and Wu Fu's expressions jumped. They really didn't expect the other party to dare say such a thing. What a good way to sow discord. Du Tai clenched his teeth and his eyes revealed a scarlet color. Fine, I promise you. Grandmaster Du Yu. Wu Fu looked at Du Tai speechlessly and exclaimed. Unfortunately, Du Tai seemed to have lost his mind and slashed at him with his giant axe. The intense fire attribute and powerful world energy made it hard for Wu Fu to breathe. Although he was a half-step emperor, he couldn't withstand a single blow from a veteran emperor. Ling Xiao appeared beside him and pulled him back. He shouted, Stop. I'll help you save that woman. How could Du Tai believe Ling Xiao's words? He continued to crazily attack Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. Damn it, why did I meet a madman? Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and threw Wu Fu far away. Elder Wu, go to the side first. We'll talk after I deal with this madman. After shouting, Ling Xiao left a series of afterimages in the air and got far away from Du Tai. He then withdrew his mental power from his sea of consciousness. Of course, he didn't want to control or kill Du Tai. He just wanted to use the elementary mental curse to make Du Tai feel disoriented and distracted. This way, it would be easy to deal with Du Tai. As expected, Du Tai was disturbed by Ling Xiao's elementary mental curse and his movements paused. Rong Su was startled. Just as he was about to threaten Du Tai again, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared beside Du Tai. You madman. This young master saved you and you still don't know what's good for you. Go to hell. Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Countless golden fists bombarded Du Tai. Bang bang. Du Tai was like a sandbag as he was smashed to the ground by Ling Xiao. Looking at the surging aura around Ling Xiao, it was obvious that he didn't show any mercy. He looked like he wanted to get rid of Du Tai. Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest were puzzled. Song Minghua, who was being controlled by Rong Su, looked at Ling Xiao as if she wanted to swallow Ling Xiao alive. Finally, Du Tai was smashed into a deep pit not far away by Ling Xiao's clenched fists. A stream of blood formed a beautiful parabola. Pa. Don't think that just because this young master saved you, you can repay kindness with enmity. You should know your own worth. Ling Xiao spat disdainfully. Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest were dumbfounded. Although Du Tai was injured, he was still a genuine mystic, the arch-tier martial artist. How could he be beaten by this young man to the point that he couldn't even retaliate, and was defeated without any suspense? At the same time, they didn't understand the relationship between this young man and Du Tai. He had suddenly lent a helping hand just now. How did he destroy Du Tai in the blink of an eye? Could it be that this kid was really a meddlesome kid? Wu Fu, who was not far away, was also shocked by Ling Xiao. He thought to himself. Du Tai won't be destroyed by young master just like that, right? Young master's battle power is indeed unparalleled. Ling Xiao seemed to be afraid of dirtying his hands. He dusted them off and looked at Rong Su, Shi Bingguang and the rest. Throw that girl over to this young master. Otherwise, this young master will take care of all of you. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Rong Su and said lightly. Looking at Ling Xiao's lecherous eyes, it seemed that he was very interested in Song Minghua. Rong Su looked at Ling Xiao nervously and said, Who are you? What do you want? Since when did the Ghost Darkness sect need you to tell us what to do? Rong Su saw that Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerable. Although he was suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity, he wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao. Haha, this young master has never changed his name. I am the top martial emperor in the central region, the top of the Elixir Association, the most handsome, kind and pure city lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed a wicked smile, and said rather narcissistically. At the same time, his battle power increased by 20 times. A golden dragon shadow roared in midair. That emperor's aura spread out. Those heavenly venerables had an uncontrollable urge to kneel. It was as if they were subjects who had seen the emperor, and they were filled with reverence. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang were also slightly affected. However, they were at the mystic Tharch stage after all. Their hearts were firm and not easily shaken. You are the city lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao? Rong Su exclaimed in surprise. Now Ling Xiao had become a rising star in the central region. He had become the most dazzling star. Almost everyone knew about him. He was an existence that could be compared to the older generation. This was because everything he did caused a stir in the central region. Everything he did was worthy of admiration. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly appear in this desolate place. That's right, it is me. Ling Xiao flipped his bangs and made a handsome face. Ling Xiao was also very proud. He didn't expect that even the people of the Ghost Darkness sect would know about him, Ling Xiao. It seemed that his reputation had risen. I wonder why City Lord Ling is interfering in the affairs of the Ghost Darkness sect. Could it be that you think that the Ghost Darkness sect is not worthy of your attention? Rong Su narrowed his eyes and asked. If this young man was really Ling Xiao, they might not be a match for him. One had to know that the Gu clan's Gu Xing and Sha Tian's Tharch stage expert had fallen at the hands of Ling Xiao. They didn't seem to be enough. I don't have time to care about your stupid business. I just can't stand to see you guys bully a woman. I don't want to see such a delicate beauty get hurt. We're all men, hee. You know what I mean. Give her to me. Ling Xiao licked his lips and stared at Song Minghua with a lecherous look. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang looked at each other and communicated via voice transmission. Senior brother, what do you think? I heard that Ling Xiao is the only successor of the demonic Tharch. He should have inherited the demonic Thearchus style. Perhaps he really has taken a liking to this woman. Then you mean to give this woman to him? You've already gotten what you wanted to avenge your brother. As long as Du Tai is dead, there's no need to care about this crazy woman. Since Ling Xiao likes it, just give it to her. Let him be happy. There's no need to fight to the death with him. That's true. Rather than letting this bitch die, it's better to let her become someone else's plaything. It's more satisfying. The two of them communicated for a while before Rong Su smiled and said, If City Lord Ling likes her, then I'll give this woman to City Lord Ling to enjoy. After saying that, he pushed Song Minghua towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, of course, caught it without hesitation. Song Minghua was freed and punched Ling Xiao with her fist. You killed my father. I will kill you, you bad guy. Ling Xiao didn't even think before hitting the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. Then he threw her towards Wu Fu and said, Take care of her first. I still have to communicate with the lords of the Ghost Darkness sect. Chapter 762. Rong Su didn't dare to use his status to pressure Ling Xiao, so he cupped his hands and said, What else does City Lord Ling want to say? His attitude was much better now, so they didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. I want to discuss something with you, Ling Xiao said, keeping them in suspense. There was a strange smile on his face. Rong Su was surprised. City Lord Ling, if you have something to say, we are all ears. As long as it's within our power, we will definitely help. If it's something we can't do, then it's better not to say it. Rong-su lowered his stance because he wanted Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible. They still needed to check if Du Tai was dead or alive. Although they felt that they couldn't beat Ling Xiao, they were still confident that they could escape. Therefore, Rong-su didn't need to accommodate Ling Xiao too much. He just wanted to compromise for the time being. Don't worry, you can definitely do it, and it's very easy. Ling Xiao said faintly. Oh, then tell us. Rong-su was led by Ling Xiao, so he agreed. I want to borrow your head. Ling Xiao sneered, and his psychic power surged out like a tide. An invisible golden dragon spear appeared, and he brandished the powerful tyrant dragon spear art towards Rong-su's sea of consciousness. Rumble. Rong-su felt that his sea of consciousness had suffered a powerful impact. It was as if the two layers of his spiritual world were about to be torn apart by something. The pain was like his head was about to explode. He lost his balance, and as he fell, a figure swept past like the wind. With a flash of silver light and a flash of sword light, Rong-su's head was immediately separated from his body. Blood gushed out, looking extremely hideous and nauseating. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Before anyone could react, Rong-su had already died. The people of the Ghost Darkness sect were all stunned. Even Shi Bingguang, who was at the Emperor stage, was in a daze. You killed my junior brother. Shi Bingguang stuttered. Hee, if your eyes aren't deceiving you, I think so. Ling Xiao looked at him from the side and said with a malicious smile. Shi Bingguang shuddered. Only then did he remember to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy blasted over again, and he soon followed in Rong-su's footsteps. The people from the Ghost Abyss sect were scared out of their wits. Each and every one of them led their spiritual beasts and fled with all their might, fearing that they would die a violent death if they were any slower. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let them escape. He had already provoked many strong enemies. If the people of the Ghost Abyss sect were to find out that he had killed their people, it would be troublesome and his enemies would have another ally. With Ling Xiao's speed and spiritual energy attacks, not a single one of them could escape. They were all killed by Ling Xiao at the fastest speed possible. Wu Fu had also thoroughly witnessed Ling Xiao's fearsomeness, and a sense of worship arose in his heart. He sighed in his heart. Only a legendary figure like the demonic emperor could produce such a monstrous successor. Only when this young master shows his prowess will he know how to write the word death. Ling Xiao said with extreme disdain as he returned with Rong-su and Shi Bingguang's heads in his hand. Young master, why are you still holding their heads? Wu Fu asked in confusion. He was thinking that the young master wouldn't declare war on the Ghost Darkness sect, would he? Go and bring that madman along. Ling Xiao ignored Wu Fu's words and pointed in another direction. Wu Fu looked in that direction and saw that it was the place where Ling Xiao had sent Du Tai crashing. He's not dead? Wu Fu thought suspiciously, but did not ask any further questions and immediately flew in that direction. Indeed, Du Tai had only fainted, and his aura was still present. However, his protective spirit beast had already been attacked by Rong-su and the others, and had long since been eaten. A day later, Ling Xiao and Wu Fu appeared in a desolate mountain range. Young master, are you really confident that you can restore her consciousness? Outside a cave, Wu Fu asked with a puzzled expression. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and said, We will know very soon. When the time comes, you will naturally know. If that's really the case, then Du Tai will definitely be willing to follow you. Wu Fu said excitedly. We'll see. What an infatuated person. He didn't even ask for the reason. For a woman, he can repay kindness with enmity. I'm really afraid that this kind of person is not easy to control. Ling Xiao sighed. A man who could repay kindness with enmity for a woman. He was also afraid that in the future, he would betray him because of a woman. If that was the case, he really didn't dare to use it. He wanted to use a high-level mental spell to control them, but he felt that it was too unkind of him to take advantage of them. It was better to wait until everyone woke up before making a fuss. After a long while, a soft voice came from the cave. Why am I here? Young master. She seems to have woken up, Wu Fu said somewhat excitedly. And don't worry. Maybe she thinks we're bad guys. Ling Xiao replied softly and said calmly. He was very confident in his own pills. Song Minghua would definitely wake up, which should be within reason. Sure enough, a powerful explosion sounded out in front of the cave entrance. The restrictions were destroyed, and a lot of stone fragments flew out. A figure with an extraordinary aura walked out from the cave. Who else could it be other than Song Minghua? Her demeanor was even more alluring than before, and her temperament had completely changed. The mature woman's aura was even more flirtatious, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of vigilance. She looked at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu frowned and said indifferently, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, "Let someone else explain." Ling Xiao did not expect the woman in front of him to have such a terrifying aura, to actually make him feel a little oppressed. Based on his experience, he could guess that this woman was at least at the middle stage of the profound emperor. It was really hard for him to imagine that a day ago, she was still a weak woman who did not know how to use energy. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a strong woman. Song Minghua did not understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. Wu Fu explained from the side, "Madam Du, Master Du is over there. He will tell you everything." Song Minghua's expression changed slightly. She anxiously looked in the direction that Wu Fu was pointing, and saw a rather miserable figure lying on the ground not far away. "Brother Tai!" Song Minghua cried out involuntarily and quickly flew to Du Tai's side. Looking at the wounds on his body, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. She looked angrily at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu and said, "Did you guys hurt Brother Tai? I want you all to die." With that, she actually put down Du Tai and released an incomparably powerful aura. Everything in the surroundings was shaken by the aura, and was sent flying. From the looks of it, she wanted to attack Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. Wu Fu could not stand the aura of Song Minghua's middle stage profound emperor, and was forced to retreat a long distance. Ling Xiao stood in front of him and said faintly, "Here are 2 healing pills. Take them and wake him up. At that time, you will naturally know everything." At the same time, Ling Xiao threw the pill in his hand towards Song Minghua. Song Minghua caught it and brought it up to her nose to sniff it lightly, as if afraid that it was poison. Even after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the pill, she still remained vigilant. Then she helped Du Tai up and fed him the 2 pills. Ling Xiao was not afraid that Song Minghua and Du Ju would disappear. He directly flew to the top of a nearby tree and narrowed his eyes. He knew that when Du Tai woke up, this old couple would definitely have many things to talk about. With the nourishment of the pill's energy, Du Tai regained some consciousness and slowly woke up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Song Minghua. A look of agitation flashed across his eyes. Xiaohua, are you alright?" Song Minghua looked at the man she loved, and listened to his weak voice. It was as if a long time had passed. Her beautiful eyes could not help but tear up. She caressed Du Tai's resolute face and choked with sobs. "Big brother Tai, I am fine. Who was so cruel to hurt you like this?" "Are those people from the Ghost Abyss sect still not willing to let us go?" Song Minghua obviously did not remember the past few years of her mental illness. She was still stuck in the beginning memories of the 100 years before she was hunted down. What did you call me?" Du Tai shivered and grabbed Song Minghua's hand. "Big brother Tai, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere and feeling uncomfortable?" Song Minghua said with some concern. Suddenly, 2 streams of tears flowed down from Du Tai's eyes, and a choking sound came from his throat. "Well, I'm not dreaming, right? Xiaohua, you called me Big Brother Tai." A man as tough as steel, under absolute tenderness, finally began to cry. Men shed blood but not tears because their love has not reached the deepest depths. This sentence was the best interpretation of Du Tai's current situation. Ever since the woman he loved was hurt in the spiritual world, he had been calling him father. From the identity of a husband to father, that kind of bitterness and discomfort was not something anyone could bear. After 100 years, his woman had finally recovered. How could he not be excited and happy? Big brother Tai, what's wrong? Did something happen? Tell me. Song Minghua did not understand Du Tai's situation and asked anxiously. In her impression, Du Tai was so strong that she had never seen him cry. But now he was crying like this, which made her very sad. I'm fine. I was just happy for a moment. I will be fine later. Du Tai replied embarrassedly. Oh yes, big brother Tai. Did those two people beat you up like this? I will take revenge for you. Song Minghua pointed at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu and asked. Du Tai looked in the direction that Song Minghua was pointing at, and suddenly seemed to understand something. It's not them. You go to the side first. I will recover from my injuries. I will tell you later. Du Tai struggled to sit up and said. Song Minghua listened to Du Tai's words and immediately went to the side to protect Du Tai. Du Tai began to absorb the power of the two pills to recover from his injuries. Chapter 763. Song Minghua's sea of consciousness was damaged, causing her mental state to be abnormal. That was why she kept calling Du Tai daddy. As a mystic Tharch, Song Minghua's spiritual realm was in a mess, causing her soul consciousness to be in a mess as well. Such a state could not be treated by ordinary elixirs. Only elixirs that healed the sea of consciousness and the spiritual realm were effective. Such elixirs were very rare. Ordinary alchemists did not have such elixir recipes. Even if they did, those high-grade spirit herbs that healed the sea of consciousness were extremely rare and hard to find. Thus, to refine such a high-grade elixir was extremely demanding. However, such a task was not difficult for Ling Xiao. That was because when he was in the medicine capital, he had accepted 3 7th-grade missions. One of them was to refine a mystic Tharch spiritual realm elixir. This mission was extremely difficult. No one had accepted it for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao had received the divine alchemist's inherited memories. He had all kinds of elixir recipes in his mind. There were more than 10 kinds of elixir recipes that healed the spiritual realm. Among them, there was a 7th-grade elixir called the Realm Cultivation Elixir. It was a good elixir that could heal a damaged mystic Tharch spiritual realm. As for the main spirit herbs that it needed, they were stored in the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao only needed to use spirit herbs of the same grade to exchange for it. He only needed 1 elixir to complete the mission. Ling Xiao used the heaven fire and the divine cauldron to refine 4 elixirs at once. Thus, he still had 3 realm cultivation elixirs left after completing the mission. When Wu Fuzuan mentioned that Du Tai's wife, Song Minghua, also had a problem with her spiritual realm, Ling Xiao immediately became interested. Song Minghua could heal her spiritual realm and regain her spiritual consciousness because of the realm cultivation elixir that Ling Xiao gave her. Du Tai did not know how Song Minghua was saved or how she regained her consciousness. When he saw Ling Xiao and Wu Fuzuan, he could guess that it must have something to do with them. No matter what, Du Tai was already indebted to them. However, he felt very guilty. He had wanted to kill them previously. If he had really killed the other party by accident, then his wife would not be able to regain her consciousness. However, Du Tai was also shocked. How could that young man's strength be so abnormal? He was inexplicably beaten to the point where he didn't even have the strength to fight back. At that time, he thought he was going to die. Fortunately, the other party had held back. After meditating for 4 hours, Du Tai had recovered a little. After catching up with Song Minghua for a while, he walked towards Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. No matter how stupid Du Tai was, he knew that the young man was their benefactor. He immediately pulled Song Minghua to bow to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. We will never forget it." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me yet. Let him talk to you. I came here with a purpose. If you didn't have value, I wouldn't have saved you." Ling Xiao's words were somewhat cold, but he was also expressing his attitude. He wasn't a good person, and it wasn't his duty to meddle in other people's business. Song Minghua was somewhat annoyed, but seeing Du Tai's eyes, she suppressed her anger. Wu Fu walked over and said, "Master Du, you disappoint me. I brought my family's young master to treat your wife out of goodwill. But you actually want to attack us. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Wu Fu was also a smart person. He knew that Du Tai cared about Song Minghua the most, so he first stirred up the cause. Du Tai revealed a look of guilt and said, I'm really sorry. I was just eager to save my wife. What a good, eager to save my wife. If this young master died, who would save her? Ling Xiao said with some resentment. At the mention of this matter, Ling Xiao became angry. He had saved her out of goodwill, but was still bitten in the back. It really made him feel indignant. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't think that just because you helped us, you can humiliate us. Song Minghua didn't understand what had happened and couldn't get used to Ling Xiao's sarcasm. She glared at Ling Xiao and shouted in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman. He immediately said to Wu Fu, Elder Wu, make it short. I don't want my elixirs to go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he flew forward. Song Mingfeng was still a little unwilling and said, You're running out of excuses. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Du Tai said from the side. Minghua, say a few words less. Let's listen to Master Wu's intentions first. Wu Fu also ignored Song Minghua's complaints and immediately explained their intentions to Du Tai. At the same time, he also emphasized that Ling Xiao was specially invited by him to treat Song Minghua. My young master is the only successor of the four great legends, the romantic evil emperor. At the same time, he is also the most recent first emperor, the champion of the Dan Alliance's pill competition, and a genuine top 7th grade alchemist. It was precisely because of the pills provided by my young master that she was able to recover, otherwise. Wu Fu boasted for Ling Xiao. Before he could finish speaking, Song Minghua shouted from the side. What do you mean by that? When did I become abnormal? Wu Fu did not explain and said to Du Tai, Master Du, you have already seen our sincerity. The decision is still up to you. After he finished speaking, he also retreated to Ling Xiao's side, who was not far away. After all, this matter still required the two of them to discuss and consider. Song Minghua impatiently said, Brother Tai, let's ignore them. Their strength isn't that great. With me here, they won't be able to keep us here. Let's quickly find a place to hide our names and live the life we want. Du Tai held Song Minghua's hand, hesitated for a moment and said, Minghua, listen to me calmly, there are some things you might not be clear about. With that, Du Tai began to recount what had happened in the past 100 years, allowing Song Minghua to understand the whole story. At the same time, he also told her about how he had been besieged by Rong Su and the others yesterday. Minghua, all of this is over. From now on, we can be together forever. Du Tai said to Song Minghua in a very infatuated manner. Song Minghua was momentarily stunned by these things. She really couldn't imagine how she had survived these past 100 years. After a long while, Song Minghua firmly hugged Du Tai and said with extreme tenderness, Brother Tai, it's been hard on you all these years. Du Tai's strong wind was softened by Song Minghua. He gently caressed Song Minghua's hair and said, It's all right, don't think too much. Aren't we all fine now? There's still a long way to go. With tears streaming down her face, Song Minghua nodded heavily and said, And we will all be together in the future. After pausing for a moment, she said, Then what do you think about their suggestion just now? Du Tai hesitated for a moment before saying, Your decision is my decision. As long as I can be with you, it's fine. It had to be said that Du Tai was truly an infatuated man. He was infatuated to the point that he was a little silly. Song Minghua caressed Du Tai's resolute face and said, Brother Tai, refining is your greatest love in this life. You said that one day you will become a saint weapon master. If I let you hide your name with me, it will only be a grievance to you. If it wasn't for me, your family wouldn't have been exterminated. I will never forgive myself in this lifetime. So, Brother Tai, I hope that you can pull yourself together. I hope to see the day when you can become a true saint weapon master and restore the prestige of the Du family. Song Minghua could be considered a righteous woman. She didn't want to see her man become decadent. She also understood his man's goals and ambitions, so in the end, she decided to stand in his position to consider. Du Tai's tiger eyes lit up. Minghua, you mean to say? You want me to agree to them? Song Minghua nodded and said, That's right, that young man named Ling Xiao was able to save us from Rong Su and the others, and he was able to help me recover. It's obvious that he has some ability. We can agree with him first, and see if he's really a person who can achieve great things. If he's really a dragon among men, then there's no harm in following him. If he's just an ordinary person, then we can return the favor and leave. We won't lose anything. After hearing Song Minghua's words, Du Tai fell into deep thought. After a while, Du Tai clenched his fists and revealed an expression of fighting spirit. I know what to do. I must become a sacred weapon master. One day, my Du family will be restored to its former glory. I will definitely make the Ghost Dark sect regret their actions. He had been dispirited for many years, but his passion for refining had not changed. He had always hidden it very well. In his life, apart from Song Minghua, refining could be said to be an indispensable part of his life. In his heart, he really did not want to give up refining. Now that Song Minghua had expressed her support for him, he began to face his own heart. His fighting spirit and confidence were restored. And Brother Tai, in the future, whatever you want to do, you can do it. I will always support you, Song Minghua said very considerately. The relationship between her and Du Tai was indeed incomparably loyal and respectable. After the two finished talking, they walked towards Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. Just now, their conversation was separated, so Ling Xiao and the rest couldn't hear it. Wu Fu stepped forward and asked, Master Du, what do you think? My young master came with great sincerity. As long as you are willing to join, the position of Inner Palace Elder will not be lacking. Du Tai waved his hand and said, Master Wu, there's no need to say anything. I agree to your request, but I have a request. Wu Fu glanced at Ling Xiao. This time, he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Ling Xiao said indifferently, As long as you are sincere, you can directly say your request. Du Tai said very seriously, I need an independent forging workshop. I need to recruit my own assistants. And you also need to help me purchase all kinds of refining materials. If you can agree, I, Du Tai, will work for you with my life. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and said, That's not a problem at all. As long as you are a good refiner, we will definitely do our best to help you find all kinds of precious materials. Then Du Tai will follow City Lord Ling's orders. Du Tai bowed deeply and replied. He did not kneel down. It could be seen that his heart was not firm enough. Ling Xiao didn't mind. He threw Rong Su and Shi Bingguang's heads in front of Du Tai and his wife and said, Hee, you won't regret today's decision. Chapter 764. Du Tai and Song Minghua looked at the two bloody heads that Ling Xiao suddenly threw out, and they were both startled. They did not know what method Ling Xiao used to save them from Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the others. It was already unbelievable that a high-level heavenly venerable and a half-tharch could save them from a mystic tharch. However, now that they saw the two heads clearly, they realized that they belonged to Rong Su and Shi Bingguang. They had actually been killed by Ling Xiao. They could not wrap their heads around it as they thought to themselves. Could he have been hiding his strength all along? For a moment, the two of them were a little fearful of Ling Xiao. Their strength was considered top-notch in the central region, but they were not invincible. Since Ling Xiao could kill Rong Su and Shi Bingguang, he might be able to kill the two of them as well. They did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao at all. Du Tai chose to follow Ling Xiao, so Song Minghua naturally followed his husband's lead. Ling Xiao had profited greatly this time. Buy one get one free, and the value of the gift was very worth it. He was overjoyed. The group started to return to Wine Cloud City. Their current location was rather remote, and it would take close to half a month to fly to the nearest city with a teleportation formation. Moreover, after reaching the teleportation formation, they would have to pass through more than 10 cities and fly for a long distance before returning to Wine Cloud City. It would take at least 3 months to do so. The four of them hurried and spent 2 months to cover more than half of the distance. On this day, they arrived at a place called Peach Love Valley. This Peach Love Valley and the Gu family's Maple Flame Valley were quite famous in the central region. They were both 5th grade sex, and the valley was made up of women. There would not be a single man in the valley. It wasn't that all of them were pure, it was just that the cultivation method they cultivated was extremely strange. It could be said that the reputation of the women in their sect was that they were wanton, seductive, and fickle. It could be said that all of them were enchanting to the bone, and their postures were moving and captivating. They were capable of bewitching any man to the point of being infatuated with them and forgetting about their duties. Therefore, Peach Valley was definitely a paradise for men. If they could find 1 or 2 beautiful women, their days would be as happy as God's. Ordinary warriors would not dare to casually take even half a step into the Passion Valley. After all, the women here were all extraordinary, and they were not easy to take away. However, on this day, a ghostly silhouette quietly appeared in the Love Peach Valley. However, no one noticed it. In a dense forest where peach blossoms were in full bloom, peach blossoms were blooming all over the mountains and plains. They were colorful and exceptionally beautiful. One after another, young ladies shuttled back and forth from time to time. Their playful voices rang out incessantly, bringing a lot of liveliness to the peach forest. In a corner of the peach forest, there were 2 stunning women chatting intimately about something. These 2 stunning women each had their own merits. They were extremely beautiful and their figures were extremely alluring. They were truly more beautiful than flowers, causing the peach blossoms that covered the mountains and plains to lose their splendor. A woman was wearing a set of pink satin. She had an embroidered hairpin on her head that was sparkling and sparkling. Her pair of autumn eyes seemed to be rippling with a few waves of spring water at any moment, causing people to have endless thoughts. Her figure was delicate and curvaceous, just like the golden ratio, so in perfect harmony. The woman beside her was wearing an incomparably gorgeous set of pure red satin, and her entire person was extremely eye-catching. That charming face, that pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be dripping with tenderness, bloomed with a seductive and moving feeling. And her figure was even more fiery than the pink-clothed woman. Her towering twin peaks, perky and round buttocks, carried a fatal attraction to everyone. The pink-clothed woman lowered her voice and said to the red-clothed woman, "Junior sister, we have already been in the Peach Blossom Valley for a few years, but we have never had the chance to see the Valley Master. Those elders and her disciples all look down on us people who come from small places. If this goes on, what will happen?" The pink-clothed woman's beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness, and her tone was filled with resentment. The red-clothed woman, whose clothes were as fresh as blood, said, "How could I not know that? Back then, Master sent us here because we have the extremely strong Tenbin, hoping that we can become stronger and bring glory to the sect when we return in the future. However, the people here all look down on us and can't see our potential. They really deserve to die. If this goes on, I will go crazy. When will I be able to go back and save my man?" The red-clothed woman's face was filled with anger. She was just as unhappy as the pink-clothed woman. The pink-clothed woman laughed lightly. "You still have the mood to think about your man? How many years has it been? Sigh, our current situation isn't much better either. If we stay in this place all day, we will go crazy sooner or later. Senior sister, I've already thought about it. The next time we leave the valley, let's escape." The red-clothed woman bent down in front of the pink-clothed woman and said seriously, "But we have the mark of that witch on us. No matter where we escape to, we will be caught." The pink-clothed woman said worriedly, "I'll plan this in the future. I don't want to wait here. I've already asked around. That witch has a few days to meet her biscuits every month. At that time, we'll escape," the red-clothed woman said with a determined expression. "I understand, I don't want to stay here any longer. Sooner or later, we will be sent to her lover to enjoy. Last month, a few of us were already in the same boat." The pink-clothed woman replied, "Stop talking, someone's coming." The red-clothed woman lowered her voice and said. The two of them immediately put away their thoughts and pretended to be picking peach blossoms. These peach blossoms were not ordinary peach blossoms. They were all level 4 spirit flowers. Using them to bathe for a long time could whiten the skin and slow down the aging of the face. They could also produce a floral fragrance that increased their charm. A middle-aged woman wearing extremely revealing clothes brought another young girl with her. They twisted their waists and swayed their buttocks as they walked in front of the two of them. The pink-clothed woman and the red-clothed woman immediately bowed to the middle-aged woman and said, "Greetings, Lord Deacon." The middle-aged woman in front of them was the witch that the two of them had just mentioned. She was a deacon of the Peach Blossom Valley, and her name was Ganin. She had the strength of a middle-stage Empyrean. She often went out to seduce strong men, plucked in to replenish her yang, and cultivated a seductive cultivation technique. Following behind her was her disciple, who was also a little slut. Ganin coldly looked at the pink-clothed woman and the red-clothed woman with a condescending attitude and said indifferently, "What are you two discussing in private? Hurry up and pick more. Tomorrow follow me out of the valley and let you two relax. You two have been in the valley for a few years and have been bored out of your wits. This deacon will let you two go out and have fun." Looking at the rippling expression on her face, one could tell that nothing good was going to happen. The disciple behind her said in a coquettish voice, "Why aren't you two thanking my master yet? This opportunity isn't given to just anyone. With your status as foreign disciples, it's your honor to be chosen by my master." She raised her head high, her eyes filled with disdain and jealousy. He was disdainful because of the strength and status of the two women in front of him, but he was jealous because the appearance of these two women was definitely one of the best in the valley. Perhaps it was because they were too outstanding that they were always pushed aside and suppressed by their companions, which was why they never had a chance to stand out. The two girls had been here for a few years and rarely went out. They were arranged to stay outside the valley and do some work like servants. They knew almost nothing about the outside world. When the two girls heard Ganyin's words, they immediately panicked. They knew that nothing good would happen if they went out. The pink-clothed woman said, "Thank you, Lord Deacon, for your kindness. Our statuses are low, so if we go out with Lord Deacon, will it lower your status?" The red-clothed woman also said, "That's right. How can the two of us be worthy of Lord Deacon's favor? Why don't you give this opportunity to the other sisters?" Before Ganin could say anything, her disciple angrily said, "If I tell you to go, then go. Why do you need to talk so much nonsense? Could it be that you don't listen to my master and want to be punished?" The two of them lowered their bodies and did not dare to say another word. The so-called punishment was very cruel. There were shaving faces, breaking limbs, crippling martial arts, all kinds of terrifying punishments. Ganin lightly frowned and said, "You guys have to go even if you don't want to. You really don't know what's good for you. Hee, since the two beauties don't want to go, why don't you come with me?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from a corner. A strange fragrance wafted out, and a figure swept out like the wind. "Who dares to trespass into my peach love valley?" Ganin was shocked. She did not expect that there would be a man's voice here. She immediately shouted, and at the same time, her palm struck towards the direction of the figure. Unfortunately, before she could release any spiritual energy, she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. "There's poison," she said with a confused expression, and her entire body became powerless. As for the other two female disciples beside her, they immediately fainted. "Don't worry, there's no poison. It's just some fragrant powder. After 4 hours, it'll be fine. These two beauties are mine," said the figure proudly. His hands immediately went to grab the fainted pink-robed woman and red-robed woman. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in my peach love valley?" Another voice sounded out. However, this voice came from an elder of the Peach Love Valley, and its aura was extremely powerful. A few figures quickly rushed over in this direction. The figure grabbed the two of them and immediately used his body to quickly escape out of the valley. His speed was extremely fast, like a ghost. In an instant, he was 1,000 meters away. "Not good, it's that perverted pervert. He actually dared to come to our Peach Love Valley to steal people. He's courting death." An elder of the Peach Love Valley cried out. She seemed to recognize the person who came and led the other elders to chase with all her might. However, the pervert's speed was extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 765. 10,000 miles. Piao Xiang was a nickname that referred to a person. He was a rapist, and he was quite famous in the central region for being a rapist. No one knew his real name, and they only knew that his origins were a little mysterious. Every time he appeared, his strength would increase by a lot, and his speed was said to be unparalleled in the central region. Every time he plucked a flower, he would use his unparalleled speed to escape without a trace. This was a headache for many of the powers that had lost their daughters. There was once when 10,000 miles Piao Xiang accidentally plucked a woman from a hidden power, and was chased for thousands of miles by a mystic emperor stage patriarch. He was even heavily injured, but he still managed to escape. This showed that 10,000 miles Piao Xiang's ability to pluck flowers and escape were not just for show. Now he was carrying the two women as if they were weightless, and his body was as slippery as a loach. The heavenly venerable stage elders of the Peach Love Valley chased after him at full speed. They had even taken pills that increased their speed, and they were determined to catch 10,000 miles Piao Xiang. Unfortunately, even if they increased their speed, they could only see 10,000 miles Piao Xiang's afterimage. In the end, they could not even see his afterimage. Damn it, this rapist's speed is comparable to a Tharch. If the Valley Master does not appear, it will be difficult to pose a threat to him. The leading elder of the Peach Love Valley stopped and cursed. His strength is at most that of a high-level heavenly venerable, but he has the speed of a Tharch. It is truly inconceivable. What should we do now? He has captured 2 female disciples. If news of this gets out, where will our Peach Love Valley's face go? But we can't even find a trace of him now. What else can we do? It should only be 2 outer disciples. Let's go back and order the entire valley to be on guard. We cannot let him have another opportunity to take advantage of us. Tens of thousands of miles away, 10,000 miles Piao Xiang had already brought the 2 women from the Peach Love Valley to a barren mountain. You must have gotten rid of those witches. Haha, it's a good opportunity to enjoy these 2 beauties. Boundless Fragrance turned around and only relaxed when she saw that there was no movement. At this moment, he finally took a good look at the 2 beauties in his arms. His eyes revealed an incomparable astonishment. Then an extremely greedy look appeared in his eyes, and his saliva almost dripped out. Top quality, as expected of the beauties of the Peach Love Valley. These 2 are much more beautiful than the ones I stole before. This face, this figure. Tizke, there's nothing more to say. Without thinking, he was about to bring the 2 girls down. Suddenly, his eyes twitched as he looked into the distance, and his expression became unsightly. What a powerful aura! I must hide immediately. He murmured and immediately plunged towards the barren hills below. He concealed his presence and brought the 2 girls to hide in the crevices of the rocks. At this moment, a few powerful figures flew over. Their terrifying auras caused the air to ripple. These people happened to be Ling Xiao, Wu Fu, Du Tai and Song Minghua, who were rushing back to Wine Cloud City. The few of them stopped in the air above this barren mountain, and Boundless Fragrance Piao Xiang became extremely nervous. Although he was only a high-level sky sovereign, he had the ability to sense that these 4 people were not ordinary. If he was discovered by them, it would be troublesome. Young master, what's wrong? Wu Fu asked Ling Xiao from the side. Ling Xiao slightly furrowed his brows and looked towards a direction. Du Tai and Song Minghua seemed to have sensed it as well, and they also looked towards a rock. I found a mouse, but it hid pretty fast. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. After pausing for a moment, he then said, "Let's go, I can't be bothered to care so much about it. In any case, it's none of our business." Yes, in another day we will be able to reach the Peach City in front of us. That is a city directly under the Peach Love Valley. It is a pretty good place to have fun. Wu Fu replied. Peach Love Valley? That's an interesting name. Ling Xiao said with a hint of a smile. The entire Peach Love Valley is filled with beautiful women. There are no men, but that doesn't mean that they don't need men. It is said that they often go out of the valley to seduce men, and take their young to nourish their yin, Wu Fu said with a smile. From the looks of it, there seemed to be some lust in his eyes. This Wu Fu was also a man of passion. Song Minghua, who was at the side, furrowed her brows and said, "Young master, there is no need for a young and talented man to worry about not having a woman. Let's hurry on our way." She was not afraid that Ling Xiao would go looking for a woman, but she was afraid that he would lead her man Du Tai astray. "When we came here we didn't pass by this place," Ling Xiao said, changing the topic. Wu Fu nodded and said, "That's right, we are now taking the shortest route. From Peach City, we only need to go through 2 more cities before we reach Wind Cloud City." "That's good. Then let's hurry up," Ling Xiao replied and took the lead to fly forward. The other 3 immediately followed from behind. When 10,000 Miles saw that the 4 of them had flown far away, he also heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn, that scared my little heart. I really don't know who those people are. Their auras are so terrifying, and they are all at the Emperor realm. That young man in the middle seems to be the weakest, but his cultivation is also the most unfathomable. Those 3 seem to be following him. Could it be that he is a proud son of heaven from one of the great powers?" 10,000 Miles patted his chest and revealed an expression of relief. He paused for a moment and then said, "Forget it, when I reach the Emperor realm, I will also go secretly to those big powers, young ladies and princesses, haha." It had to be said that 10,000 Miles's lust was very strong, but he had the ability to do so. It had only been a short 200 to 300 years since his debut. When he first appeared, he was only a mid-level Earth Emperor. At that time, he only dared to make a move on ordinary or powerless women. Later, as his strength continued to increase, his courage grew. When he became a low-level heavenly venerable, he dared to steal the female disciples of 6th grade sections. Now that he was a high-level heavenly venerable, he no longer cared about 5th grade sects or families. Unless it was a true mystic Thear-cranked super expert who came out to kill him, no one would be able to deal with him. He was a rogue cultivator, so how could his strength advance by leaps and bounds in just a few hundred years? Of course, this was inseparable from his fortuitous encounter. He was originally an ordinary King Realm martial artist. Through an opportunity to become an idol, he obtained the inheritance of the solitary rapist, Nan Shui, in a mystic realm 10,000 years ago. Nan Shui had an illustrious reputation 10,000 years ago, and there was a saying in the central region, "Fire, theft, and theft." From this, one could see how powerful Nan Shui's nickname of stealing fragrance was. Not only had 10,000 Miles fragrance inherited Nan Shui's cultivation inheritance, but he had also inherited his lecherous character, as well as all of Nan Shui's treasures. Among them was a low-grade sacred artifact, which was what he had relied on to escape from an emperor-ranked expert. 10,000 Miles carefully walked out of the stone crack and looked around. Just as he was about to find a place to have fun, the soft fragrance powder that the 2 women were in had worn off. The 2 women woke up at the same time and looked at the man who was very close to them. Both of them were shocked. The pink-robed woman cried out, "Who are you? Why did you bring us here?" The red-robed woman was even more straightforward. She immediately took out a fire-colored spirit artifact and guarded herself. When they saw this masked man, they could definitely guess that he was not a good person. When they felt that their bodies were still intact, they slightly relaxed. 10,000 Miles laughed sinisterly and said, "Didn't you want to leave Peach Valley? Didn't Big Brother bring you out now?" As he spoke, he walked towards the 2 women. His eyes scanned the 2 women's sexy bodies without any scruples, and his saliva almost dripped out. The 2 women immediately realized that something was wrong, and they simultaneously flew backwards to escape. Unfortunately, the 2 women's strength was only at the high-level king realm. The difference between their strength and that of a heavenly venerable was too great. 10,000 Miles arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said playfully, "With your strength, you won't be able to escape. You'd better obediently listen to Big Brother. Once Big Brother is done enjoying you, I'll naturally let you leave." The pink-robed woman was just about to attack 10,000 Miles when the red-robed woman gave her a look. Then she looked at 10,000 Miles with a coquettish smile and said, "Hee hee, is that so? You want us to serve you together? Aren't you a bit too greedy? Why don't I accompany you alone?" The red-robed woman's voice seemed to carry an incomparably seductive tone, and her eyes rippled with tenderness. Any man who heard this would feel their beastly blood boil. The pink-robed woman didn't want to stand idly by, and she revealed a charming expression as well. She lightly tugged at her clothes, and her shoulders were slightly revealed. Her smooth and round skin seemed to be dripping water. She lightly licked her lips and said coyly, "That's right, men are so bad. You still want to have a threesome? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Any man wouldn't be able to endure being seduced like this by two stunning beauties. Especially a lecherous man like 10,000 Miles, he couldn't endure it. His eyes flashed with a trace of bewilderment and greed as he said, "Fine. Big Brother has even fought against 7 of them, let alone 2. Come, 2 beauties, let Big Brother kiss you." After he finished speaking, he actually pounced towards the 2 women without any hesitation. The 2 women thought that 10,000 Miles had been bewitched by them, and the 2 women simultaneously thrust their swords towards his vitals. Just as the 2 swords were about to pierce 10,000 Miles, the look in his eyes instantly recovered. His body lightly floated, and he dodged the 2 swords. At the same time he said with a lewd smile, "You 2 beauties are too passionate, Big Brother can't endure it." After he finished speaking, he flashed behind the 2 women, and a powerful aura pressed down on the 2 women, imprisoning them. "Bastard, let go of us." The 2 women cursed at the same time, their faces filled with anxiety. "Don't worry, I'll let you go, but not now." 10,000 Miles flung the 2 women to the ground, and took out 2 stalks of spirit grass that had a strange smell, and fed them to the 2 women. "This is albizia flower. In a moment, you 2 will serve Big Brother to the best of your ability, haha." 10,000 Miles said with a very proud smile. Then he opened a large hole in the rock wall beside him, and brought the 2 women into the hole. The 2 women were about to face the fate of being ravaged. If there was no miracle, it would truly be a pity. Chapter 766. "You goddamn bastard, if you dare to touch us, my man will definitely not let you off." The woman in red cursed as tears streamed down her face. "Hee hee, even if your man is the god of heaven, I still won't be afraid of him." 10,000 Miles said proudly. He was not in a hurry to do anything to the 2 women. He wanted to wait for the effects of the drug to take effect, and then slowly enjoy the taste. "You bastard, goddamn." The woman in pink cursed incessantly. At this time, the effects of the drug gradually began to take effect. The albizia flower was naturally a very potent aphrodisiac. For both men and women, as long as they took a single stalk, they would quickly lose their rationality, causing them to be in a state of excitement and thirst for the nourishment of love. Without the nourishment of the opposite sex, they would eventually explode and die. This 10,000 Miles mind could be said to be very sinister and lecherous. Who knew how many good women he had harmed with this trick? Although the 2 women used their willpower to grit their teeth and maintain their last bit of calmness, the strange feeling coming from their lower abdomens was too much for them to bear. They began to fumble with the clothes on their bodies, and in the end, it turned into tearing, revealing bits of their spring scenery. Their delicate faces were flushed red, and their mouths incessantly let out low moans. It was like a soul-stirring song, causing people to lose their sense of direction. 10,000 Miles' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and saliva continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. "This is really killing me. Both of you are so mesmerizing. I've really struck gold this time." Thousands of miles of fragrances lust was ignited. He tore off the hood that was covering his head, revealing an extremely ugly face. His head was almost completely bald, with only a few strands of hair remaining at the top of his head, making him look especially funny. His eyes were much larger than normal people, but his nose was so flat that it could not be seen, and his mouth was shaped like a duck's. With such a combination of facial features, it was impossible not to look ugly. If anyone couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and saw such an ugly man, not only would they fall asleep, They might even be scared to death. At this time, the two women bit their lips so hard that the skin broke, and blood began to flow. Senior sister, you have to endure. The woman in red tried her best to restrain herself from tearing her clothes, but her hands didn't seem to listen to her. She just couldn't control them. She felt as if there was a ball of fire burning around her. It was the same for the pink-robed woman. Her beautiful eyes began to turn misty. I'm so hot, so hot. The pink-clothed girl moaned as she tore off her clothes. Her upper body was only left with a small undergarment to cover her towering virgin peaks. That pure white and tender skin was like a peerless jade, round and without fragrance, but also like the nectar of the finest jade, making people unable to resist the temptation to suck it to their heart's content. Two beauties, here I come. 10,000 Miles had already shaken off all the clothes on his body, revealing his skinny body. He cried out in alarm and impatiently rushed towards the two women. Just as the two beauties were about to be defiled by him, a loud explosion sounded. The restrictive spells at the entrance of the cave seemed to have been destroyed. The cave began to shake, and a lot of stone chips fell from the top. Who dares to ruin my business? 10,000 Miles hurriedly turned around and shouted. A cold-faced young man walked in with dragon-like strides. His gaze was fixed on the two women who were in the throes of pleasure, and his dragon eyes were filled with thick killing intent. 10,000 Miles Fragrance recognized this young man with a single glance. He was actually the young man who had just flown over from the sky above. He originally wanted to attack and kill this young man, but when he thought about the three emperors following him, he didn't dare to act rashly. He forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you don't know that ruining someone else's business is an extremely hateful thing to do?" Not many people had seen 10,000 Miles' true mask. He also didn't think that this young man had come specifically to deal with him. At most, he was just a busybody. Normally, if he was interrupted, he would immediately kill the other party. If he knew that the other party was powerful, he would immediately flee. He absolutely wouldn't give the other party the slightest opportunity to capture him. However, the two beauties in front of him were people that he had rarely encountered in many years. They had already taken the acacia grass, so he didn't want to let someone else eat the fresh meat that was already in his mouth. At this time, the red-clothed woman also saw the person who had come. She still had a sliver of consciousness left, and her eyes burst with disbelief. Junior brother, you've come to save me? I knew you would come to save me." She bit her lip again, allowing the pain to stop her from losing herself. She tried her best to crawl towards Ling Xiao, but she found that her entire body was powerless, and the heat was making it difficult for her to move. The pink-clothed woman couldn't take it anymore. She glanced at the person who had come and muttered, "No. Impossible. Ow. How could he appear here? I can't take it anymore. I'm so hot." The pink-clothed woman had already lost the last bit of her consciousness. She tore off the last bit of clothing that was left on her body, revealing a perfect body that was as white as a cake. Even Piao Xiang couldn't help but glance over, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He suppressed his desire and glared at Ling Xiao, saying, "That's enough. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite." Piao Xiang's aura instantly surged, and a silver hook appeared in his hand. The silver hook flickered with a sharp light, emitting a biting cold aura that made one's body shiver. This was a low-grade divine artifact, and it was of the wind attribute. He had obtained it when he had received the Nan Shui's inheritance, and it was also because of this divine artifact that he had managed to escape from danger. Now, no matter what, he didn't want to give up on these two beauties in front of him. He hoped that he could scare this young man away. Who else could this young man be other than Ling Xiao, who had returned? His killing intent was finally about to explode. Before Piao Xiang could even react, he felt a light breeze blow against his face, and a powerful and oppressive aura formed into the shape of a true dragon that roared towards him. This true dragon had an unparalleled aura, as if it wanted to tear the heavens and split the earth, destroying everything in its path. In the next moment, Piao Xiang's throat was gripped, and the divine artifact in his hand had changed owners. His eyes were wide open and filled with panic. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of shock. He never thought that this young man would be so terrifying. Not only in terms of aura and speed, but he also felt that he was far inferior to him. However, he was so easily caught by Ling Xiao because this space was too small, and he was too close to Ling Xiao. If they were outside, he believed that he would not be caught so easily. After all, it would not be easy for a mystic Tharch to catch him. At least, that was what he thought. However, if Ling Xiao had heard this, Ling Xiao would have thought that this person was overestimating himself. In terms of speed, Ling Xiao had never been afraid of anyone. Junior brother. The red-robed lady forced herself to call out once again. She let out a shrill scream, and like a broken dam, she tore at the clothes on her body. Ling Xiao's eyes turned scarlet, and he glared at the struggling Piao Xiang like a wild beast. He roared, "You deserve to die." After he roared, he swung his other empty fist. Bang! An incomparably strong gust of wind, with 20 times the spirit force, was like the full force of a divine artifact. Piao Xiang's head was smashed into smithereens by this punch. His blood and brain matter all burst out. It was like a watermelon being smashed, and it was a disgusting and uncomfortable feeling. Ling Xiao did not stop because of this. He continued to roar like a wild beast. "Who told you to touch my woman? Who told you to touch my woman?" Ling Xiao's fists were like raindrops, and each punch landed on Piao Xiang's corpse. The terrifying fist force directly smashed Piao Xiang's corpse into the rock wall, and the corpse became a pile of mud. Blood splattered on Ling Xiao's face, making him look incomparably fierce and frightening. Ling Xiao didn't know how many punches he had thrown, but he seemed to have forgotten to stop. Suddenly, a fiery body stuck to him from behind. No, it should be two fiery bodies simultaneously entangled him. Like an octopus, they firmly entangled him. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, they began to tear at his clothes. "So hot, so hot. I want," the two women's sleep-talking voices rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Their delicate hands continuously touched and pulled, causing Ling Xiao to stop his crazy movements. His mind also instantly calmed down. "Senior sister, calm down. I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao held one of the women in his arms and called out. However, when he saw the delicate body in his arms that was not covered at all, another kind of heat rose in an instant. The breath that smelled like orchids came to his nose. The delicate and smooth skin, the towering and plump jade peaks, the slender waist like a snake, and the perky jade buttocks, all of them showed the most primitive temptation. This delicate body was like a stunner. Even Lu Xiaohui couldn't help but want to get close to it. Moreover, there was not only one here, but two perfect works of art. Even a saint would break his precept, let alone a hot-blooded man like Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and he swallowed his saliva heavily. He cursed, "Damn bastard, he actually drugged them with aphrodisiac." Ling Xiao wanted to push the two women away, but looking at their red faces, if he didn't save them in time, even if they were powerful martial artists, they would explode and die. "I can't make it in time to refine the antidote pill. Could it be? Could it be? Do I really have to take advantage of others?" Ling Xiao thought anxiously in his heart. Ling Xiao had never thought of himself as a gentleman, but the woman in front of him was his senior sister Yu Lian in the Purple Heaven sect. Although he did not know why she was here, he definitely did not want to deliberately take advantage of her. He still preferred the taste of a canal to this kind of unconscious possession. "Junior brother. Ling Xiao. Smile, my man. Love me." Yu Lian did not know whether she was lost or she really recognized Ling Xiao. There was a soft moan coming from her mouth, and her hands had already torn apart Ling Xiao's clothes. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.